After Rebirth, Mrs. Hua is both sweet and sassy. Chapter 1, I'd Rather You Hate Me. Jiang Ciyan. How could you treat me like this? Lin Ruxia stared blankly at the man rummaging through their belongings, tears of despair streaming down her face. Get out of my way. Jiang Ciyan shoved Lin Ruxia aside roughly. She stumbled back 2 steps, clutching her stomach, while Jiang Ciyan tore open the bottom drawer of the wardrobe. Ignoring the pain in her belly, Lin Ruxia rushed forward and grabbed Jiang Ciyan's hand. Ciyan, please, don't do this. Please, don't gamble anymore. You worthless piece of trash. Get out of my sight. Mom. Get her away from me. At Jiang Ciyan's shout, his mother hurried in from the kitchen, grabbed Lin Ruxia, and dragged her aside, scolding. If it weren't for you holding him back, Ciyan would have made a fortune by now. You're just jealous of my son's success. Mom. Gambling is illegal. Lin Ruxia struggled against her unreasonable and cruel mother-in-law, while Jiang Ciyan had already pulled a jade bracelet from the bottom of the drawer. Her pupils contracted as she lunged forward desperately. Jiang Ciyan. That is the only thing my mother left me, you can't pawn it. Get lost. Jiang Ciyan kicked her hard in the stomach and spat. If it weren't for your mother's company, do you think I'd have ever dated you? If it weren't for you marrying Tin, would I have kept in touch? I thought you'd get half his fortune after the divorce, but you left empty-handed. Not a dime. Now what's wrong with taking your bracelet? Your mom's dead. What's the point of keeping it? Lin Ruxia collapsed to the floor, a sharp pain stabbing through her abdomen. Holding her belly, she looked up at Jiang Ciyan's face twisted with cruelty, her tears falling uncontrollably. I abandoned my mother's company for you. I divorced Tin to be with you. After we married, I stood by you whether it was starting a business or finding a job, even when you kept giving up halfway. I stayed. And now you're gambling. Ciyan, that bracelet is the only valuable thing left at home. Please, don't gamble anymore. You still have the nerve to speak. It's all your fault, you jinx. Marrying you is the reason my life went to hell. Blinded by rage, Jiang Ciyan viciously kicked Lin Ruxia again, landing on the arms she used to shield her stomach. She nearly passed out from the pain. This was the man who once pursued her for nearly a year, who bought her breakfast, fetched her water, helped her clock in. He had seemed like the perfect, devoted boyfriend. That was why, back when Lin Ruxia her mother forced her to marry Tin, Lin Ruxia resisted so fiercely. But at the time, she had no choice. Her mother's company was on the verge of bankruptcy, and Hua's grandfather was seeking a marriage alliance to suppress his rebellious son. Later, Lin Ruxia's company was saved. Lin Ruxia broke up with Jiang Ciyan and married Tin. After the wedding, Lin Ruxia had been trying to avoid the cold and distant Tin, thinking a quiet coexistence wouldn't be too bad. But then Jiang Ciyan contacted her again. The barely extinguished flame in her heart was rekindled, eventually blazing out of control. She stirred up endless trouble until Tin finally agreed to divorce. But what did she gain? Jiang Ciyan dragged her into guaranteeing loans for a business partner, who later disappeared, leaving Lin Ruxia entangled in lawsuits. It was Lin Ruxia who was forced to sell the company she had built up, running around frantically to patch the hole. After all the chaos, Lin Ruxia suffered a heart attack and fell seriously ill, but by then, the family had no money left for treatment. Lin Ruxia watched helplessly as her mother drew her last breath. Later, she found out she was pregnant. Jiang Ciyan hastily married her in a civil ceremony. She naively thought life would get better. Instead, Jiang Ciyan fell back into gambling. And now, he had kicked her in the stomach. The door slammed shut behind him. Lin Ruxia felt a hot gush between her legs. When she touched it, her hands were covered in blood. Panic gripped her. Her voice trembled. Mom, the baby, please, take me to the hospital. Jiang's mother looked down coldly at the curled-up Lin Ruxia. Where's the money to send you to the hospital? Every woman goes through this. Just grit your teeth. Don't interrupt my card game. Without another glance at Lin Ruxia, she grabbed her purse and left to meet her friends for mahjong. Agonizing pain tore through Lin Ruxia's abdomen. She struggled to her feet, bending over, and stumbled outside. She stood on the roadside, trying to hail a cab. But the drivers, seeing the growing pool of blood under her, sped past without stopping. Sweat soaked Lin Ruxia's forehead as she pressed a hand to her belly, sliding down the wall in despair. Screech. A sharp breaking sound echoed in her ears. A pair of fine crocodile leather shoes appeared before her. Lin Ruxia. A cold voice called out. Lin Ruxia stiffened and looked up abruptly, meeting a pair of eyes as deep and cold as a frozen lake. The man wore a perfectly tailored suit. On his wrist glinted a luxury watch worth millions. The very watch Lin Ruxia had been forced to buy him by her mother when they married. He was still wearing it. Lin Ruxia opened her cracked lips, using all her strength to squeeze out a word. Hua. Before she could finish, he swept her up into his arms. Fresh blood stained his expensive clothes, but he didn't even flinch. Take her to the hospital. He carried her into the car, his voice commanding and absolute, just like before. A tone that brooked no refusal. Before Lin Ruxia completely blacked out, the last thing she saw was him lowering his head, eyes once cold as ice now filled with a deep, unbearable tenderness. There was too much hidden in that gaze. But Lin Ruxia no longer had the strength to explore it. She closed her eyes under his desperate, burning gaze. Beep beep. Suction machine. Hemostatic forceps. Gauze. She's bleeding out. The hemorrhage won't stop. Request 10 more blood units. Bring the defibrillator. The chaos around her grew louder. Though wearing an oxygen mask, Lin Ruxia could hear the doctors and nurses shouting anxiously, but she couldn't open her eyes. She felt her abdomen sliced open by sharp instruments. Then, something warm and bloody was pulled from her womb. Mr. Hua, the baby didn't make it. He suffocated from lack of oxygen. Save the mother. No matter what. Mr. Hua, the blood loss is too severe. I'm afraid. Amid the chaos, Lin Ruxia thought she heard a man's voice break down, shouting hysterically. Lin Ruxia, you can't die. The jagged lines on the monitor finally flattened into a straight line. The noise in the operating room gradually faded away. After what seemed like a long time, Lin Ruxia heard a suppressed, choked whisper. If I had known this would happen after letting you go, I would have rather you hated me forever than ever set you free. Chapter 2, Rebirth. R. After a scream, Lin Ruxia sat up straight from the bed, her body heaving violently with her heavy breathing, and the next second she was poked back into the bed by a finger. How dare you wake up? Lin Ruxia, how could I give birth to a shameless daughter like you? Why did Jingting treat you badly? Have you had enough of making trouble again and again? Lin Ruxia poked her daughter's forehead in disappointment, muttering things like, that Jiang Ciyan is a scum, if you contact him again, don't recognize me as your mother. Lin Ruxia stared at the chattering Lin Ruxia in a daze, and tentatively called out, Mom. You still know that I'm your mother. Can you please let me be more at ease? Lin Ruxia became even more angry and wished she could poke a hole in Lin Ruxia's forehead. Lin Ruxia pursed her lips. It seemed that even in heaven she would continue to be scolded by her own mother. But let her scold. Thinking of her mother's appearance before she died, Lin Ruxia couldn't help but feel a little sad. Now, Ms. Lin Ruxia's scolding makes her miss her so much. Lin Ruxia happily endured Lin Ruxia's head-poking attack, but the next second the finger that was pressing on her forehead was retracted. Jingting, you came just in time. Xia just woke up. Lin Ruxia's suddenly gentle voice made Lin Ruxia get goosebumps all over the bed, but when she heard the name she called. Jingting? Could it be Hua Jingting Benting? Lin Ruxia poked her head out from the quilt and looked at the door. Sure enough, she saw a tall man walking in. Although he had a blank expression on his face, his aura was so strong that he lowered the temperature in the room by several degrees. Lin Ruxia remembered that before she got divorced, she often sighed that although her husband Hua Jingting had many other advantages, no air conditioner could match his cooling effect. TSK, even though it's dead, the refrigeration function is not weak at all. Thinking of the last warm embrace she received before her death, Lin Ruxia's face turned a little red. But why is he here? You died too. Lin Ruxia spoke haltingly. She had never dared to talk to Hua Jingting before, but now that they were all fellow hallmates in the same heaven, she didn't want to bother with those nonsense words. Xia. Hua Jingting didn't say anything, but Lin Ruxia's voice was raised 8 degrees in anxiety. What nonsense are you talking about? Jingting is here to pick you up, why don't you go home with Jingting? Go home? Go back to what home? Lin Ruxia was stunned. Didn't she and Wu Jingting break up a long time ago? Of course I'm going back to Shinduyuan. Have you been so burned that you've forgotten where your home is? Wu Jingting frowned and said coldly, or has this home already disappeared from your heart? Jingting, how could Xia be like this? She just got confused because of the fever. Lin Ruxia said with a dry laugh on her daughter's behalf. The next second, she turned her head and said to Lin Ruxia sternly, pack your things quickly. Don't keep Jingting waiting. Shinduyuan, Shinduyuan. Lin Ruxia did not respond to the two. She was stunned when she heard the three words, Shinduyuan. This was where she and Wu Jingting lived before their divorce. But hadn't she been divorced from him for 7 or 8 years? Xia. Seeing that her daughter did not respond, Lin Ruxia pinched her anxiously. Lin Ruxia gasped in pain and then took a good look at her mother in front of her. My mother looked to be only about 40 years old, her hair was not yet grey, and she still wore the jade bracelet on her wrist that was snatched away by Jiang Ciyan. Lin Ruxia was a little stunned. She looked up at everything around her. This was a hospital, the luxurious medical suite where she had often lived before her divorce. As if she had thought of something, Lin Ruxia threw back the quilt and jumped out of bed. She ran into the bathroom without even bothering to put on her shoes. The mirror clearly reflected a girl who looked to be around 20 years old. Her face was full of collagen and her skin was fair and firm. Lin Ruxia raised her hand, and on her right ring finger she was clearly wearing the only pigeon blood ring in the world. It was Wu Jingting who put the wedding ring on her finger at the wedding. Fever. Lin Ruxia stared blankly at her young and pale face in the mirror. The long-forgotten memories weaved a picture in her mind like gossamer. She remembered that this fever was also related to Jiang Ciyan. Jiang Ciyan bribed the servant of Shinduyuan and handed her a letter, which agreed on the time and place of elopement and asked Lin Ruxia to bring more money. Lin Ruxia pretended to be a good boy at home for a few days, and slipped out when Wu Jingting was not paying attention. But she was caught by Wu Jingting's men on their way. She cried and made a fuss and smashed everything in the house. Finally, she rushed into the heavy rain and got herself drenched with a high fever of 40 degrees. It was the same scene when I woke up. My mother was poking her forehead and cursing non-stop, and Wu Jingting came to the hospital to take me home when he knew that my fever had subsided. Lin Ruxia looked at her energetic face in the mirror, which had not yet been tortured by life. Could it be that she was reborn? If life is a process of constantly encountering crossroads and making choices, then Lin Ruxia remembered that she was now standing at the most important crossroads in her life. After she woke up in her previous life, she started a hunger strike and insisted that Wu Jingting take her to see Jiang Ciyan. Wu Jingting was left with no choice but to take her to the place where Jiang Ciyan was imprisoned. Jiang Ciyan took the opportunity to stab Wu Jingting in the abdomen several times, seriously injuring his stomach. Lin Ruxia not only did not feel sorry for Wu Jingting, but she went to Wu Jingting's bedside every day and demanded a divorce, even threatening to commit suicide. The weak Wu Jingting let out a long sigh and said lightly, if you insist on doing this, then let's get a divorce. I'll let you go. At that time, Lin Ruxia naturally divorced Wu Jingting happily, but after Jiang Ciyan found out that Lin Ruxia did not get the Hu family's property after the divorce, his true colors were revealed. It also paved the way for his tragic ending. Lin Ruxia took a deep breath, feeling both indescribable guilt and an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortunately, she can still make up for everything in her previous life and no longer jump into Jiang Ciyan's fire pit. Lin Ruxia calmed down and walked out of the bathroom. She met the suspicious eyes of Wu Jingting and Lin Ruxia. She smiled embarrassedly and said, sorry, my brain is confused. Lin Ruxia didn't expect her daughter to react like this. She grinned but didn't know what to say. The surprise on Wu Jingting's face flashed away, and he said with his thin lips, after you have rested, pack up and go home. Okay. Lin Ruxia nodded obediently, and suddenly stopped when passing by Wu Jingting. She lifted up Wu Jingting's shirt tucked into his suit pants as if to confirm something, and saw several bulging abdominal muscles. Fortunately, there are no scars. Chapter 3, Let us sleep together. What are you doing? Wu Jingting's breathing stagnated, and he pinched Lin Ruxia's wrist stiffly, his voice a little hoarse. You still want to make trouble? I'm not, I didn't. Lin Ruxia looked up innocently, she just wanted to confirm whether Wu Jingting had been stabbed or not, so that she could give different countermeasures according to different situations. But this man spoke harshly, TSK, Just look at his belly, not his butt, what's the matter? Ahar, Xia, go home and continue flirting with Jingting. It would be embarrassing if someone saw us in the hospital. Lin Ruxia quickly jumped out to smooth things over, winking and hinting at Lin Ruxia. Lin Ruxia straightened her bent body and followed Lin Ruxia's words. I'm sorry, my brain is just confused. I'll help you sort it out. After saying that, he reached out and tucked Wu Jingting's shirt into his tucked-in trousers. No need, I can do it myself. Wu Jingting took a few steps back stiffly, shook off Lin Ruxia's outstretched hand, and strode into the bathroom. Xia, what's wrong with you? What are you trying to do? Lin Ruxia pulled Lin Ruxia in front of her and warned her in a low voice, don't think Jingting will always tolerate your behavior. You have caused such a big scandal in the 2 years since you got married. You know how much money Jingting spent to suppress it. If you continue to make trouble like this, you will get nothing in the end if you get divorced. Mom, I've thought it through. I will live a good life with Jingting in the future. Lin Ruxia said in a muffled voice. She had suffered so much at the hands of Jiang Ciyan in her previous life, so how could she continue to jump into the fire pit? Are you serious? Lin Ruxia looked at her daughter as if she had seen a ghost. After a long while, she touched her head with relief. This is the best. Mom has told you many times that the Jiang guy is really not a good person. Now that you have figured it out, Mom is relieved. Well, thank you, Mom. Lin Ruxia threw herself into Lin Ruxia's arms, trying hard not to let the tears fall. Have you packed? Wu Jingting had already packed his clothes and walked out, as if nothing had happened. No need to clean up, just throw these away and I'll buy new clothes for everything. Lin Ruxia poked her head out from Lin Ruxia's arms and looked around the furnishings in the ward. All the clothes she brought had been touched by Jiang Ciyan, and Lin Ruxia felt disgusted just thinking about it. Throw them away. Wu Jingting frowned. The clothes he packed for her were all the ones she liked to wear. Did she have to throw them all away just because he had touched them? Did she hate herself to this extent? Well, don't worry, I still have money in my card. I'm going to throw away all the clothes at home. My hair is not good either. I'm going to get a short haircut tomorrow. Lin Ruxia looked at her waist-length hair with disdain. Thinking of the way Jiang Ciyan held her hair in his hands and smelled it when they eloped, Lin Ruxia felt like she could vomit up all the food she had eaten the previous night. She couldn't help but doubt herself. Why did she like such a greasy man? Why do you leave your husband who is tall and mighty, yet refreshing and clean, with no other shortcomings except being a little cold, and run away with a greasy and dirty sugarcane man? There is indeed too much water in my brain. I need to find some time to let it dry. Thinking of this, Lin Ruxia nodded thoughtfully. After jumping out of her own world, she found 2 astonished faces in front of her. What's wrong? She was also surprised. Why was he looking at her like that? Xia, you said you wanted to get a haircut. Don't you treasure your hair the most? Lin Ruxia reached out and touched Lin Ruxia's forehead. It's not hot. Lin Ruxia curled her lips, cleared her throat and said, I know I did a lot of wrong things before, but I've figured it out. I want to start over. Cut my hair, change my clothes, and be a brand new Lin Ruxia. The other 2 people in the room had an expression of really. I don't believe it on their faces. Lin Ruxia scratched her hair and glanced at her cell phone on the bedside table. She strode over to grab the phone and then pulled out the SIM card. Xia, what are you doing? Lin Ruxia was startled and subconsciously looked at her son-in-law's face. Sure enough, she saw that his face had become even colder. Lin Ruxia said nothing, broke the phone card in half, and blocked Jiang Ciyan's mobile number and contact information on social software in front of Lin Ruxia and Wu Jingting. Look, I have completely blocked him. I really don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Wu Jingting, I want to live a good life with you. Wu Jingting looked at Lin Ruxia with a dark look in his eyes, and squeezed out 2 words from his throat, really. Well, that's what it means to not believe her. Don't worry, I will prove it to you with time. Lin Ruxia touched the back of her head embarrassedly. It was not easy to clean up her own mess. She walked out of the ward on her own, but as soon as she turned around, she heard Lin Ruxia whisper to Wu Jingting, Jingting, keep an eye on her these 2 days. I always feel that she will do something naughty again. Lin Ruxia staggered twice. These were truly the words spoken by her own mother. The car was driving steadily on the road. Lin Ruxia originally leaned her head against the window to look at the scenery, but the more she looked, the more she felt something was wrong. "Aren't we going back to Shanduyuan?" The icy handsome man who was sitting silently beside her answered her. "Dad asked us to go back to their whole family for dinner today." Lin Ruxia opened her mouth in surprise, then quickly looked down at the clothes she was wearing and shook her head subconsciously. No, red is too flashy. She just did such a big mistake, and now she is wearing a red dress to go to her in-laws' house for dinner. Isn't this obviously unruly? I have always stopped you from going before, but you have to go this time. It's my dad's birthday today. Hu Jingting saw her shaking her head and thought she didn't want to go to their whole family like before. His voice became even colder. "Oh, it was me who forgot that you never take the whole family to heart." Lin Ruxia, I'm warning you, if you dare to make trouble at home, I will destroy Jiang Ciyan. Hu Jingting's cold eyes shot over like a cold arrow, and Lin Ruxia couldn't help but tremble twice. I just think the color of the clothes I'm wearing is not very good. I want to ask if you can buy a new one. Want to take this opportunity to escape again? Hu Jingting did not give her this opportunity. Eat your meal honestly, we will go back to Shanduyuan early tomorrow morning. Lin Ruxia wisely kept her mouth shut. After all, she had indeed jumped out of the mall bathroom to date Jiang Ciyan, but was quickly caught by Hu Jingting. Wait a moment, come back to Shanduyuan early tomorrow morning. That means that tonight, the two of them will sleep together in Shanduyuan. Chapter 4, Praise Your Long Legs. Lin Ruxia, who wanted to please him but had no way to do so, was immediately excited by the news. That's great. God is really helping me. But, the old man's birthday. The smile on Lin Ruxia's face suddenly froze. In other words, in the previous life, the day when she insisted on meeting Jiang Ciyan and Hu Jingting was stabbed was actually the old man's birthday. Quietly looking at the expression of the man next to her, Lin Ruxia found that Hu Jingting was looking up at her with a coldness in his eyes that she had never seen before. Even though she had tortured him into that state in the previous life, his eyes had never been so cold. The two looked at each other for a while, and then Hu Jingting turned his head away and didn't look at her again. Lin Ruxia opened her mouth dryly and wanted to say something, but gave up after thinking it over. She had really done too much wrong. It was no wonder that Hu Jingting had always been on guard against her. After all, when she thought about how she had caused Hu Jingting so much unrest, Lin Ruxia wanted to slap herself in the face. What's the point in turning herself into a scumbag for a scumbag? Now she can't even save the situation. It is true that he brought this upon himself. Lin Ruxia wanted to kill herself by hitting her head against a wall. When the car stopped steadily at the entrance of the alley of the Hu family's old house, Lin Ruxia saw a girl walking towards them carrying a gift box. Good, very good. God's arrangement is really interesting. He made her experience a great disaster on the first day. Hu Jingting is the third son in the family. Mrs. Hu was already in her 40s when she was pregnant with him and she did not survive the birth. When he was 1 year old, Mr. Hu hurriedly remarried a younger wife and had another daughter, Hu Ningning. The woman walking upright was the niece of Hu Jingting's stepmother and also Hu Jingting's non-blood-related cousin, Mo Qingyang. This seemingly sweet and harmless little girl once falsely accused Lin Ruxia of pushing her down the stairs in the Hu family's old house. She took the opportunity to lie in Hu Jingting's arms and cried aggrievedly. Her tearful little face looked so pitiful. Originally, Lin Ruxia had no feelings for Hu Jingting and was bent on finding ways to divorce him, so she turned a blind eye to Mo Qingyan's blatant seduction and apologized to her in a nice voice. But things are different now. Lin Ruxia now wants to live a good life with Hu Jingting. Facing this aggressive mistress who is also a relative, she naturally has to act like the original wife. Thinking of this, Lin Ruxia put on an elegant look, stretched her long legs out of the car door first, and then moved the center of gravity of her body forward after standing firmly, and got out of the car gracefully. She originally reached out her hand to ask Hu Jingting for help, but unfortunately the blind Hu Jingting was already greeting Mo Qingyang and didn't even look at her. Sooner or later, I will seduce this cold-faced man into submission. Lin Ruxia made up her mind secretly, but her face remained calm. She gently put her arm around Hu Jingting's arm and rubbed her body against Hu Jingting's arm twice. Hu Jingting was stunned and looked down at Lin Ruxia. This terrifying look almost made Lin Ruxia take her hand back. No, you must stay steady. Lin Ruxia forced out a flattering smile and said sweetly, "Hubby, cousin Qingyang is still watching. I'll let you see enough when we get home, okay? Lin Ruxia swore that she had never made such a disgusting sound in her previous life or this life, so much so that she couldn't help but tremble twice after she finished speaking. She didn't know if she was thinking too much, but she felt Wu Jingting tremble twice. My cousin and his wife have such a good relationship. Let's go in quickly. My aunt and uncle must have been waiting for a long time. It has to be said that Mo Qingyang is indeed a strong opponent. Lin Ruxia secretly observed her expression and found that she was as relaxed as usual, without a single crack on her face. Wu Jingting is very tall and naturally has long legs, but long legs are not necessarily a good thing. For example, now Lin Ruxia almost has to jog to keep up with his pace. I've never noticed him walking so fast before. Why doesn't he participate in a race walking competition if he can walk so fast? Lin Ruxia muttered to herself as she hurriedly followed him forward. What did you say? Wu Jingting heard her whisper something and turned to ask her. Nothing, nothing. I was just praising your long legs. They look even longer than when you're not wearing pants. Wu Jingting paused, and it was obvious that Mo Qingyang also paused after hearing his words. Seeing both of them paused, Lin Ruxia thought about it and paused as well. The three of them stopped at the gate of the Hu family's old house, and Lin Ruxia realized what she had just said. Oh my god, why didn't I realize before that I am so good at saying sweet words, perfect score. Lin Ruxia proudly gave herself a thumbs up in her heart, excellent. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you come in? Mo Funfun was just coming out to greet guests. Seeing the three people standing at the door in a daze, she walked over with a loving look on her face, and directly took Mo Qingyan's arm, and nodded politely to Wu Jingting and Lin Ruxia. A biological aunt is a biological aunt. Her relationship with her is definitely better than that with her stepson and stepdaughter-in-law. She doesn't even have the patience to pretend. Lin Ruxia secretly complained but didn't show it on her face. She just nodded slightly. After all, Wu Jingting's relationship with his father and stepmother is average, and he came to the banquet just to save everyone's face. After all the important figures in High City are keeping an eye on the Hu family's movements. No matter what the relationship between the family members is, they cannot let outsiders laugh at them. Lin Ruxia wanted to mend her relationship with Wu Jingting in this life, and she also hoped that the Hu family would recognize her, so she stuck to Wu Jingting and shouted loudly, "Husband Tilder." This charming voice made Mo Funfun, who was kissing and hugging Mo Qingyan's arm, shiver. She looked at Lin Ruxia in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. It's no wonder that Mo Funfun made such an expression. After all, Lin Ruxia never smiled or talked when she came to the Hu family before, and she never interacted with Wu Jingting, just like two strangers. Now it seems as if they are possessed. I would have thought that the young couple were very affectionate and didn't want to be separated for a moment. Lin Ruxia couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand. How could she maintain her image as a good and lovely young wife? Wu Jingting didn't show anything, but this man could still look calm and composed even if the sky was falling. Lin Ruxia lowered her head and followed him forward, and her confidence became weaker with every step. Despite her attempts to show her affection, Wu Jingting remained indifferent. Was it because he didn't love her at all? In his previous life, Wu Jingting did not remarry after their divorce, and there were no gossips about him. This can only mean that Wu Jingting is a man who keeps himself clean. After all, in the 2 years since they got married, he only expressed his desire for intimacy on their wedding night, and he never mentioned it again after being rejected by Lin Ruxia. He seemed to be a man who had little desire for sex. And sending her to the hospital should just be his responsibility as an ex-husband to his ex-wife. Lin Ruxia pouted. How could she be asked to hug his thigh? Chapter 5. Why don't you become an actor if the play is so good? Jingting, why did you come so late? A serious male voice interrupted the chaotic emotions in Lin Ruxia's mind. She raised her head and met the man's eyes, her whole face twisted into a bitter gourd. You will meet someone you don't want to meet. This is truly an eternal law of life. That's right, this man wearing an off-white linen shirt and looking to be in his 40s is Wu Jingting's elder brother Wu Jingjin, and he is also the person Lin Ruxia fears the most in the Wu family. When Wu Jingting was born, Wu Jingjin was already in his early 20s. The relationship between the two was more like father and son than brothers, because Wu Jingting was raised by Wu Jingjin. When Mr. Wu was busy marrying a concubine, Wu Jingjin resolutely moved out of the Wu family with Wu Jingting. He could accept that his mother died of childbirth complications, But he could not accept that his father, who had always been deeply in love with his mother, could not even endure for a year and hurriedly remarried a woman who was only 3 years older than him. From then on, the relationship between Hu Jingjin and Mr. Hu became like fire and water. He would not go home except during the Chinese New Year and the old man's birthday, and slowly eroded the Hu media group. After Hu Jingting became an adult, he completely sidelined the old man, transferred the company to Hu Jingting's name, and created a new company outside. He never married. The bookish man standing next to Hu Jingjin is Hu Jingting's second brother, named Hu Jingshu. He has loved poetry since he was a child and is 15 years older than Hu Jingting. Although he looks gentle, he is very stubborn. After the old man remarried, he directly extorted money from his father, went abroad to study alone, and lived with his eldest brother during holidays. He rarely returned to the Hu family's old house. He is currently a professor at a well-known university in High City, and his wife is also a teacher at the same school. Brother, some things delayed us, so we came a little late. Hu Jingting had already walked up to the two of them, and Lin Ruxia also whispered, "Hello, big brother, hello, second brother." HMPH. Hu Jingjin didn't give Lin Ruxia a good look at all. She touched her nose awkwardly. Hu Jingshu smiled and said, "Your sister-in-law is here just in time. Your second sister-in-law and Chichi are on the second floor. That child is very naughty. You can go and help watch her for a while." "Okay." Lin Ruxia nodded, then raised her head and looked at Hu Jingting's face and said, "I'll go upstairs to find my second sister-in-law first. Call me if you need anything." "Go ahead." Hu Jingting still had no expression on his face. Hu Jingshu looked at his third brother, who kept his eyes on the woman going upstairs, and smiled again and said, "It seems your sister-in-law has changed a little." HMPH, you shameless woman. Third brother, what are you thinking? I have advised you so many times, but you still won't divorce me. Divorce is also troublesome, and it's not easy to end it with the old man. Hu Jingting looked at the wall in front of the door, his eyes flickering, and no one knew what was in his mind. "Okay, we've finally gotten together, so let's not talk about unhappy things." Hu Jingshu spoke up to smooth things over for the two of them. "Brother, I found the original English book you asked me to find last time. It's in the car. Remember to come get it for me when you're done." "Okay." Hu Jingjin's expression looked better. The hall was filled with joy. Most of the people there were Mo Funfun's relatives. Lin Ruxia moved aside and secretly went upstairs. She didn't even have the thought of going to wish Mr. Hu a happy birthday. In order to keep a check on the 3 sons left by his ex-wife, the old man forced Lin Bixia to marry Lin Ruxia through a business marriage. However, when Lin Bixia's company got into trouble, the old man hid away faster than anyone else. Lin Ruxia doesn't like Mr. Hu, and she dislikes Mo Funfun even more. Although these two cannot be offended at the moment, she still has to make long-term plans. Forget it, instead of wasting time thinking about how to please Big Brother, after all, what Big Brother says can still have some effect on Hu Jingting. However, Hu Jingjin's disgust towards him was obvious, and it would take time to dispel these emotions, not to mention that what he had done before was indeed inhumane. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she felt. Lin Ruxia touched her nose and lowered her head as she stepped onto the stairs. She didn't even notice that her feet had fallen into the enemy's encirclement. She felt someone tripped her, and then a big round cake rolled down from the upstairs with her. Hiss! The pain spread from her ankle to her heart. Lin Ruxia raised her head and saw Mo Qingyang standing on the stairs with a panicked look on her face, as well as the pride that she could not hide on her face. "Shit, a scam has happened to me. Don't you know I'm in a bad mood now? Cousin Qingyang, I know you don't like me, but why did you deliberately throw the cake at me? I did accidentally trip you on the stairs last time, but I also apologized sincerely. Even if you are angry, you can't act like a petty person on Dad's birthday." Seeing Mo Yangwei about to speak, Lin Ruxia quickly stopped her. If she didn't take the initiative in this matter, would she wait for the other party to frame her again? She is not a soft-hearted person. She didn't care about Hu Jingting before because she didn't care about all the beautiful women around Hu Jingting. But things are different now. Because of what happened in her previous life, Lin Ruxia feels full of guilt and a little expectation of love towards Hu Jingting, and she wants to treat him well. Everyone in the living room gathered around. Lin Ruxia wiped away 2 tears and choked up, "I know you like Jingting. Even if you seduced him openly, I didn't say anything because of our relative's face. But how could you do such a cruel thing to me? You. Mo Qingyang was choked by her words for a moment. Something was wrong. This script was wrong. Shouldn't the plot be that Lin Ruxia deliberately caused trouble to ruin the old man's birthday party, and instead of pushing himself, she fell down the stairs? She had planned it when she saw Lin Ruxia sneaking up the stairs. According to Lin Ruxia's previous personality of being too lazy to explain, she would have been able to firmly put the blame on him. Why is she so sharp-tongued now? By the time she reacted and wanted to speak, she had already missed the best time to speak. Hu Jingting and his two brothers had heard the noise inside and came over. Someone in the hall also helped Lin Ruxia, who had fallen to the ground and was covered in a mess, up. Mo Qingyang looked at Lin Ruxia's aggrieved and forbearing face, and held up her swollen ankle and complained to Hu Jingting delicately, "Husband, cousin Qingyang threw a cake at me and pushed me. What's going on?" Hu Jingting reached out to support Lin Ruxia, and looked at Mo Qingyang with a pair of calm eyes that seemed to be mixed with a bit of anger. "No, that's not the case. I was walking downstairs with the cake in my hand. I don't know why my cousin bumped into me, and then she fell downstairs with the cake." Mo Yanwei's face was still filled with understandable shock and panic. She hurried down the stairs and grabbed Lin Ruxia's hand. "Cousin, why did you bump into me?" "Wow, he looks so sincere. Why doesn't he become an actor when he is so good at acting?" Chapter 6, Shrimp and Pork Heart. "Yes, third sister-in-law, why did you bump into my cousin for no reason?" A familiar female voice was heard. Lin Ruxia looked in the direction of the voice and a young and tender face came into view. "Oh, isn't this the old man's favorite youngest daughter, Hu Ningning?" Lin Ruxia narrowed her eyes slightly. It was just right. Two of them would take care of a pair. Neither of these two cousins would be able to escape. "Ningning, you were standing at the back, and you couldn't see the stairs from that position. How could you insist that I bumped into Qingyang? Did you two plan this? Why did you team up with outsiders to frame my sister-in-law?" Lin Ruxia leaned closer to Hu Jingting's arms. Hu Jingting seemed to be disgusted with Lin Ruxia, who was covered in cream, and took a step back. Lin Ruxia reached out and grabbed him, not allowing him to dodge. The cake was smashed by his cousin, why should he hide? Hu Jingting froze and didn't move. "Sister-in-law's feet are so swollen. I know I will get hurt if I bump into someone on the stairs, so why would I do such a thing? Besides, your brother and I are trying to get pregnant. Maybe I'm pregnant with our Hu family's child. How could I joke about my own child?" Now everyone was stunned. Preparing for pregnancy? Isn't it said that these two people have a bad relationship? Isn't it said that Lin Ruxia is still thinking about another man? What's going on? Is the rumor false? Even Hu Jingting shuddered and looked down at Lin Ruxia, his eyes flickering with some unknown emotion. Weren't you with that Jiang?" Mo Qingyang spoke haltingly. She was stunned by Lin Ruxia's words. It was Hu Jingting who personally went to capture Lin Ruxia, and it was Hu Jingting who watched Lin Ruxia cheat so many times, so why was he still with her? Why was he still trying to get pregnant with her? Shock, anger, and resentment all surged into his heart. How was he inferior to Lin Ruxia? Why did his cousin ignore his feelings for him? Since everyone is here, I will explain the truth to you all. Lin Ruxia wiped the cream on her forehead with her hand. "I was indeed reluctant to marry into the Hu family at first, and I always had my ex-boyfriend in my heart, so I did a lot of wrong things. But Jingting was very good to me, and I gradually fell in love with him. I didn't want to let him down, so I went to make things clear with my ex-boyfriend a few days ago." Lin Ruxia couldn't say she didn't feel guilty when she said this. It was fake that she had made things clear with Jiang Ciyan. It was true that she wanted to elope with him. It was fake that she fell in love with Hu Jingting. It was true that she tried to love him. "You're lying." Mo Qingyang no longer cared about her dignity. She pointed at Lin Ruxia and said angrily, "It was you who wanted to hit me just now, it was you. Oh, are you losing your composure so quickly? You dare to yell in front of me with your low level." Lin Ruxia rolled her eyes in her heart. After she divorced and got together with Jiang Ciyan in her previous life, Jiang Ciyan's mother was much more cunning than Mo Qingyang. She was very good at framing and sowing discord. After fighting with the evil mother-in-law for so many years, Lin Ruxia's level has long been improved. "Cousin, you have to have evidence when you speak. I can ignore you throwing a cake at me, but you can't just frame me. Lin Ruxia's voice was mixed with tears. She was just so pitiful, who wouldn't pretend? You said I hit you with a cake and that made you fall down, but the cake is so light, how could you fall down just by being touched? Mo Qingyang was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling, and she didn't notice that her tone was too aggressive. When fighting in front of everyone, pretending to be innocent is an important skill. After all, the onlookers do not know the truth of the matter, and their default mentality will tend to favor the weak. Lin Ruxia laughed when she heard her question. She was worried that Mo Qingyang would not mention this matter. She had just thought of several ways to try to lead the topic here. Hey, little sister, you asked for this, don't blame me for killing you, Tilda. It's because my husband tortured me too hard last night. I don't have any strength in my legs today. Everyone. Wu Jingting? Mo Qingyang. The living room was plunged into a strange atmosphere, and it was Wu Jingting who broke the unusual tranquility first. I'll help Ruxia change her clothes first. Aunt Zhang, clean up the floor. Turning around and going upstairs, Lin Ruxia lowered her head and curled the corners of her lips quietly. She finally taught this green tea girl who seduced her husband every day a lesson. I let you jump in front of my husband every day. Are you full of dog food now? Do you want to burp? Lin Ruxia's ultimate goal was not to figure out who was right and who was wrong. There was no surveillance to check and no one to testify. Moreover, they were all relatives, and it was impossible to directly hand them over to the Public Security Bureau to let the police make a judgment. What she wanted was to make Mo Qingyang suffer, and at the same time, try her best to make up for the elopement in front of everyone and pave the way for herself in the future. But I have to go down and apologize later, especially I have to say a few nice words to Mo Fenfen, which is very annoying. Lin Ruxia was so busy planning that when Wu Jingting helped her walk into the guest room on the second floor, she remembered that the Wu family didn't have any clothes for her. She poked the man's arm anxiously and said, "Go to the car and get me that beige suit. And also get me my makeup bag." The man didn't move. He put his hands on Lin Ruxia's shoulders and asked, "Why did you say those things?" It's over, it's over. What was supposed to come has finally come." Lin Ruxia looked up at him resignedly, mentally prepared to be questioned and scolded by Wu Jingting. But when she met his eyes, she saw that there was no emotion in his eyes, only a hint of inquiry. Lin Ruxia blushed and avoided his probing gaze. "I know you won't believe me even if I tell you, but I really want to make up for my previous mistakes. I want to stay by your side." No one spoke for a long time. Lin Ruxia's heart was beating fast as she waited for Wu Jingting's response. She punched Wu Jingting in anger and said, "I did do a lot of wrong things in the past. Can you at least tell me and give me a chance to make amends?" Wu Jingting straightened Lin Ruxia's face and made her look into his eyes. Lin Ruxia's face was clearly reflected in those calm eyes. She stared at him intently for a long time before she heard a question the man asked, which seemed to have been on his mind for a long time. "Lin Ruxia, did you also have that dream?" Lin Ruxia blinked several times. What the hell was Wu Jingting talking about? Can't understand. What dream? Did you dream? Fine. Wu Jingting looked into Lin Ruxia's eyes, which contained only confusion and nothing else. Without waiting for Lin Ruxia to speak again, Wu Jingting brushed off the clothes that were wrinkled by her and said coldly, "Don't move here. I'll have someone bring you clothes." After saying that, he walked out. Chapter 7, Teach you a lesson for her. The door was slammed shut, and Lin Ruxia sat down on the sofa, rolling her eyes. "Why are you so fierce? It was she who was hit with a cake, okay?" Looking at Wu Jingting's expression, I would have thought he was being bullied. Lin Ruxia snorted, the scene just now still lingering in her mind. Did you have that dream too?" Lin Ruxia frowned and thought, could it be that Wu Jingting had a dream? Why did he suddenly say these words to himself? Could it be that what just happened overlapped with his dream? What just happened that was worth dreaming about? She had cake thrown at her by Mo Qingyang. No, Wu Jingting also asked her why she said those words. Could it be that what she said was similar to the dream Wu Jingting had had? Lin Ruxia thought carefully about what she had just said. First, she implied Mo Qingyang, then said that she was preparing for pregnancy, and said that Wu Jingting had tortured her badly last night. Thinking of this, Lin Ruxia widened her eyes and sat up straight immediately. Could it be that Wu Jingting dreamed of getting pregnant with me? Well, then, does that mean that Wu Jingting had a wet dream about her? R. Lin Ruxia blushed immediately, her eyes sparkling. TSK, although he pretends to be so indifferent on the surface, he is also fantasizing about having sex with her secretly. Oh, man. Lin Ruxia mercifully decided to reward Hu Jingting tonight and make his dream come true. Just as Lin Ruxia was giggling wildly and fantasizing, there was a knock on the door. Sister-in-law, are you there? A gentle female voice pulled Lin Ruxia out of the illusion. It was her second sister-in-law Meng Wanwan. Meng Wanwan is, as her name suggests, a gentle and virtuous person. Even though Lin Ruxia and the Hu family had a very unpleasant quarrel in her previous life, Meng Wanwan never treated her coldly. Second sister-in-law, I'm here, please come in. The door was opened and Meng Wanwan walked in holding a delicate little child with a bag hanging on the little child's wrist. Lin Ruxia went over to him and pinched the little girl's face. Chichi has grown up so much, so cute. Meng Wanwan smiled and said, Chichi, call me aunt. Aunt, here you go. Chichi looks so cute when she smiles. She holds the bag in her round little hands and wants to put it into Lin Ruxia's hands. I just saw my third brother downstairs. He said these are your spare clothes. Take a shower and change them. It must be uncomfortable to have cake stuck to your body. Lin Ruxia was a little surprised to hear this. She originally thought that Hu Jingting would ask the servants to help her get the clothes, but from what her second sister-in-law said, it seemed that Hu Jingting went to get them himself. Just now she was so absorbed in fantasizing about having sex with Hu Jingting that she forgot to tidy herself up, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Meng Wanwan asked with concern, your face has been red since you came in. Are you sick? Oh, no, it might be because of the quarrel with Mo Qingyang. Second sister-in-law, please sit for a while. I'm going to take a shower and will be out soon. Lin Ruxia quickly ran into the bathroom with the bag, as if someone was chasing her from behind. After quickly tidying up and blowing her hair dry, Lin Ruxia opened the bag that Chichi had brought her. Inside was the beige suit that Lin Ruxia and Hu Jingting mentioned, as well as her makeup bag. Lin Ruxia thought happily that it seemed that Hu Jingting still took her words to heart. From this point of view, Hu Jingting is actually very good to her and can be said to have done his best. After all, it had been so many years since their divorce in the previous life, but Hu Jingting had never had any scandals and he still wore the watch she gave him. Lin Ruxia suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was Hu Jingting so nice to her? It seems like he still misses her. Otherwise, why do you keep wearing that watch? Lin Ruxia thought about it and realized that when she was with Hu Jingting, he seemed to have never worn that watch. Bang! A loud noise interrupted Lin Ruxia's distraction. She quickly put on her clothes and came out to find that it was Chichi who broke a vase in the guest room. Meng Wanwan was scolding her, didn't mom tell you not to climb on the sofa? Chess wants it. Chichi pointed at a Rubik's Cube on the cabinet. She had just climbed onto the sofa just to reach the Rubik's Cube. Then tell your mom and she'll help you get it. Don't climb onto the sofa by yourself. It's very dangerous. Meng Wanwan had no choice but to help her daughter take down the Rubik's Cube and was about to ask someone to clean up the pieces. What happened? What broke? At this moment, the door was pushed open from the outside and Wu Ningning walked straight in. Meng Wanwan said apologetically, Chichi accidentally broke the vase, and I was just about to ask someone to clean it up. Wu Ningning frowned, how could you break a vase on Dad's birthday? You can't even take care of your own child. His tone was domineering, as if he was scolding his own servant. Even though Meng Wanwan was well educated, she couldn't stand such impolite words. She picked up Chichi and said, little sister, I am your elder, you shouldn't speak to me in this tone. Wu Ningning didn't care, who do you think you are? You are just a guest today. In her mind, her parents and she are family, and her 3 brothers are just strangers. After all, from childhood to adulthood, there were only 3 of them living in the Hu family, and their brothers only came occasionally. This is her home, everyone else is an outsider. An outsider broke a vase at home, and not only did he not apologize, he even tried to use his status as an elder to put pressure on her. Meng Wanwan had never met such an uneducated person before. She was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, but she couldn't say a single harsh word. Lin Ruxia couldn't stand it anymore and pushed Wu Ningning directly, this is the Hu family, and my second sister-in-law is also a member of the Hu family. We are all your elders, so please show some respect. Wu Ningning glanced at Lin Ruxia in disbelief, as if she had not expected that Lin Ruxia would dare to attack her. You pushed me. What's wrong with pushing you? Didn't your mother teach you to respect your elders? I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson for her. Lin Ruxia was tall and wore a pair of high heels. She was a head taller than Hu Ningning and looked down at her. You, who do you think you are? You are nothing but a loose woman. You might be kicked out one day, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Hu Ningning was furious. She cursed and reached out to push Lin Ruxia, but her strength was too weak to push her away. Lin Ruxia was annoyed by her pushing her and directly grabbed Hu Ningning's wrist. Hu Ningning struggled a few times but couldn't get free at all. You, let me go. Apologize to my second sister-in-law. Lin Ruxia stared at her with a powerful aura and a tone that made it impossible to refuse. Hu Ningning was frightened by her appearance, and immediately softened a lot, stammering, You let me go, my mother is coming up. Lin Ruxia was amused. Why, you haven't been weaned yet. Chapter 8, Leave Green Tea No Way Out. Hu Ningning could tell that Lin Ruxia was mocking her, and she got angry and raised her leg to kick her. Lin Ruxia frowned and pushed Hu Ningning back, and Hu Ningning was pushed to the ground by Lin Ruxia. You hit me. I'm going to hit you. Either apologize or get out. Lin Ruxia looked at Hu Ningning, who was slumped on the ground, as if she were looking at garbage. Sister-in-law, forget it. Meng Wanwan stepped forward and held Lin Ruxia's hand. After all, today was Mr. Hu's birthday. If something else happened, they would be laughed at by outsiders. Lin Ruxia didn't intend to make a big fuss. She had just had a fight with Mo Qingyang, and it would not be good to continue to hold Hu Ningning accountable. She glared at Hu Ningning and said, Why don't you get out of here? Hu Ningning said harshly, Just wait for me. After saying that, she got up from the ground and ran away quickly. Lin Ruxia closed the door. Chichi didn't seem to be afraid at all about the argument between her and Hu Ningning. She tilted her head and looked at her curiously. Chichi, why are you staring at me? Lin Ruxia pinched Chichi's little face, the skin was so soft. Aunt teaches chess. Lin Ruxia said with a smile, What should I teach you? Your parents are much more educated than your aunt. Chichi shook his head seriously, Teach Chichi to fight. Meng Wanwan's expression changed several times, Don't talk nonsense, auntie didn't he fight? It's okay. I did fight anyway, so it's not unfair to say that I fought, right, little dumpling. Lin Ruxia was playing with Chichi, and Meng Wanwan looked at her thoughtfully, smiled and said, You said something different from others. Lin Ruxia raised her eyebrows, What do others say about me? He is unruly and willful, and doesn't know how to appreciate his blessings. Meng Wanwan did not hide it from her. Lin Ruxia must have heard these words countless times. That's true. I am quite stubborn and willful. It's also true that people don't appreciate the blessings they have. Many times, we don't realize how precious the things we have are until we lose them. Lin Ruxia sighed. After her divorce in her previous life, she was in dire straits every day. The so-called love has long been exhausted by the polish of reality. You are so young, but you speak so old-fashionedly. Since you plan to live a good life with my third brother, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Meng Wanwan thought Lin Ruxia's tone was a little funny, and it sounded like she had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Lin Ruxia smiled bitterly and shook her head, We are not in a free love relationship like you and my second brother. Hu Jingting was only willing to marry me because he was forced by the old man. Forced? Meng Wanwan asked in surprise, Who told you that? Isn't it? Hu Jingting and I are a business marriage. My mother almost went bankrupt at the time, and the company got back on track after she married me. Lin Ruxia took a pack of biscuits from the coffee table, opened it and put it into her mouth. Meng Wanwan patted Lin Ruxia on the shoulder and said, From what I know, that's not the case. At that time, your mother didn't agree to marry you. It was Hu Jingting who took the initiative to find your aunt. I don't know what they talked about before your aunt agreed. Cough cough cough. Lin Ruxia accidentally choked on her biscuits after hearing what Meng Wanwan said, Second sister-in-law, you are such a joker. Then just take it as a joke. Meng Wanwan patted Lin Ruxia on the back to calm her down and didn't insist on saying anything else. After all, it is the couple's own business. Lin Ruxia glanced at the time and realized that she had stayed upstairs for too long. She quickly took out her makeup bag to touch up her makeup, and went downstairs with Meng Wanwan. There was a lot of noise downstairs, and the fast just now seemed like a handful of waves on the sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The stairs were clean, as if nothing had happened. Lin Ruxia stood on a high place and looked around, but did not see Hu Jingting or Mo Qingyang. It seems that this little slut is going somewhere with Hu Jingting again. Second sister-in-law, I'm going to go out and look for Hu Jingting. Go ahead, be careful. Meng Wanwan saw Hu Jingshu standing by the window. Hu Jingshu was looking over here. The two looked at each other and smiled at each other. Meng Wanwan held Chichi in her arms and walked towards Hu Jingshu. Lin Ruxia saw all of this and suppressed her envy deep in her heart. They were all in free love, and the second brother and second sister-in-law were always as sweet as if they were in love, but the relationship between her and the scumbag Jiang Ciyan was a mess. Forget it, it's all over. The important person now is Hu Jingting. Lin Ruxia stood there, took a deep breath, and walked out of the hall to find Hu Jingting. There were not many people in the backyard at the moment. Everyone was busy socializing in their hall. Lin Ruxia walked around for a long time before she heard faint voices talking not far away. She walked around a tree and saw Hu Jingting hanging on the horizontal bar doing pull-ups, and Mo Qingyang, who was looking up and talking about something. Hu Jingting was wearing a shirt and trousers, with his sleeves rolled up to his forearms and two buttons on his chest undone. Under the shirt, one can vaguely see Hu Jingting's muscles tense due to exercise. Lin Ruxia licked her lips. This man was so handsome. She took a few steps closer and heard clearly what Mo Qingyang said. Cousin, I really didn't mean to do that just now. I don't know why my cousin's wife fell down. My cousin's wife hates me so much, is it because I did something that made her dislike me? Ningning is still crying in the room. I persuaded her to stop. Cousin, please don't be angry with your wife. I believe she didn't hit you on purpose. It really is a cup of authentic high-quality green tea. Listen, this is a standard green tea speech. It can almost be written into textbooks for low-level green tea students to copy and recite the entire text. Hu Jingting didn't say a word from beginning to end, and didn't even look at her. Cousin, why don't I go and apologize to my cousin's wife? You two must not quarrel because of me. Mo Qingyang looked so innocent that Lin Ruxia wanted to applaud her. Really, it's a pity that Mo Qingyang didn't become an actress. My cousin is such a sensible person. You have already offered to apologize to me, and I am embarrassed to refuse you. I am here now, so please apologize. Lin Ruxia walked towards the two of them with a smile and stood next to Hu Jingting. Hu Jingting didn't expect Lin Ruxia to come over. He jumped off the horizontal bar and brushed off his shirt as if nothing had happened. Lin Ruxia took the opportunity to put her arm around Hu Jingting's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and rubbed it coquettishly. Hubby, you have to listen carefully. Cousin Qingyang wants to apologize to me. Once she apologizes, this matter will be over. Husband, please don't be angry with cousin Qingyang anymore tilde. Lin Ruxia raised her eyebrows proudly and looked at Mo Qingyang provocatively. This is called following the path of green tea and leaving green tea with nowhere to go. Chapter 9, Stay Away From Me. Hu Jingting got goosebumps at the delicate voice. He looked down at Lin Ruxia with a dark look in his eyes. And that bright little face was now raising an eyebrow at Mo Qingyang. Mo Qingyang suppressed the anger in her heart and said in a gentle voice, I'm sorry, cousin, there was some misunderstanding between us just now. I hope you won't hold it against me. Lin Ruxia played with Hu Jingting's cufflinks with her hands and looked up to meet Hu Jingting's gaze. There was too much inquiry in that look, so Lin Ruxia immediately looked away and had no intention of continuing to fight with Mo Qingyang. It's okay. Since cousin Qingyang has apologized, this matter is over. Lin Ruxia loosened her hand and tried to pull her arm out of Hu Jingting's arm. Hu Jingting suddenly clamped his arms together to prevent Lin Ruxia from pulling out. In Mo Qingyang's eyes, these little actions were a blatant display of affection. Her teeth were clattering, and she tried hard to suppress her gritting tone, but cousin, no matter what, you shouldn't hit Ningning today. Lin Ruxia glanced at her and said, I beat her, she deserved it. Why don't you ask her what she did? Mo Qingyang was a little flustered. She never expected that Lin Ruxia could be so righteous after beating someone up, nor did she expect that Hu Jingting didn't care at all about her beating someone up. Why? Why didn't this go according to the script? Shouldn't Hu Jingting angrily question Lin Ruxia after finding out that she had beaten someone up? But Hu Jingting didn't react at all. Seeing that Mo Qingyang didn't speak, Lin Ruxia frowned in disdain. Cousin Qingyang, your brother Ting and I have a love affair, can you please step aside for a moment? Don't stand here and act like a green tea light bulb. Mo Qingyang tried hard to make her expression look less ferocious, and squeezed out a sentence, okay. After saying that, she immediately turned and left. But Lin Ruxia still noticed her stumbling in her forced steady steps. TSK, I thought he was so skilled, but it turns out he is just like this. Lin Ruxia rolled her eyes and turned back to meet Hu Jingting's gaze. The man had no expression on his face and said coldly, why don't you let go? Lin Ruxia, hello? Brother, you didn't let me pull my hand back just now, okay? What is the matter with putting the blame on someone else? Although she secretly complained, Lin Ruxia did not dare to show it. She obediently withdrew her hand, stood there with her head lowered, and looked extremely obedient. But Hu Jingting knew that although she looked like a kitten, she actually had a pair of wolf claws. If you are not careful, you will get scratched. Thinking of Lin Ruxia's disgusted look at him before, Hu Jingting took a step back calmly before asking, why did you hit him? Lin Ruxia did not directly answer Hu Jingting's question, but looked up at him pitifully, are you mean to me? She was still feeling wronged. Hu Jingting pressed his eyebrows together. Even though he knew she was pretending, his tone softened unconsciously, I'm not being mean to you. I just want to know why you and Hu Ningning had a fight. Lin Ruxia stretched out her little hand to grab the corner of Hu Jingting's clothes, pouting and lowering her eyebrows and saying, hubby, don't be mean to me. In an instant, Hu Jingting's mind flashed with the girl who had appeared many times in his dreams. She always grabbed the corner of his clothes and followed him, calling him husband in a soft voice. The tone is exactly the same as it is now. Hu Jingting had the urge to reach out and hug her, but he put his arm down halfway. Hu Jingting, she is not the Lin Ruxia in your dreams. He warned himself. Seeing that he didn't respond, Lin Ruxia thought Hu Jingting was really angry, and shook his clothes again. She was the one who ordered my second sister-in-law around first, so I hit her. Don't be angry, husband. Hu Jingting squeezed out a hum from his throat. The voice was hoarse, but Lin Ruxia didn't notice. She raised her little face, and her smile was like a flower blooming in spring. Then it's a deal, you won't be angry with me. Hu Jingting really wanted to rub her head and say to her, husband will never be angry with Xia. Just like myself and her in the dream. But he held back, looked away, and just nodded. Lin Ruxia was happy. She stretched out her hand and placed it in front of Hu Jingting, saying in a tender voice, husband, can we hold hands? She was betting that Hu Jingting had feelings for her. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the watch on his hand when she last saw him in her previous life. And what my second sister-in-law said today was that it was Hu Jingting who took the initiative to find my mother, and only then did my mother agree to marry Lin Ruxia. Hu Jingting stared at her glowing white hands and closed his eyes in pain. He couldn't quite tell whether he was in reality or dreaming. Over the past few years, Lin Ruxia would sneak into his dreams every night, and in his dreams, she would act coquettishly to him and rub his arm. After waking up from the dream, he opened his eyes to see the cold Lin Ruxia, and her eyes full of contempt and disgust when she occasionally glanced at him. The sweetness and pampering in dreams are real, and the alienation and coldness outside dreams are also real. After suffering from such a huge emotional gap for so long, Hu Jingting finally managed to not be affected by the dream and treat Lin Ruxia as a stranger. But what is she doing now? Since you have no feelings for me, why do you start to attack my psychological defenses? Lin Ruxia's hand hung in the air, and after a long time Hu Jingting did not respond at all. She withdrew her hand angrily and secretly looked up at him, but saw Hu Jingting with his eyes tightly closed and a face full of sorrow. You, what's wrong with you? Lin Ruxia was frightened by his appearance and reached out to touch his face, but was slapped away by Hu Jingting. Bang! In an instant, a red mark was left on her snow-white arm. Lin Ruxia looked up and saw that Hu Jingting had already opened his eyes, but his eyes were full of sinisterness. Stay away from me. After saying this, Hu Jingting strode away, without a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Lin Ruxia was left standing there in a daze for a long time. On the third floor, Mo Qingyang took it all in. This is a small attic in the villa. Normally no one goes up there, but this room has a window facing the fitness area in the backyard. Mo Qingyang was standing in front of this window. She curled the corners of her lips in satisfaction. It seemed that everything Lin Ruxia said in front of everyone today was false. What with all the preparations for pregnancy and all the hard work, it was all just her wishful thinking. The fact is, Brother Jingting didn't even look at her. Even her touch made Brother Jingting feel sick. Otherwise, why would he be so ruthless in getting rid of Lin Ruxia, this pretentious woman? The more Mo Qingyang thought about it, the more excited she became. She had already thought of the moment when Lin Ruxia was kicked out of the Hu family. Pulling out her phone from her pocket, Mo Qingyang replied with a message, "Yes, you are my uncle's most beloved little baby. If my uncle knew that she hit you, he would definitely make her apologize." Chapter 10. You are truly a world-renowned double standard. When Lin Ruxia returned to their hall, it was in chaos. She walked in without knowing why, and found that the people inside secretly exchanged glances after seeing her. What's going on? The scene was in chaos. Lin Ruxia stood on tiptoe and saw Hu Jingting, who was surrounded in the center of the crowd. He stood tall with his hands in his pockets. His sharp jawline drew an arc, and his tightly pursed lips showed his impatience. Hu Jingshu and Meng Wanwan were standing next to him, and Meng Wanwan was explaining something anxiously. "Excuse me, please make way." Lin Ruxia was squeezed to the outside. She patted the shoulder of the person in front of her. When everyone turned around and saw her, they consciously made way for her. Lin Ruxia's strange feeling resurfaced. After she squeezed in, she finally understood why everyone looked at her like that and took the initiative to make way for her. Because she is one of the parties involved. Hu Ningning sobbed in the arms of the old man of the Hu family, crying and accusing Lin Ruxia of her evil deeds. "She not only pushed me, but also beat me. Woo, Dad, she bullied me in our house." Mr. Hu hugged his little daughter distressedly. "Ningning, don't cry. No one in the Hu family dares to bully you." Lin Ruxia frowned. "TSK, how annoying. There is a misunderstanding about this matter, Dad. You can't just listen to Hu Ningning alone." Hu Jingting raised his eyes and saw Lin Ruxia. He stretched out his hand and asked her to stand beside him, his voice neither hurried nor slow. Mr. Hu was furious. Lin Ruxia even dared to beat Ning Ning at home. How could there be any misunderstanding? "Dad, this is not my sister-in-law's fault. It's all because of me. My sister-in-law just pushed Ning Ning because she couldn't stand it anymore." Meng Wanwan had explained this several times, but Mr. Hu just wouldn't listen. Mo Funfun was wiping her tears beside him. Although she didn't say anything, Lin Ruxia knew that Mo Funfun was standing there to put pressure on Mr. Hu. Lin Ruxia snorted coldly. "I pushed him, it has nothing to do with my second sister-in-law." Old Master Hu glared at her. "How dare you say that? Who gave you the guts to hit someone right under my nose? Are you trying to make me unhappy?" "I didn't mean to make you unhappy." It was Hu Ningning who spoke rudely first. "Dad, before you scold me, why don't you ask what Ningning said to my second sister-in-law?" Lin Ruxia crossed her arms across her chest, not at all suppressed by Mr. Hu's anger. "If you can't teach your daughter well yourself, you won't allow others to teach her." "I didn't say anything." Hu Ningning hid in the old man's arms and shouted, then lowered her head and began to cry. "Just cry, cry, cry." Lin Ruxia took a deep breath. "It's not you who spoke disrespectfully to the second sister-in-law? It's not you who said that the second sister-in-law is not a member of the Hu family but a guest?" Hu Ningning's body stiffened, and she subconsciously retorted, "I didn't." Hu Jingshu's face turned cold. "Wanwan, did Ningning really say that?" Meng Wanwan has a gentle personality and has never said anything about what Hu Ningning did. Now that Lin Ruxia has spoken out, there is no need to hide it any further. Meng Wanwan nodded, and then comforted her. "Ningning is still young and naive. She may have spoken a little aggressively, but it's okay. Dad, your daughter doesn't consider us as members of the Hu family. How should we settle this account?" Hu Jingjin was originally standing behind Hu Jingshu, but after hearing what Lin Ruxia said, he immediately stood up in anger. He is the eldest brother and has been protecting his younger brothers since they were young. How could he bear to see his younger brothers and sisters being bullied? "I originally thought that Lin Ruxia was just looking for trouble and had a fight with Hu Ningning, but it turned out that Lin Ruxia was teaching her a lesson after hearing Hu Ningning speak disrespectfully." Old Master Hu had always been afraid of his eldest son. After all, when he married Mo Funfun, his eldest son had already grown up and had quietly sidelined him. After Hu Jingjin made his statement, Mr. Hu remained silent. Mo Funfun, who was standing aside, so that she was at a disadvantage and started to wipe away her tears again. "It's so frustrating for me to be a stepmother. After I married into the family, none of my sons respected me. Now they team up to bully my daughter and me. I. Shut up. Hu Jingting glanced over, and his cold eyes made Mo Fenfen shiver uncontrollably. It's wrong for me to hit someone, but I'm Ningning's third sister-in-law. Since Dad and Aunt Mo didn't teach Ningning to respect elders, and the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, I can educate her. Lin Ruxia stood there with an unruly expression on her face. The aura around her was fierce. Mo Fenfen looked up at her, but was unable to utter a word. Hu Ningning apologized to the second and third sisters-in-law. Hu Jingjian's tone was unhappy, and even Mr. Hu didn't dare to confront him head-on. He said angrily, Ningning is still a child. You are all adults. Why are you still arguing with a child? Lin Ruxia laughed out of anger. He's already passed his 18th birthday and is he still considered a child? She picked up Chichi who was standing next to Meng Wanwan, pinched Chichi's little face and said, Aunt Ningning bullied Mom and Aunt. Chichi, do you want to help Mom and Aunt? Although Chichi was only 3 years old, he knew that Aunt Ningning had been bullying his mother upstairs just now, and his aunt helped his mother get revenge. She nodded firmly, protect Mom. Then Auntie, please say one sentence, and Chichi will say one sentence, okay. Good. Lin Ruxia raised the corners of her lips and raised her eyebrows, saying word by word, Aunt Ningning, you are so uneducated. Chichi followed suit, Aunt Ningning, you have no manners. Grandpa and Grandma didn't teach me well. Grandpa and Grandma didn't teach me well. Chi-Chi's clear and melodious, tender childish voice spread throughout the hall. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. Swearing at someone in front of them is really cruel. Mo Fenfen's eyes turned red with anger. Lin Ruxia, what are you doing? Aunt Mo, you are such an old person, why are you still arguing with a junior like me? And you are also arguing with a child as young as Chichi? Didn't Dad just say that there is no point in arguing with a child? You. Mo Fenfen was speechless due to Lin Ruxia's suppression. Her chest was heaving violently, and the fingers pointing at Lin Ruxia were shaking. Mr. Hu was scolded in front of everyone, and his face turned completely black. Old third wife, you are too unruly. What? I teach chess to be honest and that means there are no rules. Your little daughter is just being childish and playing around. Dad, you are truly a world-famous double standard. Old Master Hu rolled his eyes and almost passed out. What kind of daughter-in-law did he marry? Didn't you say that the daughter of the Lin family was easy to control? She is clearly a little steel cannon, whoever she catches will be attacked. Hu Jingshu came over and held Chichi in his arms. Chichi, thank you, Auntie. Chichi smiled and said, thank you, Auntie. You're welcome. Lin Ruxia liked this delicate little ball very much and pinched her face again. Dad, since the Hu family doesn't welcome us, we'll leave first. Hu Jingshu extended his hand to Meng Wanwan. The woman whom he doted on so dearly was actually called a guest in his own home. It would be better not to have this home. Chapter 11, Something Must Be Wrong. Hu Jingshu and Meng Wanwan took Chichi away, and the fast was coming to an end. Lin Ruxia had no intention of asking Hu Ningning to apologize. She knew that Hu Ningning would not give in so easily. Although the Hu family's company is now in the hands of Hu Jingting and has the support of his eldest brother, many shareholders in the company are still Mr. Hu's people. It would be of no benefit to Hu Jingting to fall out now. Lin Ruxia is very flexible. Since she has vented her anger, there is nothing wrong with lowering her head. Dad, Aunt Mo, today is a happy day. Ningning and I were just joking around. Shouldn't we serve the cake now? The guests are still waiting. Old Master Hu narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ruxia. This woman changed her expression so quickly that she could play both the bad and the good roles by herself. He suppressed the anger in his heart and ordered the butler in a cold voice, get ready. The butler lowered his head to the ground, yes. All of a sudden, the tension in the living room disappeared, and everyone put their torn faces back on and started to act like brothers and sisters, living in harmony. Old Master Hu stood in the main seat and gave a speech. Mo Fenfen wiped her tears and stood beside him with a smile, firmly sitting in her position as the mistress of the house. During the meal, Lin Ruxia noticed Hu Jingting's inquiring gaze on her several times, and each time, before she could look back, Hu Jingting looked away. Strangeness. Lin Ruxia had no appetite for the meal, and her mind began to recall what Hu Jingting had said to her in the afternoon, stay away from me. Hu Jingting looked as if he hated himself. But this doesn't explain the details of Hu Jingting's affection for her. The more Lin Ruxia thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, as if she had missed something. After finishing the meal, Lin Ruxia followed the guests to see them off. She glanced at the crowd and suddenly realized what she had missed. Mo Qingyang. Since she returned to their hall, she has never seen Mo Qingyang come out again. Mo Qingyang didn't say a word while Hu Ningning was crying in Grandpa Hu's arms. Even during meal time, Mo Qingyang was not there. What happened? Did Mo Qingyang leave early? But today is the old man's birthday, why would Mo Qingyang leave without even eating? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Lin Ruxia is now on high alert, fearing that this little slut Mo Qingyang will do something big when she isn't paying attention. Third sister-in-law. Suddenly, Hu Ningning patted her from behind. Lin Ruxia turned around and looked her up and down. What are you doing? Hu Ningning actually smiled at her, tilted her head and acted cute. Third sister-in-law, I was wrong just now, I should apologize to you. Lin Ruxia quickly took 2 steps back and moved away from her. Did you take the wrong medicine? How could that be? If you do something wrong, you should apologize. I'm so sorry, third sister-in-law. Hu Ningning took 2 more steps forward and grabbed Lin Ruxia's hand to prevent her from breaking free. Third sister-in-law, can we talk? Not good. Lin Ruxia quickly rejected her. I have something else to do with your brother, I'll leave first. My brother wants to talk to my father. Third sister-in-law, please chat with me. Recently, C has released a new bag. I asked someone to buy it with great difficulty. Would you like to take a look? Hu Ningning stopped her from leaving, and Lin Ruxia became more and more suspicious. What is this little white lotus doing? Now in the Hu family, she couldn't do anything if she was left alone. Lin Ruxia nodded, then go and take a look, but we agreed that I won't go into your room. You take it out and we can look at it in the corridor. What if she hid a man in the room to frame herself? Lin Ruxia must not fall into her trap. Hu Ningning thought for a moment and said, okay, let's go. After saying that, Hu Ningning took her hand and ran to the 3rd floor. Lin Ruxia stood at the door of Hu Ningning's room, which was wide open. Hu Ningning took out a bag from the cloakroom and showed it to Lin Ruxia like a treasure. But I was saying in my heart, cousin, you must cheer up. I sacrificed a bag worth more than 3 million to show it to Lin Ruxia. Lin Ruxia doesn't like bags very much. In the past, it was because she didn't want to accept anything Hu Jingting bought for her. Later, after divorcing Hu Jingting, she was no longer qualified to have access to luxury goods. How can you possibly spend millions to buy a bag when you can't even afford your daily life? However, looking at the bag in Hu Ningning's hand, Lin Ruxia felt a little itchy in her heart. Maybe women have a natural love for bags. Just like boys like cars when they are young. Seeing that she was interested, Hu Ningning pulled her into the cloakroom. Third sister-in-law, I have a lot of other bags here, come and take a look. Lin Ruxia opened the door and followed Hu Ningning in. The other side. After seeing the guests off, Hu Jingting went straight back to his room. He drank some wine in the evening and now he feels a little dizzy. Hu Jingting pressed his temples with his hands and opened the door of his room. Although he had never lived in the Hu family had always reserved a room for him in the guest room. On the clothes hanger at the door were Lin Ruxia's dirty clothes stained with cream. Hu Jingting smiled helplessly. Thinking of Lin Ruxia's actions today, he felt that everything was not right. Lin Ruxia had never paid him any attention before, and every time she came to the Hu family, she hid in her room and refused to come out. But this time, she not only showed kindness to him, but also stood up for her second sister-in-law. Why did she seem like a different person? Was this her plan? Let me let my guard down, and then elope with Jiang Ciyan when I'm not paying attention? Hu Jingting staggered into the room, and a strange fragrance filled the air. He frowned. Did Lin Ruxia spray some perfume? Whenever he stayed at the Hu's house in the past, Lin Ruxia would sleep on the bed and he would sleep on the sofa. This time, Hu Jingting also sat down on the sofa as usual. There was only one bedside lamp on in the room, and it was dim. Hu Jingting looked up and saw a curled-up body protruding from under the quilt. Lin Ruxia fell asleep. Hu Jingting didn't think much about it and leaned back on the sofa with his eyes closed. But that strange fragrance kept drilling into his nose. He didn't know if it was because of the alcohol or for some other reason, but Hu Jingting felt his whole body getting hot. He stood up and walked towards the window. The only window in the room was next to the bed. He was afraid of waking up Lin Ruxia, so he walked very lightly. He stretched out his hand and slowly pushed the window open. He took a deep breath, and the hot feeling subsided a little. With a click, the bedside lamp behind Hu Jingting was turned off. Just as he was about to turn around, someone hugged him from behind. A pair of slender arms were wrapped around his waist. Lin Ruxia. Hu Jingting pulled her arm away and looked back at her. However, the arm that was torn off hooked around his neck, and then, a hot breath hit his face. Chapter 12. This bastard is probably dreaming. Look at this hat, sister-in-law. I went to France to have it custom made by a designer. Does it look good? There are only 5 of this dress in the world, and I only bought it because of my classmates. This pair of shoes is a show model. Do you know the Queen of the Catwalk? They are from the same series as hers. After listening to Hu Ningning's introduction for more than 20 minutes, Lin Ruxia finally lost her patience. Okay, I know you have a lot of luxuries, but I'm so sleepy now, I want to go back to sleep. After Lin Ruxia finished speaking, she didn't even look at Hu Ningning's reaction and walked out. Hu Ningning was about to stop her, but when she looked at the time, she realized that she had already delayed Lin Ruxia for half an hour. Her cousin should be done by now, right? If the third brother is in good physical condition, he might be in the final stage, and it would be nice for Lin Ruxia to go in and see him. When my cousin succeeds in her business, she promised to reward herself with 5 million. Lin Ruxia walked back to the second floor, and when she reached the door of the room, she heard faint sobbing sounds coming from inside. She stopped. Could it be Hu Jingting crying? No, it sounds like a woman's voice. Oh, damn. Could it be that Hu Jingting is having sex with someone in there? Lin Ruxia kicked the door open, and found that the main light in the room was not on. She turned on the switch on the wall with a click, and the dim room suddenly became bright. What appeared in front of her was Mo Qingyang, who was sitting on the bed crying, naked. There was also Hu Jingting standing in the distance with his shirt wrinkled into a ball. Lin Ruxia's mind exploded with a loud bang. This dog, man, and woman are actually entangled together. When Hu Jingting saw Lin Ruxia kicking the door open, his eyes were obviously flustered. Just now, Mo Qingyang hooked her arms around his neck and was about to kiss him, but Hu Jingting subconsciously dodged and immediately turned on the bedside lamp. Only then did he realize that she was not Lin Ruxia at all, but Mo Qingyang. But Mo Qingyang was not wearing anything, and everything fell into Hu Jingting's sight. He walked away quickly, turned his back to Mo Qingyang and said coldly, "Put on your clothes and get out." Mo Qingyang didn't move, but started crying. Although the Mo family is not a wealthy family, they are still well known. Mo Qingyang was brought up according to the standards of a lady and socialite since she was a child. This was the first time she lowered herself so much, even to the point of being servile. But all he got was a "get out" from Hu Jingting. Why? She and Hu Jingting have known each other since childhood. Can't their childhood sweethearts make him look at her? Mo Qingyang wanted to rush over in one go, but Hu Jingting's distant aura hurt her. He had clearly smelled the fragrance and was clearly aroused. Before Mo Qingyang could finish crying, Lin Ruxia kicked the door open. Mo Qingyang panicked and quickly wrapped the quilt around herself. Then she heard Lin Ruxia ask, "Hu Jingting, did I delay your pleasure?" Hu Jingting frowned, the heat aroused by the fragrance rushed through his body, his Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was already hoarse when he spoke, "I didn't." Lin Ruxia was not stupid. Seeing that Hu Jingting's clothes were still on, she knew that he had done nothing. But this scene was enough to make her angry. She strode to the window, pulled back the blanket wrapped around Mo Qingyang, looked her up and down, and sneered, "You really take yourself too seriously. You have no breasts, no waist, no buttocks, and short legs, and you dare to crawl into my husband's bed. You're not even qualified to pay for it." Mo Qingyang shrank back completely. She didn't dare to resist Lin Ruxia, for fear that she would get angry and call everyone up to watch. It's fine as long as it's done, and we can also say that the love between man and woman is consensual and there is no such thing as one person giving the other away. But now it is obvious that the plan has not been accomplished. After everyone finds out, she is the only one who is embarrassed. The clothes were thrown aside. Mo Qingyang sobbed and grabbed her clothes and put them on randomly. Lin Ruxia was very annoyed. Seeing that she was still sitting on her bed, he became furious and reached out to pull Mo Qingyang off the bed. Mo Qingyang was caught off guard and fell directly to the ground. A dull pain shot through my body. "Get out of here now." Mo Qingyang fled in panic. Hu Jingting stood in front of the sofa, feeling even hotter. He shook his head and unbuttoned the front two buttons of his shirt. The Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously. You, what's wrong with you? Lin Ruxia then realized that Hu Jingting was not in good condition. His face was flushed and the tense muscles in his arms were clearly visible. The fragrance in this room. The sentence was spoken intermittently, and after Lin Ruxia heard it clearly, she discovered that there was a fragrance in the room that had never been there before. She was so angry before that she didn't notice it at all. After Hu Jingting said this, Lin Ruxia felt that the fragrance became more and more obvious. Things have developed to this point. If Lin Ruxia still doesn't know what this means, then she is too stupid. She rushed towards Hu Jingting, grabbed his arm and led him to the window. Hu Jingting didn't know where to put all his strength now, and was unexpectedly dragged over by Lin Ruxia, who put her hand on the back of his head. Lin Ruxia pushed his head directly outside the window, letting him feel the cool air to wake himself up. There's something wrong with this incense. Please wait a moment while I look for where it comes from. After saying that, Lin Ruxia let go of him, but the next second Hu Jingting grabbed her wrist. Before, Lin Ruxia was 7 or 8 meters away from him. Although Hu Jingting was affected by the incense, he still remained rational. But just now Lin Ruxia was close to him, her hand on his arm, and her warm breath behind his ear as she spoke. The string called reason in Hu Jingting's mind suddenly broke. The blood in the body was boiling and roaring, rushing in one direction happily. Before Lin Ruxia could react, she suddenly felt dizzy. She was thrown onto the bed by Hu Jingting. Xia 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 xia. Hu Jingting buried his head in her neck and murmured, I miss you so much, xia xia. There was something soft and tender beneath my body, and the feeling was exactly the same as in my dream. Hu Jingting's mind was filled with the scene in his dream where Lin Ruxia called him husband in tears. Why are you so mean to me? Why are you so mean to me? Hu Jingting opened his mouth and bit her collarbone, and the sharp pain immediately spread throughout her body. Hiss. Hu Jingting, are you born in the year of the dog? Lin Ruxia almost cried in pain. This man's teeth were too sharp. She pulled his hair, trying to pull his dog head off his body. Hu Jingting's dog head nudged back and forth, his teeth still biting the flesh of her collarbone, and he murmured incoherently, Xia xia, the baby is asleep, we can. Lin Ruxia. What the hell? What baby? What can? This bastard must be dreaming. Chapter 13, Hu Jingting, let us talk. Although it was true that Lin Ruxia really wanted to have an affair with Hu Jingting, she didn't want to do that under the current circumstances. Hu Jingting was obviously influenced by the scent and not because of his feelings for her that made him close to her. After all, this was Lin Ruxia's first time in her life, and also the first time for her and Hu Jingting. We can't just leave it here like this. Lin Ruxia used all her strength to pinch Hu Jingting's arm, leaving bloody marks. Hiss. Lin Ruxia bent her knees, kicked him on the leg, and kicked him off the bed. The man fell to the ground, his shirt was torn, his arms were stained with blood, and he looked in a miserable state. You, wake up. Lin Ruxia turned over from the other side of the bed and looked at Hu Jingting with some wariness in her eyes. For a moment, the room fell silent, and only the heavy breathing of two people could be heard. Gradually, Hu Jingting's mind became clear and he realized what he had just done. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingers turned white from the force. Hu Jingting stood up from the ground, closed his eyes tightly, and then opened them again. He shook his dizzy head and said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry. Lin Ruxia sighed, go to the bathroom and take a shower first. I'll find the incense and put it out. Good. The man walked towards the bathroom with unsteady steps. This was the first time Lin Ruxia saw him unsteady. Forget it, let us find the incense first. There was the sound of running water in the bathroom. Hu Jingting stood under the water column, letting the cold water pour down on his head. He rubbed his fingers, and the touch of the smooth skin was still on his fingertips, which made him addicted. His Adam's apple rolled slightly a few times, and Hu Jingting felt irritated for no reason. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Over such a long time, the immune system he had built up for Lin Ruxia was easily destroyed by her. The sound of water continues for a long time. Lin Ruxia lay under the bed and finally found the culprit, a box of aromatherapy. She sneered. Mo Qingyan's methods were really despicable. She actually used incense to seduce men and was rejected. He is worthy of being a man who has not had another woman in 8 years since his divorce. Wow, quite a strong self-control. A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Ruxia's mind. Could he be unable to do it? Although Wu Jingting looked no different from a normal man when he pressed her on the bed just now, he just moved back and forth without taking the next step. Lin Ruxia began to panic. It was all over. Was her husband inhumane? Thinking about it this way, it seems that many things have reasonable explanations. For example, today the second sister-in-law said that Lin Ruxia did not immediately agree to marry into the Hu family at first. It was Wu Jingting who took the initiative to find Lin Ruxia and said something, and only then did Lin Ruxia let Lin Ruxia marry into the Hu family. According to common sense, Wu Jingting should not look down on her. After all, the Hu family is wealthy and powerful, and Wu Jingting's appearance is comparable to that of a celebrity. There are so many aristocratic ladies waiting to marry into the family, so how could she have a turn? But it is very intriguing that Wu Jingting took the initiative to ask to marry her. Lin Ruxia's company is not large and is easier to control. Even if she finds that Wu Jingting is inhumane after marrying in, she will still have to consider her mother's company and swallow this loss. For example, since getting married, Wu Jingting only expressed the desire to be intimate on the wedding night. After being rejected by Lin Ruxia, he calmly accepted it and never touched her again. Lin Ruxia used to think that this man was a very gentleman and would not force anyone else, not even his legal wife, to submit. Now that I think about it, the intimacy he showed back then might have been deliberate, and my rejection just suited his wishes. It wouldn't let Lin Ruxia find out that he was inhumane, nor would it make Lin Ruxia feel that he was being harsh on her. For example, after the divorce, Wu Jingting did not remarry if he was already inhumane. Why would he remarry? If he remarried, others would find out that he was inhumane. Another example is the painful look on Wu Jingting's face today when he was close to me, and the vicious words, "Stay away from me." Yes, can't she stay away from him? If she gets closer, she'll see that is not good enough. The more Lin Ruxia thought about it, the more she felt that the logic was smooth and well-founded. But the more I think about it, the more miserable I feel. Am I marrying into loneliness? She also wanted to have children with Wu Jingting like an ordinary couple. This. How can she give birth alone? Oh, heaven, oh, earth, please save this poor little chick. After Wu Jingting came out of the bathroom, he saw Lin Ruxia holding an extinguished aromatherapy cigarette in her arms. She was sitting on the ground in a daze with lifeless eyes. Did I just scare her? Wu Jingting was at a loss. He didn't know how to deal with the current situation. Even when he approached, Lin Ruxia still looked as if she was out of her mind, with empty eyes, and she didn't even notice him coming. Wu Jingting hesitated and said, "You." Lin Ruxia suddenly felt her mouth dry. She licked her lips and thought with great sorrow, such an attractive body, but it's a pity that it's only good-looking but useless. Wu Jingting took in Lin Ruxia's eyes and watched her go from daze to obsession and then to regret. Wu Jingting coughed twice unnaturally and decided to change the subject. What is this aromatherapy? Oh. Lin Ruxia pulled herself out of her grief and said slowly, "This should be the culprit that made you lose control. It's already burned 1/3 of the way. Mo Qingyang was not here when we had dinner just now. I guess she had already lit this aromatherapy in the room at that time. Because the time was long enough and the concentration was high enough, Wu Jingting was able to be affected by the aroma within 10 minutes when he entered the door." Wu Jingting frowned and asked, "Why are Mo Qingyang and you fine, but I am the only one who lost control? Maybe this aromatherapy is only effective for men." Lin Ruxia handed the aromatherapy to Wu Jingting. "You should take it to someone to check it out, so as not to cause any more harm to your body. It's already unusable. If anything goes wrong again, won't Wu Jingting collapse?" Wu Jingting didn't know what Lin Ruxia was thinking. He took the aromatherapy and put it in his bag. "I know, it's getting late, you should go to bed early." Before he could finish his words, Lin Ruxia interrupted him. "Wu Jingting, shall we talk?" Chapter 14, Return to Shinduyuan. "Wu Jingting, shall we talk?" Wu Jingting hesitated and wanted to refuse, but when he thought about his actions just now, he nodded and agreed. "Then sit down." Lin Ruxia pulled back the quilt, sat down on the bed, and pointed at the chair beside the bed, motioning Wu Jingting to sit over there. Just. They both spoke at the same time. "You go first." "You go first." The words fell at the same time. The room fell into an eerie silence again. It was Lin Ruxia who scratched her head first, then let me speak first. Wu Jingting nodded gently, okay. It's just, 2 days ago, Jiang Ciyan bribed the servants at home to pass on the news to me. I really don't want to have anything to do with him now. What I said today is sincere. Lin Ruxia said this quickly before she dared to look up at Wu Jingting. Wu Jingting still had a blank expression on his face, and it was unclear whether he believed it or not. Lin Ruxia had no idea what to do and was very panicked. After a long while, Wu Jingting slowly spoke, I understand. What is the response of I know? Lin Ruxia was about to complain when Wu Jingting asked again, anything else? Just now. Lin Ruxia stammered, not knowing how to bring this up with Wu Jingting. Should she just ask him directly, are you not capable enough? I'm afraid no man would admit it. Seeing her hesitant look, Wu Jingting thought that she was still bothered by his recent behavior. After a moment's silence, Wu Jingting explained, I'm sorry about what happened just now. It wasn't my intention. I was affected by the spices. Very good. Is there any difference between such explanation and humiliating people? It's almost as if the words I'm not interested in you, don't take it for granted are written on her face. Lin Ruxia gritted her teeth and said, am I so unattractive? Wu Jingting frowned, that's not what I meant. I just. Forget it, stop talking, I get it. Lin Ruxia looked unhappy and waved her hand to signal Wu Jingting that he didn't need to explain any more. She was afraid that Wu Jingting would say, I just can't do it. This was too terrifying. Although she had a premonition, she was not ready to accept it. Seeing that Lin Ruxia didn't look well, Wu Jingting wanted to reach out and touch her forehead, but he just raised his hand and put it down again. Forget it, you should keep your distance from her, this kind of thing should never happen again. Wu Jingting responded with his cold attitude, go to bed early. Oh. Lin Ruxia nodded and went to the bathroom to wash up casually. When she came out, Wu Jingting was already lying on the sofa. She looked at Wu Jingting with his eyes closed, hesitated for a moment and asked, do you want to sleep on the bed? Need not. Wu Jingting's answer was like him, cold and emotionless. Lin Ruxia didn't insist, she turned off the lights and went to sleep. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. Lin Ruxia rubbed her eyes and sat up. There was no one on the sofa. Wu Jingting is no longer here. She let out a long sigh, struggled to get out of bed, and washed and put on makeup while fighting against sleepiness. After packing up, Lin Ruxia went downstairs. Wu Jingting was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. When he noticed someone coming down the stairs, he glanced over. Seeing that the person coming was Lin Ruxia, Wu Jingting said, go have breakfast, and I will take you back to Shanduyuan after breakfast. Oh. Lin Ruxia sat down at the dining table. The servant brought her breakfast. She mechanically stuffed it into her mouth, eating while staring blankly. After seeing her finish eating, Wu Jingting put down the newspaper and walked out, and Lin Ruxia followed slowly behind him. The driver has already parked the car at the door. Lin Ruxia and Wu Jingting sat in the back. The driver started the car and the two were silent for a long time. The morning rush hour had passed and the roads were clear. Lin Ruxia looked at the street scene rapidly passing by and sighed softly. It's too difficult for her. I never thought that Wu Jingting is actually such a useless person. Noticing Lin Ruxia's sigh, Wu Jingting clenched his fists. Is she so unwilling to be with me? She would sigh even if we were riding in the same car. All the way to the entrance of Shanduyuan, Lin Ruxia didn't notice that Wu Jingting looked very bad. She was only thinking about how to live in the future and had no idea that the person sitting next to her was shrouded in a myriad of emotions. The driver steadied the car and said softly, Madam, we're here. Good. Lin Ruxia was about to push the door and get out of the car when Wu Jingting suddenly grabbed her wrist. She looked back at him, what's wrong? Wu Jingting let go of his hand. Did you say yesterday to throw away all the clothes? Yeah, what's the problem? I'll have someone deliver some clothes today. Do you need anything else? Lin Ruxia glanced at Wu Jingting twice. It seemed that he still didn't trust her at all. He would rather go to the trouble of asking someone to deliver clothes than let her go out shopping. Never mind. Lin Ruxia lowered her eyes, then you can also arrange for a barber to come over, I need a haircut. Wu Jingting looked at Lin Ruxia, with too many words in his eyes, but he suppressed them all in the end, okay. Then I'll go down. Um. Lin Ruxia got out of the car, pushed open the door of the villa and walked in. She hadn't been back here for 8 years, and this villa was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. There were large patches of roses climbing on the wall on the left. The weather wasn't hot yet, so there were only a few small buds. The yard was bare, with only a few trees and a swing that Wu Jingting had made when she first got married. She remembered that Wu Jingting excitedly set up the swing and asked her to sit on it to try it out, but Lin Ruxia was too resistant to Wu Jingting at that time, and she also received the message from Jiang Ciyan, so she naturally lost interest and refused directly. Now, the swing is covered with dust. Wu Jingting never asked anyone to clean the house. My wife is back. A familiar voice interrupted Lin Ruxia's memories. She looked up and saw Aunt Jiang standing on the steps wearing an apron. Ever since she moved in, Aunt Jiang has been taking care of her 3 meals a day. Aunt Jiang is a very considerate person. She was the only person who cared about Lin Ruxia before she lived here. Lin Ruxia forced a smile. Auntie Jiang. Hey. Madam, don't stand in the yard. It's too sunny. Come in quickly. Aunt Jiang hurriedly greeted her, took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, and prepared to help Lin Ruxia change her shoes. Lin Ruxia walked over with a smile. Auntie Jiang, don't worry about me, just go and do your own thing. She took off her shoes, and Aunt Jiang was still standing beside her, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Ruxia looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Aunt Jiang sighed. "Madam, it may not be appropriate for me to say this. It is a taboo to discuss the affairs of the employer's family. But, alas, madam, why don't you live a good life with your husband?" I. Lin Ruxia lowered her head, not knowing how to explain. In the previous life, Aunt Jiang always looked like she had something to say to me, but I didn't give her the chance, and she never said anything. Madam, when my husband came back that day and saw that you were not there, he was so anxious that his eyes turned red. What? Chapter 15, She dared not call, he dared not answer. Madam, when my husband came back that day and saw that you were not there, he was so anxious that his eyes turned red. This sentence made Lin Ruxia stand there in a daze. She thought about how Wu Jingting would feel when he found out that she and Jiang Ciyan had eloped. Angry, furious, frustrated. But I never thought that Wu Jingting would be anxious and even have tears in his eyes. Aunt Jiang sighed again and said, "Madam, even though my husband didn't say it, he still cares about you. You don't usually eat onions and coriander, you like to put more vinegar in your dishes, you like to eat wide noodles instead of thin noodles. These are all specially instructed by my husband." Wu Jingting instructed you to do that? Lin Ruxia doubted her ears. Wu Jingting rarely ate at the same table with her and never spoke to her before. How could he know her preferences? Did you specifically tell Aunt Jiang? However, thinking about it this way, Lin Ruxia did feel that Jiang Ma's cooking was very much to her taste. At first, she thought that Jiang Ma was attentive and noticed the things she was not eating, but she didn't expect that it was Wu Jingting who reminded her of this. Aunt Jiang looked at Lin Ruxia's confused expression and knew that she had no idea how much her husband cared about her. "Madam, please, don't do this again. The Xiaowen who delivered the message has been dealt with by the master." Aunt Jiang held Lin Ruxia's hand and spoke earnestly. This girl is the same age as her own daughter, and Aunt Jiang really can't bear to see her continue to do wrong things. If that man surnamed Jiang really loved his wife, he would not have encouraged her to do such a thing. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was here for profit. But the wife couldn't see it clearly. Lin Ruxia's eyes were a little moist. She nodded hurriedly and walked to the second floor. Stepping onto the stairs, everything here seemed familiar to her. The first room on the right on the second floor is her bedroom. Lin Ruxia pushed the door open and a feeling of being in another world surged up in her heart. This place is still the same as I remember. On the left is a private bathroom, which is larger than the bedroom she lived in after her divorce. On the right is the cloakroom, which is over 80 square meters and is filled with clothes and jewelry that Wu Jingting bought for Lin Ruxia. Going further ahead was her big bed with a soft and comfortable mattress. Lin Ruxia never slept on such a comfortable bed again. She sat down on the bed, and the familiar touch made her nose sore. What was she thinking in her previous life? She had such a good life but chose to get entangled with that scumbag Jiang Ciyan. Lin Ruxia quickly calmed herself down, took out a bag from the drawer, and walked into the cloakroom. All of these were bought by Wu Jingting in the first few months of their marriage. Later, perhaps because he realized that he could not warm her heart, Hu Jingting never gave her anything again. She threw the clothes into the bag one by one without any reluctance. These clothes have been touched by Jiang Ciyan, and she feels sick just thinking about it. Soon, the cloakroom was empty. There were 7 or 8 big bags at Lin Ruxia's feet. She walked to the stairs and called down, "Auntie Jiang, are you busy now? If you are not busy, please come up." Aunt Jiang was preparing food in the kitchen. It was still early for lunch, so she quickly responded, "Okay, I'll be right up." When Aunt Jiang walked into their master bedroom and saw Lin Ruxia standing in the cloakroom with so much luggage around her, she immediately panicked. She rushed in and held Lin Ruxia's hand tightly. "Madam, please stop doing stupid things. What are you doing? Do you really want to divorce your husband?" Lin Ruxia was confused. No, I want to throw away all these clothes." "Hey, let go of my hand first." Zhang Ma's heart dropped back to her stomach. "Madam, you really scared me. Why did you throw clothes away for no reason?" Lin Ruxia naturally couldn't tell Aunt Jiang the real reason, so she just answered vaguely, "These clothes are out of date. Hu Jingting said he would send someone to bring me new ones today." Aunt Jiang smiled happily. "Madam, have you and your husband reconciled?" "I guess so." Lin Ruxia herself was not clear about her current situation with Hu Jingting, but she did want to get along well with Hu Jingting and stay away from Jiang Ciyan, the scumbag. "That's great, I'm relieved now that you've thought it through." Aunt Jiang was so happy that she almost jumped up. After a while, she asked cautiously, "Madam, these clothes are very expensive, right?" Lin Ruxia scratched her head. "It shouldn't be cheap. Hu Jingting would not give her cheap clothes either. It would be a shame to throw them away." "Madam, why don't you donate them? Many girls in remote areas don't have new clothes to wear." "Madam, your clothes are still very new." Mother Jiang often saw reports about children in mountain villages on TV and wiped away tears as she watched. They are living such a good life now, while some people are struggling to survive every day. Lin Ruxia thought it made sense. She had lived a hard life in her previous life, and her annual expenses were not even as valuable as a random piece of clothing here. If you understand how hard it is to make money, you shouldn't waste it like this. There are still so many people who cannot afford food or go to school, who have no warm clothes in winter and who suffer from frostbite on their hands. Lin Ruxia felt distressed for no reason. She looked up at Aunt Jiang and asked, "Do you know how to donate supplies?" Aunt Jiang shook her head and said, "I only know that I can donate, but I don't know how to donate." "Madam, why don't you call your husband and ask him? He must know." "That makes sense." Lin Ruxia took out her cell phone, found Hu Jingting's number, but hesitated when she wanted to dial it. What if he doesn't want to answer his call? For a moment, Lin Ruxia didn't know whether she should fight back or not. Seeing her stunned, Aunt Jiang asked in confusion, "Madam, why don't you fight?" Lin Ruxia put away her phone. Let me sort these clothes first, you can call him and ask." "Good." Aunt Jiang went downstairs suspiciously, and Lin Ruxia breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at these bags and felt overwhelmed. How long would it take to sort them? I should have sorted them into categories before putting them away when I first collected them. Lin Ruxia sighed, knelt on the ground, and took out her clothes from the bag one by one as if she had resigned herself to her fate. Downstairs, Mother Jiang dialed Hu Jingting's number from the home phone. 3% is too much. We can give them another 2% at most. If it works out, we'll sign the contract. If not, forget it. Mr. Hua, the project in Jucheng. Ring, ring, ring. A ringtone interrupted the project manager's report. Hu Jingting glanced at his phone casually. The words Shinduyuan were displayed on the screen. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The last time he answered a call from Shinduyuan, it was when Aunt Jiang told him that the lady had disappeared after lunch. Could it be that this time, Lin Ruxia? Hu Jingting's fingers trembled slightly and he didn't dare to answer the call. He took a deep breath, grabbed his phone and walked out. Chapter 16, The Mysterious Bookshelf. Hu Jingting rushed out. Everyone else in the conference room looked at each other in confusion. What was going on? Mr. Hua's phone is always on silent mode when he is in a meeting. Not only did the phone ring now, but Mr. Hua actually went out to answer it. The project managers all looked at Hu Jingting's special assistant Liang Wen. Liang Wen pushed his glasses calmly and ignored everyone's gazes. Don't look at him. He doesn't know either. Hu Jingting stood on the windowsill in the corridor holding his cell phone and suddenly wanted to smoke a cigarette. He pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Hello. Sir, the lady. Aunt Zhang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hu Jingting felt as if someone was grabbing his heart. He felt like he was submerged under the sea and couldn't breathe. Aunt Zhang was mumbling something, but Hu Jingting didn't hear a word she said. Lin Ruxia is in trouble again. Did she go to find Jiang Ciyan again? Yesterday, he kept saying that he wanted to live a good life with me, but today. After Aunt Zhang finished speaking, there was no sound on the other end of the phone. She looked at it in confusion. The signal was fine. Sir, do you have any contact information? When he spoke again, Hu Jingting's voice was hoarse. Where did your wife go? Aunt Zhang scratched her head and said, Sir, my wife is at home. She wants to donate the old clothes upstairs. Let me ask you if you have any channels to donate supplies. My wife is at home. These 4 words made the hand that was holding Hu Jingting's heart suddenly loosen. The sea level dropped and he floated to the surface to catch his breath. What is the madam doing? Sir, the lady is sorting the clothes. Hu Jingting let out a long breath and pressed his fingers between his eyebrows. I understand, I will send someone to help. Yes, sir. After hanging up the phone, Hu Jingting reached out and pulled his tie to loosen his collar. Walked back to the meeting room. Liang Wen asked a few people to go to Shinduyuan to help madam donate supplies. Hu Jingting threw down these words and signaled the project manager to continue reporting. Liang Wen raised his eyebrows and left the meeting room. Xinju Garden. Aunt Zhang went upstairs and pulled Lin Ruxia out from under her clothes. Madam, the husband said he would ask someone to help, so please don't be busy. Lin Ruxia pulled her head out in confusion. Will Hu Jingting ask someone to come? What should I do now? Madam, are you hungry? I'll go cook first. Okay. Lin Ruxia staggered out of the pile of clothes. She fought with the pile of fabrics with all her wits and courage, but was still helpless with them. It turns out that organizing things is not a job for humans. Since she no longer needs to do it herself, Lin Ruxia plans to re-familiarize herself with Shinduyuan. Having not been back for 8 years, everything here is a new experience for Lin Ruxia. Next to the master bedroom is Hu Jingting's room. Ever since Lin Ruxia rejected Hu Jingting on their wedding night, he moved all his things to the guest room and never set foot in the master bedroom again. Lin Ruxia had never entered his room. But now Lin Ruxia felt a little itchy. She looked back and saw that there was no one around. Aunt Zhang was cooking downstairs. It was a good opportunity to sneak in. 2 villains were fighting in her mind. The little white man said, This is not a good idea. How can you enter someone else's room without their consent? The little black man said, What's wrong with that? He is your husband. What's wrong with a wife going into her husband's room to take a look? Xiaobai said, Although, are you and Hu Jingting a normal couple? How can a normal couple sleep in separate rooms? If you are not a normal couple, how can you exercise your wife's rights? Have you fulfilled your wife's obligations? The little black man said, From now on we are a normal couple. I want to fulfill my duties as a wife, but Hu Jingting can't do that. The little white man said, But I still feel bad. Lin Ruxia thought, You think it's useless, I want me to think about it. Then, she reached out her hand and pressed on the door handle, gently pushing down. The door opened. Lin Ruxia's heart was beating with excitement, and she walked in slowly, as if she was guilty of a crime. The layout of the guest bedroom is similar to that of the master bedroom, with complete bathrooms and dressing rooms, but they are little smaller in size. The style of Hu Jingting's room is the same as himself. There are no other colors in the whole room except black, white and grey. The furniture is also very simple, and basically they save as much as possible. There was a bookshelf against the wall, filled with all kinds of English books. Lin Ruxia didn't dare touch it for fear of being discovered by Hu Jingting. However, what is strange is that there are only bookshelves but no desks or even chairs. Does Hu Jingting always read while lying on the bed? Lin Ruxia couldn't help but think about this scene in her mind. The more she thought about it, the weirder it seemed. Hu Jingting doesn't look like the kind of person who would read while lying down or prone. Then why is there a bookshelf here? Lin Ruxia walked around the bookshelf twice and found that the books on the bookshelf were covered with a thin layer of dust. In Lin Ruxia's memory, the servants at home were very responsible and would clean her room neatly and tidy every day. Why was there dust in Hu Jingting's room? She walked to the bedside table again and took a look. She reached out her hand and gently brushed the surface of the table. She rubbed it with her fingers and found no dust. That means the cleaner has tidied up everything except this bookshelf. Why? Is it Hu Jingting who doesn't allow people to move the bookshelf? What secrets are on this bookshelf? The more Lin Ruxia thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She moved closer and looked at the books carefully one by one, and found that there was indeed a layer of dust on the spines of the books. Since Hu Jingting doesn't read these books, why put them here? Suddenly, the scenes that Lin Ruxia had seen in the TV series replayed in her mind. Could this bookshelf be a secret door? Maybe one of the books here is a mechanism. If you touch the book, the bookshelf will move to the side and a door will appear. Thinking of this, Lin Ruxia felt cold sweat on her back. Hu Jingting is much more mysterious than I imagined. Lin Ruxia took a few deep breaths and scanned book after book like a detective. When she reached the last layer, she found that the spine of one book was clean. Her heart began to pound. As long as she pulled down the book, she would know Hu Jingting's secret. At this time, the little white boy and the little black boy jumped out to fight again. The white guy said, "Stop it. You have already entered someone else's room without permission, and now you want to invade their privacy." The little black man said, "That's my husband, it's only natural for me to see my husband's things." Xiaobai said, "Even couples have their own space. Did Hu Jingting see your privacy? Do you dare to tell Hu Jingting that you have been reborn?" The little black man said, "But I want to conquer him now. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy means you can win every battle. I want to use his secrets to harm him." Just as the little white girl was about to speak, Lin Ruxia scolded her harshly in her heart, "Shut up." Then she stretched out her trembling little hand and placed her thumb on it. Chapter 17, The Relationship Between Mr. Hu and His Wife. Her fingers touched the cover of the book, and her heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of her throat. "Madam, the person the gentleman is looking for is here." The shout frightened Lin Ruxia so much that she collapsed on the ground. She swallowed and no longer had the courage to touch the book. Aunt Zhang was standing at the bottom of the stairs shouting upstairs. Lin Ruxia used her hands and feet to get up from the ground and ran out of Hu Jingting's room as if running for her life. The president's office on the 66th floor of Hu's group. Hu Jingting looked at the images on his phone and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. There was a camera installed in his room, which captured every move of Lin Ruxia when she sneaked into her room. The scene of Lin Ruxia's final escape also made him chuckle. This little kitten looks so brave, but she can be scared by the slightest breeze or rain. However, his observation skills are very keen. He was able to actually find something wrong with his bookshelf and even find his mechanism. Hu Jingting raised his eyebrows. He didn't mind Lin Ruxia entering his room, nor did he mind her discovering his secret. If she stayed by his side obediently, he would tell her all his secrets in person. "Lin Ruxia, please don't let me down." When Lin Ruxia went downstairs, Liangwen was already waiting in the lobby on the first floor with 7 or 8 people. Seeing Lin Ruxia coming down, Liangwen bowed slightly. "Madam, Mr. Hu asked me to help you pack up the things you want to donate." "Okay, thank you for your help." Lin Ruxia narrowed her eyes slightly. She had an impression of this Liangwen. In her previous life, when Hu Jingting sent her to the hospital, Liangwen was sitting in the passenger seat. It seems that this person has always been following Hu Jingting. Liangwen took people upstairs to pack up, and Lin Ruxia sat on the sofa in the living room, staring out the door in a daze. She hasn't been able to calm herself down yet. When she thought about how close she was to discovering Hu Jingting's secret, all she could hear was the sound of her own deafening heartbeat. About 20 minutes later, Liangwen came down with his men carrying large and small bags. "Madam, everything has been packed. I'm going back first." "Okay, thank you. What's your name?" Lin Ruxia knew that the person who could stay with Hu Jingting for so many years must be someone Hu Jingting trusted very much. Under the current circumstances, it is very important to win over the hearts of people around Hu Jingting. Liangwen couldn't believe his ears. He had dealt with many issues caused by Lin Ruxia for Hu Jingting before, so he thought that she would be a spoiled and overbearing person. "I didn't expect him to be so approachable." He was flattered and became more respectful. "Madam, you can just call me Liangwen. I'm Mr. Hu's assistant." Lin Ruxia nodded and smiled. thank you, Assistant Liang. It's too serious. Liang Wen walked out with his men and ran into Hu Jingting, who was getting out of the car. Mr. Hua. Hu Jingting nodded. The afternoon meeting will be postponed for an hour. Yes. Liang Wen lowered his head, his brain working rapidly. Mr. Hua has never delayed his work due to personal matters. It seems that the relationship between Mr. Hua and his wife has begun to change. When Hu Jingting walked in, Aunt Zhang was putting lunch on the dining table. Lin Ruxia supported the table with one hand and reached for the meat on the plate with her other hand while Aunt Zhang was not paying attention. He walked over calmly, and just when Lin Ruxia was about to put the meat into her mouth, Hu Jingting suddenly asked, "What are you eating?" Lin Ruxia shuddered, and the piece of meat fell to the ground with a pop. For a moment she didn't know whether to look at Hu Jingting or at the meat that fell on the ground. Knowing that Hu Jingting pulled out a chair and sat down with a smile on his face, Lin Ruxia came back to her senses. Why are you back? The company is not busy, I came back to eat at noon. Hu Jingting looked at Lin Ruxia, but Lin Ruxia looked away guiltily. She had just secretly discovered someone's secret base, and then the person involved suddenly came back, catching her off guard. Fortunately, Jiang Ciyan's shouting made her feel timid, otherwise she would have been doomed if she was caught on the spot. Lin Ruxia felt that Aunt Zhang saved her life. Aunt Zhang, who knew nothing, came out of the kitchen with another dish. She was stunned when she saw Hu Jingting sitting at the dining table. "Sir, you're back." Hu Jingting took out a disinfectant wipe and wiped his fingers carefully, picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, praising, "Jiang Ciyan's pot fried pork is well made." After hearing this, Lin Ruxia glared at him. This man must have done it on purpose. I just saw her secretly eating the sweet and sour pork, but she dropped it on the ground out of fright, and now she is deliberately eating it in front of her. Hu Jingting saw Lin Ruxia glaring at him, but he didn't take it seriously and said casually, "After dinner, a stylist will come to cut your hair." Oh. Lin Ruxia lowered her head and put rice into her mouth without picking up the sweet and sour pork. "After you get your hair cut, major brands will come and give you their new products of the season." Lin Ruxia was not interested. "I know." Hu Jingting looked up at her and said nothing more. After 8 years, Lin Ruxia ate Jiang Ciyan's cooking again. She lowered her head and buried her face in the bowl, fearing that she would accidentally burst into tears and be noticed by Hu Jingting. After her divorce in her previous life, she was forced to start doing housework even though she had never done housework before. Jiang Ciyan's mother was always picky about her and was very dissatisfied with her. She had been burned by hot oil, and Jiang Ciyan's mother complained that Lin Ruxia was slow in cooking and delayed her meal time. Jiang Ciyan complained to her son when she got home, but Jiang Ciyan beat her up without asking why. With regret and anger swirling in her heart, Lin Ruxia had a very unpleasant meal. After lunch, Lin Ruxia drank a cup of refreshing tea, and the stylist hired by Hu Jingting came to her house. Their waist-length hair was cut off, and soon, Lin Ruxia's black hair was scattered all over the ground. Lin Ruxia looked at the girl in the mirror whose hair was so short that it reached her neck, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She was reluctant, yet glad that she had been reborn. Hu Jingting looked at Lin Ruxia with short hair and felt mixed emotions. He was not sure what Lin Ruxia was thinking, nor did he know how credible what Lin Ruxia said was. Could the feelings of many years disappear in an instant? Hu Jingting didn't believe it. The stylist was sent out by Zhang's mother. Lin Ruxia stood in front of the mirror and was quite satisfied with her new hairstyle. She is good looking, and after cutting her hair short, she looks less feminine but more youthful and lively. Youth is the most precious thing in the world. At this time, the phone at home rang. Lin Ruxia jumped to answer the phone. "Hello, this is the Hua family, who are you looking for? Are you your sister-in-law?" "I'm your second sister-in-law. Do you have time this afternoon? I'd like to invite you for afternoon tea. Thank you for helping me yesterday." Meng Wanwan's voice on the phone was as gentle as in real life, but Lin Ruxia was in a dilemma when she saw Hu Jingting sitting on the sofa. "Hu Jingting, will you let her go?" Chapter 18, I Won't Leave You. Hu Jingting saw Lin Ruxia answering the phone with an embarrassed look on her face, so he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" "My second sister-in-law said she wanted to invite me out for tea this afternoon." Lin Ruxia bit her lower lip. She knew that Hu Jingting would definitely not let her go, but she didn't know how to refuse her second sister-in-law. "You can't say that my husband is imprisoned at home because he is afraid that I will run away with another man, right?" Hu Jingting hesitated for a moment and took the phone from Lin Ruxia. Hello, second sister-in-law. Jingting? Would it be convenient for me to borrow your wife this afternoon? Yesterday at the old house, Ruxia helped me fight back against Weningning. I want to thank her and invite her out for tea. Meng Wanwan had heard about Lin Ruxia's various feats before, but after she met Lin Ruxia yesterday, she felt that Lin Ruxia was not the kind of person in the rumors. Hu Jingting looked at Lin Ruxia. There was expectation, longing, and a bit of fear in her eyes. Was it him who frightened her? Hu Jingting turned around and said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Okay, I'll send someone to drive you there." "Thank you, second brother. I'll be waiting at home." Hu Jingting hung up the phone and met Lin Ruxia's surprised eyes. She seemed to be unable to believe what she had just heard, and scratched her ears and asked, You let me out?" Hu Jingting approached her, lifted Lin Ruxia's chin, and said condescendingly, "Then you have to be obedient." Lin Ruxia was frightened by the fierceness in Hu Jingting's eyes and wanted to retreat, but Hu Jingting pinched her jaw to prevent her from moving. "If you make any more small moves, I'm not sure what I will do." No, I was just drinking with my second sister-in-law." Lin Ruxia shook her head, as if to prove herself. She hooked her hands around Hu Jingting's neck and whispered to him, "Really, husband, I will never leave you again." Hu Jingting's breathing became rapid, and there was a hint in his eyes that Lin Ruxia couldn't understand. After a moment, he finally let go of her hand and unbuttoned his collar as if nothing had happened. "Then pack up and get ready to go." "Good." Lin Ruxia ran upstairs to the cloakroom, got her handbag, and patted her chest lightly. Hu Jingting's actions just now were so scary that she almost fell into his eyes. Lin Ruxia leaned against the wall to calm down for a moment, then went downstairs as if nothing had happened. "I'll send 2 bodyguards to follow you." Hu Jingting's tone sounded like he was discussing something, but Lin Ruxia knew that he was just giving her a notice. She nodded and said obediently, "Okay." Lin Ruxia got into Hu Jingting's car, and the driver took them to the downstairs of Hu Jingshu's building, where a car arranged by Hu Jingting was already parked. Meng Wanwan also came downstairs at this time. Lin Ruxia waved at her and planned to get into another car. Suddenly, a vicious force grabbed her wrist. Lin Ruxia turned around and Hu Jingting seemed to want to say something. She looked at Hu Jingting with a puzzled look. Hu Jingting closed his eyes and opened them again, and finally handed her a card. "After we finish drinking, let's go shopping with my second sister-in-law. This card has no limit, so you can buy whatever you want. I won't let the brand owners come to our house. And, go home early." Lin Ruxia took the card and put it in her bag. Hu Jingting let go of her hand and signaled that she could leave, but the next second, Lin Ruxia hugged his waist tightly. The kitten-like woman lay in his arms, and Lin Ruxia said softly, "Don't worry, I won't run away. I said I will never leave you again." Hu Jingting's Adam's apple rolled and he squeezed out the word, "Okay," from his throat. Only then did Lin Ruxia let him go and got into the car arranged by Hu Jingting with Meng Wanwan. Meng Wanwan teased her after seeing what happened just now, "Are you two so inseparable? Second sister-in-law." Lin Ruxia's face was a little hot. "Don't talk nonsense." Meng Wanwan smiled, Okay, I won't talk nonsense. My student said that a new internet celebrity coffee shop has opened in Century Building. It seems very good, but the price is low. I don't know if you can get used to it." "Okay." Lin Ruxia nodded excitedly. In her previous life, she could even drink instant coffee that cost 2 yuan a pack. No matter how cheap the coffee in the coffee shop is, it is still better than instant coffee. The bodyguard drove the car to the location Meng Wanwan mentioned, and after getting out of the car, he followed Lin Ruxia closely. Lin Ruxia was a little embarrassed and wanted to explain to Meng Wanwan, but Meng Wanwan patted her hands and said nothing. Lin Ruxia swallowed her words of explanation. This is the benefit of being with considerate people. They will always be warm and kind to you and will not want to embarrass you. After drinking, Meng Wanwan asked Lin Ruxia if there was anywhere she wanted to go. Lin Ruxia thought for a moment and said, "Let's go shopping. I want to buy lots of clothes." So the two of them went to the mall. Because there was no clothes left in her closet, Lin Ruxia began to feel like shopping. This is a high-end shopping mall, most of the brands are high-end brands, and there are only a few fast fashion brands on the second underground floor. Lin Ruxia brought a card with her, which contained the dowry that Lin Bixia gave her when they got married, which was about 6 million yuan. After the divorce in the previous life, all the money in this card was used to help Jiang Ciyan start a business, but he lost all his money. In this life, she would not be so stupid. Lin Ruxia pulled Meng Wanwan into a store with a heroic look. The clerk looked them up and down and said calmly, "Welcome, what can I do for you?" "Let's take a look for ourselves first." Lin Ruxia took a fancy to a skirt and was about to reach out to take it when she was stopped by the clerk. "Excuse me, miss, this dress is 39,999. If you don't intend to buy it, please don't touch it." The clerk quickly stepped in front of the skirt and blocked Lin Ruxia's outstretched hand. Lin Ruxia understood. Today she wore the only skirt that Jiang Ciyan had not touched. It was an old model from 2 years ago. As a university teacher, Meng Wanwan didn't care about the brand or price when it came to clothes. She only cared about comfort, simplicity, elegance and decorum. So in the eyes of the shop assistants, one of these two people was trying to look rich and could only afford outdated clothes, while the other was wearing all kinds of unknown brands that cost no more than 2,000 yuan in total. All in all, the word poor was written all over both of them. Lin Ruxia wanted to laugh. "How do you know I have no intention of buying?" The clerk sneered at her. "Miss, our clothes are all hand sewn. If you damage one piece, you will have to pay double the compensation. I'm afraid you can't afford it even if you add up all the clothes on your body." Listen, is this human language? This shopping mall is the Hua family's asset. With just one word from Hua Jingting, the entire mall can be closed to allow Lin Ruxia to shop to her heart's content. But the arrogant clerk said that he could not afford to compensate for their clothes. Lin Ruxia took out her cell phone and dialed Hua Jingting's number. The man's voice was as cold as ever. "What's wrong?" "Honey, the shop assistants here won't let me buy clothes, saying they're afraid I won't be able to pay for them if I damage them." Chapter 19, Buy It. Hua Jingting sat in the president's chair, answering the phone in one hand and tapping the table with the other hand in a playful manner. His thin lips curled up slightly, as if he found it funny. Lin Ruxia waited for a long time but Hua Jingting didn't speak. She suddenly felt embarrassed, but she couldn't expose herself in front of the clerk, so she had to talk to herself on the other end of the phone. There's no need to clear them all. This is too high profile. My second sister-in-law and I are not used to it." "What? You want to fire her?" "Oh, no, just ask her to apologize." "Yes, husband, I am very generous." Lin Ruxia had been performing a monologue for quite some time but Hua Jingting didn't say anything. She wanted to scold him to death. We are husband and wife, why make her so embarrassed? What's more, this shopping mall was originally owned by the Hua family. After all, she is the young lady of the Hua family. If she loses face, wouldn't it be the Hua family's loss? Lin Ruxia bit her lip and almost jumped up. The man on the other side slowly asked, "Which store?" Lin Ruxia reported a sign unhappily. "New." A cold voice came, and then the call was hung up. Lin Ruxia almost wanted to vomit blood. She gritted her teeth and continued acting on the phone for a while. Yes, husband. I know you love me the most. Okay, I think just forget it. You're so busy at work, why bother getting angry over a little clerk? I know, you definitely don't want me to suffer any injustice. Okay then, you hang up first. Oh no. You hang up first. Lin Ruxia was acting so diligently here that the shop assistants were rolling their eyes. TSK, how can a poor girl pretend to be a wealthy lady? If you don't buy it. Mrs. Hua. Just as the clerk walked up to chase Lin Ruxia out, he saw the mall manager jogging over, panting and wiping his sweat. Lin Ruxia was also startled and for a moment she forgot that she was still acting. The manager kept nodding and bowing to Lin Ruxia and Meng Wanwan. "Second madam, third madam, we didn't know you two had come. We are so sorry for the inconvenience." "No, it's okay." Lin Ruxia glanced at Meng Wanwan, and Meng Wanwan kept looking at her with a smile on her face. Lin Ruxia felt her face was a little hot. The manager's face turned stern again and he glared at the clerk. "Call your store manager over." The clerk immediately broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. This, are these two really rich ladies? She wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did these ladies from rich families dress so shabbily? Meng Wanwan spoke up at this time. "It's okay, my sister-in-law and I just suddenly wanted to come here to hang out. It's normal that the people below don't know us, but it's not a good habit to treat people like a spoil sport. The manager nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Second madam is right. I wonder which ones you two like? I'll have someone send them to the ladies. Meng Wanwan signaled Lin Ruxia with her eyes. Lin Ruxia ordered a few skirts and the manager quickly packed them up. Madam, please take your time shopping. Our mall will definitely give you a reasonable response to this matter today. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at the clerk who caused the trouble and said, Why don't you apologize to the madam now? The clerk was trembling with fear, and his voice was filled with tears. Second madam, third madam, I didn't recognize the great man. Okay, let's go somewhere else. Meng Wanwan smiled slightly, took Lin Ruxia's hand, and led her out the door. Lin Ruxia began to admire Meng Wanwan. Meng Wanwan came from a family of scholars and had a sense of pride in her bones, but just now when she was in front of the manager, she showed the pride of a wealthy family. This person behaves well wherever she goes, no wonder my second brother has always doted on her. Thinking about herself again, it seemed that she was just a fox taking advantage of the power of others. The 8 years after her divorce had bent her back, so that there was no arrogance in her temperament now. Thinking of this, Lin Ruxia couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. After that, the manager followed the two of them. Lin Ruxia no longer had the heart to go shopping. She would just point to a store and someone would quickly pack the goods and send them to Shinduyuan. After the round, Lin Ruxia bought about 70 or 80 pieces of clothing, but there was no excitement of shopping on her face. Meng Wanwan saw what Lin Ruxia was thinking and whispered in her ear, Why don't we go shopping in another mall? I will listen to my second sister-in-law. Lin Ruxia couldn't help but sigh that Meng Wanwan was indeed very thoughtful. She could even tell that she had walked around here long enough. The two of them went to another shopping mall. When Lin Ruxia raised her leg to walk into a women's clothing store, Meng Wanwan suddenly grabbed her. Come with me to buy some clothes for your second brother. Won't you help your third brother choose? Lin Ruxia was stunned for a moment. She had never bought anything for Hu Jingting before. Except for the watch that Lin Bishir forced him to buy before they got married. Meng Wanwan didn't even wait for Lin Ruxia to speak and directly pulled her into the men's clothing store. Your second brother usually likes to wear clothes of this brand. I see that your third brother also has a few shirts of the same brand, so he should be able to get used to it. After Meng Wanwan finished speaking, she threw Lin Ruxia aside and started helping her husband choose clothes. Lin Ruxia stood there in a daze, looking at the light denim blue shirt in front of her, and began to imagine what Hu Jingting would look like wearing it. The shirts in his wardrobe only come in 3 colors, black, white and grey, but Hu Jingting is fair-skinned, so he should look good in light blue. Would you like me to take it down for you? Huh? Oh, okay, thank you. When Lin Ruxia came to her senses, the clerk had already put the shirt in her hands with a smile. The fabric is soft and smooth, and the style is crisp and smooth. Lin Ruxia glanced at the price. Oh my god, 99,999. The price of a shirt can be as high as the price of 1 square meter of an ordinary residential building in the city. Lin Ruxia gritted her teeth and said, Wrap it up. When she saw the clerk packing the shirts, Lin Ruxia's shopping desire was aroused. She picked out a grey-purple shirt and a linen white shirt, and she couldn't stop buying more and more. In the end, Lin Ruxia was carrying more than a dozen shopping bags and had spent nearly 2 million yuan, all of which were bought for Hu Jingting. She suddenly felt a little painful and felt that she had been tricked by the salesman. The bodyguard took the bag, and Lin Ruxia and Meng Wanwan continued shopping. Suddenly, Lin Ruxia stopped. A pair of watches in the floor-to-ceiling glass display window caught her eye. The men's watch was the one she was familiar with, black and gold, with a metal bracelet. It appeared on Hu Jingting's wrist 8 years after his divorce. The price was marked next to it, 6.99 million for one watch. Lin Ruxia only had more than 4 million left in her card, and she couldn't afford it. But at this moment, there was only one thought in her mind: buy it. Chapter 20, That's right, she wants to GHS now. President was office. Bite. Hu Jingting picked up his ringing cell phone and saw a text message. Your bank card with the last number 6,639 spent 6,990,000 yuan. If you have any questions, please. Hu Jingting raised his eyebrows. 6.99 million. Lin Ruxia swiped his card for such an auspicious number at once. The publicity director looked at Mr. Hu with trepidation as he smiled, The report stuck at the corner of his mouth, not knowing whether he should continue. The man looked away from his phone and glanced at him coldly. Go on. Yes. The publicity director wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, the initial publicity and promotion amount for this movie is 60 million. Director Wan wants to raise it a little more. Oh, one more thing. Wu Jingting fiddled with his phone. We've already invested so much money, I'm afraid he doesn't want to release that movie. Boss Wu, I understand. The publicity director walked out with a bitter face, and a project manager outside asked him, Mr. Li, how is it? Is that person easy to talk to today? Easy to talk to. I don't know what good thing happened to Mr. Wu today, but he didn't curse at me. This is really rare. Isn't it? When Lin Ruxia returned home, Aunt Zhang was cooking dinner in the kitchen. Is their wife back? Their husband is working out on the 3rd floor now. Lin Ruxia blinked a few times. Why did Wu Jingting come back so early today? In her impression, her husband, a business genius, basically never came home before 11 o'clock. It's not even 6 o'clock yet. Aunt Zhang wiped her hands on her apron and said, I don't know. My husband went upstairs to work out as soon as he came back. Someone came to our house earlier and delivered the things you bought. They are all in the cloakroom. I understand. Go ahead and get busy. Lin Ruxia carried the other half of the spoils upstairs and placed the shopping bags of various sizes on the ground. Wu Jingting is working out upstairs. He must look very sexy in his tight sportswear. It would be a shame not to go and see such a great opportunity to feast your eyes. She convinced herself effortlessly and ran up to the 3rd floor. The entire 3rd floor was connected, and the gym, yoga room, swimming pool, and other areas were separated by fully transparent glass. As soon as Lin Ruxia entered the door, she saw Wu Jingting doing sit-ups. The man was shirtless, wearing only a pair of sports shorts. When he did sit-ups, he used his core muscles to exert force, and his abdominal muscles as strong as chocolate bars could be clearly seen, as well as his taut thighs that could be vaguely seen through his trouser legs. Lin Ruxia felt her mouth was dry and she licked her lips subconsciously. It would be a waste of such beautiful flesh if we couldn't eat it. Lin Ruxia suddenly thought that Wu Jingting worked out so seriously every day, so it shouldn't be a problem. Her previous conclusion was too hasty. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Whether it works or not, you have to try it to know. After Wu Jingting did another abdominal curl, he looked up and saw Lin Ruxia standing not far away, staring at his abdominal muscles like a little pervert. He grabbed the towel beside him and draped it over his shoulders, then strode towards her. What's up? The tone was as cold as usual. Lin Ruxia recovered and laughed dryly. Oh, well, I bought you some clothes, do you want to try them on? Wu Jingting paused after hearing this, stared at her seriously and asked, did you buy it for me? Yes. I saw some nice shirts while shopping. Come and try them on. As she spoke, Lin Ruxia reached out and climbed onto Wu Jingting's arm. This is so nice to touch. Wu Jingting's Adam's apple rolled. He pulled out his arm and said hoarsely, I'm going to take a shower first, you bring the clothes to my room. Good. Lin Ruxia went downstairs quickly. This was the first time that Wu Jingting asked her to enter his room. This could be considered a big progress. Now that I have entered the room, maybe in the near future, I can also enter the body. Lin Ruxia first found the watch she bought and put it on her hand, then carried the dozen or so shopping bags into Wu Jingting's room. There was a sound of splashing water in the bathroom. Lin Ruxia swallowed a few times, her heart beating nervously. She stood in the entrance hall, wondering whether she should wait for him in bed or in the cloakroom. After hesitating for a while, Lin Ruxia decided to be reserved and turned into the cloakroom. This was the first time that Lin Ruxia entered Wu Jingting's cloakroom. As expected, it was either pitch black, white, or grey. She was not very confident and was afraid that Wu Jingting would dislike the clothes she chose because they were too bright. At this time, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and Wu Jingting walked in wearing a bathrobe. Lin Ruxia didn't know where to look, and pointed at the shopping bag on the table. These are all bought for you. Wu Jingting said succinctly, get out. Lin Ruxia, Wu Jingting raised his eyebrows. Do you want to see me change? God knows how much effort Lin Ruxia put into forcing the words, it's not impossible, into her throat. Of course she wanted to see Wu Jingting change. Who doesn't like the sight of a beautiful woman emerging from the bath? I can turn around. Lin Ruxia turned her back to Hu Jingting. You change it, I can't see it. Before she could get Hu Jingting's answer, she heard some rustling sounds behind her. Oh. He must be changing his clothes. She shouldn't be caught if she turns her head to take a peek secretly. Lin Ruxia started banging the snare drum again. Hu Jingting had just pulled up the pants that Lin Ruxia bought for him when he saw that restless little head trying to turn back. He suppressed his smile and said nothing. At this time, Lin Ruxia had successfully turned her head 180 degrees and saw Hu Jingting, who was about to try on a shirt. She licked her lips, walked over and took the shirt in her hand before him. Let me help you change it. Hu Jingting lowered his eyes to look at her for a few seconds, then stretched out his arms. That's consent. Lin Ruxia turned into a lackey and attentively helped him put on his sleeves, and then began to button his clothes. Oh, those chocolate abs are right in front of her. She can kiss them as long as she bends down a little. It looks so smooth, it must be very kissable. Lin Ruxia's hands were buttoning Hu Jingting's shirt, but her eyes were fixed on his abdominal muscles. That's right, her brain is full of yellow garbage. That's right, she wants a GHS now. This man is her husband, even if he is doing pornography, it is legal, she has nothing to be afraid of. Right. The body reacted before the brain. By the time Lin Ruxia realized what she was doing, her lips were already on Hu Jingting's abdominal muscles. Chapter 21, Hu Jingting's hidden illness is confirmed. The silky chocolate block under her mouth was a mixture of the fresh scent after bathing and the taste of male hormones. Lin Ruxia was overwhelmed by the male beauty and couldn't help licking it. The next second, her wrist was grabbed by Hu Jingting. What are you doing? When the man spoke, his voice was already extremely hoarse. Lin Ruxia looked up and met his gaze. Something was surging in his eyes, as if it was about to burst out. Lin Ruxia had no idea what kind of storm she had stirred up. She took 2 steps back in panic. Hu Jingting closed his eyes, forced down the fire running wild in his body, picked her up by the back of her collar and walked out of the cloakroom. Opened the door, let go, closed the door. With a loud bang, Lin Ruxia was thrown out. She looked at the watch on her wrist and returned to her room dejectedly. Taking out her phone, Lin Ruxia opened the browser and typed a few lines of words quickly, asking her own question. Excuse me, everyone, I have a friend who wants to know why her husband remained indifferent when she seduced him. She kissed her husband's body, but he threw her out of the room. P.S. My friend looks pretty and has a good figure. She started dancing. A few minutes later, her cell phone started ringing. Lin Ruxia opened it and took a look, and suddenly her eyes went dark. Thank you for the invitation. In my opinion, your friend may have been deceived into marriage. Your friend's husband may like boys. +1 to the above, my classmate's neighbor's distant third cousin is in the same situation as your friend. She has been married for 2 years and her husband has never touched her. Later, she was seen in bed with a man. I also think that those who learn to dance should have better looks. If her husband doesn't eat too many snacks outside, she is probably being cheated into marriage. This is unlikely, right? Although she was comforting herself like this, Liang Wen's face suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ruxia's eyes. The boy was gentle and handsome, and the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose made him look like a scholar. He's a good candidate to be a gigolo. Most importantly, Hu Jingting seemed to trust him very much, and he had been with Hu Jingting for many years. It's over. Could it be that Hu Jingting really likes boys? Lin Ruxia felt like life was meaningless. She collapsed on the bed like a salted fish, her mind full of images of Hu Jingting and Liang Wen when they were together. Until Zhang Ma came upstairs and knocked on the door. Madam, dinner is ready. New. Lin Ruxia went downstairs dejectedly. Dinner was already on the table, but Hu Jingting was nowhere to be seen. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Aren't you going to ask Hu Jingting to come out for dinner? Aunt Zhang wiped her hands and said, the gentleman left 10 minutes ago. Left? Lin Ruxia asked hurriedly, did you say where you were going? What time will you be back tonight? Well. Aunt Zhang was a little embarrassed. From what my husband said, he probably won't be back tonight. Maybe he has something to do at the company. Is there something going on at the company? What are you busy with? Are you busy with Liang Wen? Lin Ruxia had no appetite for the meal, and her steps going upstairs were as heavy as if a hammer weighing several hundred kilograms was tied to her. She paced up and down the room, wondering what to do next. Liang Wen wouldn't take advantage of his favor and force himself to abdicate, right? What to do? What to do? Suddenly, Lin Ruxia paused. The secret of Wu Jingting's bookshelf. Since Wu Jingting is not coming back tonight, isn't this a good opportunity for her to find out the secret? Lin Ruxia encouraged herself, walked stealthily to the door of Wu Jingting's room, slowed down her movements and gently turned the doorknob. The room was empty, and the clothes that Lin Ruxia bought for Wu Jingting were scattered on the floor of the cloakroom. It seems that he doesn't like it. Lin Ruxia felt a little melancholy and slowly moved to the bookshelf. The bookshelf was still the same as before, with a thin layer of dust on it. She squatted down, stretched out her evil little claws, and pulled the book down. Oh no, she pulled the mechanism. Squeak. The bookshelf moved to the left, creating a secret passage between the bookshelf and the wall that was just big enough for one person to pass through. Her heart was beating as if she had just finished a marathon, and her palms were sweaty. Lin Ruxia mustered up her courage and walked in. After turning on the light, I saw a normal-looking small study room inside the secret passage, but it only had a table and a chair, with a few notebooks on the desk. Lin Ruxia walked to the desk and casually opened one of the books. The first page had a few large characters written in a flamboyant style about her. Lin Ruxia read these words carefully several times to make sure that it was indeed she and not he. Fortunately, at least Wu Jingting still likes women. Turning the page, Lin Ruxia realized that this was Wu Jingting's diary. She showed up again today. She chattered around me like a little kid, holding my hand and asking me to accompany her to the playground. She is in her 20s, but when she acts like a spoiled child, she is no different from a 3-year-old child. In the playground, a parent tied a balloon to his child's backpack, probably because he was afraid that the child would be squeezed and difficult to find. When she saw this, she insisted on tying one on her too. But she didn't have a school bag, and there was nowhere to tie it on her body, so she finally tied it to her high ponytail. She swung her pigtails proudly, feeling proud of her own intelligence. It's all so beautiful. But when I opened my eyes, everything was turned upside down. She looked at me like a stranger, no, maybe even worse than a stranger. People may still have kindness towards strangers, but she will not be kind to me. She dislikes me and hates me. But I can't say to her we were so good when we were together, why are you so mean to me now? How come I don't know the reason? But I don't want to admit it, because it concerns my bottom line as a man. Lin Ruxia was dumbfounded. She couldn't read any of the other words because the words, bottom line as a man, seemed to have grown legs and were running towards her. Is this confirmed? Is this an admission that you are no longer capable? Lin Ruxia didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Her mood went through ups and downs in just 1 hour. From the panic of suspecting that Wu Jingting liked men to the peace of mind of confirming that Wu Jingting did not like men, and then to the solid evidence that Wu Jingting had a hidden illness. Although she had some doubts before, she still had a glimmer of hope. What if she guessed wrong? However, Wu Jingting's notes told her, no, you are right, I just can't do it. At once. Is God playing a joke on her? Lin Ruxia didn't know how she got back to the room. Anyway, she felt like she had lost her soul and was basically just a shell of her body. After lying motionless on the bed for a long time, Lin Ruxia held onto the last glimmer of hope and opened her phone to type. Excuse me, I have a friend whose husband is not good at sex, what should I do? Chapter 22, The Gentleman Hasn't He Come Back These Days? 33rd floor of Rose Garden Community. Wu Jingting stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the lights of thousands of homes and the lights of cars passing by on the road. The pace of life is ridiculously fast, and at night, everyone goes home. Everyone has a home. Wu Jingting shook the red wine glass in his hand, his Adam's apple rolling, and he swallowed gently. He stood alone in the empty living room with one hand in his trouser pocket, his back looking bleak and lonely. Ever since Lin Ruxia kissed his abdominal muscles in the afternoon and was thrown out of the room by him, Wu Jingting has not been able to calm down. With her at home, I can no longer stay here. Wu Jingting fled in panic. Rose Garden is one of the properties under his name and is the farthest from Shinduyuan, so he drove 2 hours to settle down here. In short, the farther away from her, the better. Otherwise, Wu Jingting was afraid that he really wouldn't be able to control himself. Ding di. The cell phone rang. Someone entered his room. It wouldn't be the cleaning lady at this time, and Aunt Zhang always knew her limits and wouldn't enter his room without permission. Then, there is only one possibility left. Wu Jingting's heart began to pound. He had a premonition that this time when Lin Ruxia went in, she would definitely see the secret he had been hiding deep in his heart. But he wasn't going to stop her. Lin Ruxia's attitude towards him recently made Wu Jingting a little unsure about how to get along with her. In the past, if the distance between her and Wu Jingting was less than 2 meters, she would turn around and run away like a rabbit. But since she woke up in the hospital after her fever subsided, she seemed like a different person. Not only did she approach him actively, but today she also bought him clothes like an ordinary wife and kissed his belly. The Lin Ruxia in front of me seemed to be more and more like the sweet girl in my dreams. But Wu Jingting did not dare to act rashly, as he had been disappointed too many times. He stared at the screen of his mobile phone and saw Lin Ruxia open his mechanism and enter his dark room. The hand holding the phone is shaking slightly. She is going to see it, she is going to understand my feelings for her. Once she knows everything, how will she treat me? Wu Jingting thought that if she was still willing to be close to him after knowing the whole truth, he would trust her again regardless of the consequences. After a while, Wu Jingting saw Lin Ruxia coming out of her darkroom, her face solemn and worried, without any sign of joy. My heart, which had been hanging in the air, suddenly turned cold. He knew that all the words Lin Ruxia said were just to numb him, and her proactive approach was also an illusion she created. Wu Jingting forced a bitter smile and laughed at himself. I have been deceived so many times, how dare I still have hope in her? However, what Wu Jingting didn't know was that the person he was thinking about was lying on the bed waiting for an answer. Thanks for the invitation. I suggest your friend take her husband to their hospital. Go to their hospital. Lin Ruxia was stunned and rejected the suggestion. Not to mention that she and Wu Jingting were not close enough to ask him directly if he had any hidden illness. Just looking at the eyes of the people outside staring at the Wu family, Lin Ruxia did not dare to let Wu Jingting go to the hospital for andrology checkup. Alas, married life is a very important part of life. Otherwise, ask your friend to get a divorce quickly. It is better than being a widow. Divorce. Lin Ruxia didn't want to get divorced. Wasn't her life miserable enough in her last life? Isn't divorce just waiting to jump into the fire pit? What's more, Wu Jingting still has his lover by Yue Guang in his heart. She is trying every possible way to maintain her marriage, so how dare she file for divorce? You can eat some aphrodisiac foods, such as leeks, dog meat, donkey meat, pig penis, oysters, etc. It's a good idea. Lin Ruxia decided to go to the supermarket to buy it tomorrow and make it for Wu Jingting herself. Ask your friend to buy some sexy lingerie. Appropriate visual stimulation can also add to the fun. Lin Ruxia's face turned red, and she silently accepted this suggestion in her heart. Early the next morning, Lin Ruxia got up and went downstairs. She was full of energy and began to fight for her future happy life. Aunt Jiang was making breakfast and was startled when she saw Lin Ruxia coming down. Madam, why are you here so early today? I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things later. Lin Ruxia answered without even thinking, but Aunt Jiang's expression changed immediately, and she rubbed her hands and stammered, Madam, have you forgotten? The master said that if you need it, you can have someone bring it over. You don't have to go out in person. Lin Ruxia really forgot. Now is a special period. Wu Jingting has placed her under house arrest and does not allow her to go out. It's not impossible to have someone deliver it. Ingredients are easy to deal with. After all, there are people who deliver fresh vegetables, fruits and various meats to Shinduyuan every day. This is the underwear. How can I have the nerve to ask someone to give it to me? Lin Ruxia rolled her eyes and turned to ask Aunt Jiang, can I shop online? Aunt Jiang nodded, the express delivery can be delivered in. I will go and get it for Madam when the time comes. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lin Ruxia collapsed on the sofa, opened her phone and searched secretly on the internet. When she saw the various styles, her face turned into a big tomato. She didn't bother to look closely, so she opened the store with the highest purchase volume, picked a few items at random and placed an order. Then, as if she was guilty or trying to cover up something, Lin Ruxia bought a few more packets of flower seeds. The yard outside was a little empty. In the past, Lin Ruxia didn't treat this place as her own home and let the land remain abandoned. Now this is where she will live for the rest of her life, so she has to clean it up. After dinner, Lin Ruxia asked Aunt Jiang to have leeks, oysters, and pig whips delivered today. Aunt Jiang was a little confused. Madam, aren't these the dishes you and your husband usually like to eat? Lin Ruxia's eyes were wandering, and she stammered as she explained, I just saw someone say it was delicious online. I wanted to try it. Aunt Jiang didn't say anything else. She just cooked whatever her master wanted to eat. Lin Ruxia fled upstairs. After coming back yesterday, she still had packed up the clothes she bought. This was a lot of work. Lin Ruxia kept packing until Aunt Jiang called her downstairs for lunch. After lunch, Lin Ruxia took a nap and went downstairs. Aunt Jiang was walking into the hall carrying the vegetables that had been delivered. Lin Ruxia's eyes lit up immediately. Auntie Jiang, have the things I asked you to send been delivered? Aunt Jiang wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Madam, it's all in here. Okay. You clean up the dishes first. I'll ask Wu Jingting if he's coming back for dinner. Lin Ruxia was about to run upstairs when Aunt Jiang called out to her, Madam. What's wrong? Lin Ruxia looked excited and her eyes were sparkling. Jiang Mar said in embarrassment, My husband has called and said he won't be back in the next few days. Chapter 23, Her Tragic Supporting Actress. Lin Ruxia immediately wilted. She said, oh, and went back to her room dejectedly. Wu Jingting didn't he come back? Did he go to look for that woman? According to his diary, he seemed to like her very much and met her often. What am I then? A canary that I keep at home and am not allowed to go out. The more Lin Ruxia thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more aggrieved she felt. She buried her head in the pillow in silence, and after a while, the pillow became wet. She acted out a play in her mind, in which she was a wealthy wife who was not loved by her husband and was lonely all day long, while her husband had a beautiful mistress outside and doted on her to the core. He is cold and ruthless, but he is obedient to only one woman. She has nothing, but is willing to offer her heart to him. But she was just his marriage partner, with no feelings at all. Lin Ruxia sobbed and was immersed in the role she had arranged. She wanted to scold this scumbag, otherwise her life would be too miserable. So Lin Ruxia really took out her cell phone and dialed Wu Jingting's number while crying. Hello. The man's cold voice was the same as usual. But Lin Ruxia felt even more aggrieved after hearing this. What are you healing for? I'm your wife. Now that you have Bai Yueguang in your arms, are you so cold to your wife? Why don't you go home? Are people out there so nice? Don't you know that I'm waiting for you to come back? Lin Ruxia's voice was choked with sobs, and her words were spoken incoherently. Wu Jingting? Are you drunk? There seemed to be some noise coming from Wu Jingting's side. Lin Ruxia didn't hear clearly what he was saying. She just kept crying and shouting, calling him a bastard. After a while, Lin Ruxia was tired of crying and shouting, and slowly fell asleep. After the call was hung up, Wu Jingting pressed his forehead with his hand, took a deep breath, and then walked back to the booth and said to a few people, I have something to do. I'll go back first. Hey, Brother Ting, don't go, it's only what time is it? A man in the booth drank so much that his tongue was straight. Wu Jingting patted the man next to him on the shoulder and said, keep an eye on him. After saying that, he picked up his coat and left. The driver saw Wu Jingting opening the door and getting into the car in the rearview mirror, so he gripped the steering wheel tightly and asked, Mr. Wu, are we going back to the rose garden? Wu Jingting closed his eyes, supported his forehead with one hand, and said calmly, go back to Shinduyuan. The car drove silently into the traffic. Wu Jingting sighed softly. He had originally planned to stay in the rose garden for a few days to calm himself down. But a phone call from Lin Ruxia made all his defenses collapse. I don't know what happened to her. This was the first time that Lin Ruxia took the initiative to call him after being married for so long. And she said she was waiting for her to come back. Is it because she understood her feelings and decided to treat herself well? There was a red light ahead. The driver stepped on the brakes and secretly glanced at Wu Jingting sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. His usually serious boss now had a smile on his face. He looks like he's in a very good mood. When Mr. Wu was sent to the bar, his face was very ugly, as if someone owed him hundreds of millions and didn't pay him back. The driver pulled his collar and said, it's really hard to understand the life of rich people. They go to the bar and have a few drinks and then they are so happy. So what? Shinju Garden. When Wu Jingting hurriedly walked into their house, Aunt Jiang had just prepared the dishes. She heard the noise at the door and came out to take a look. Sir. Aunt Jiang was a little surprised. You're back. Wu Jingting nodded. Well, where's the wife? My wife is upstairs. She hasn't come down yet. Aunt Jiang pointed to the second floor. Wu Jingting said he understood and strode up the stairs. Lin Ruxia's door was closed. Wu Jingting knocked on the door, but there was no movement from inside. Lin Ruxia. Wu Jingting called out a few times, but the room remained quiet. Nothing will happen to her, right? Wu Jingting panicked and simply unscrewed the doorknob, pushed the door open and walked in. He walked lightly. It was already dark outside and the light in the room was dim. After walking a few steps inside, Wu Jingting saw a figure rising on the bed. He walked over and touched Lin Ruxia's forehead and found the temperature was normal. It looks like he just fell asleep. Wu Jingting smiled helplessly. She was really capable of making trouble. After sitting on the bed and looking at her for a while, Wu Jingting went downstairs. Aunt Jiang poked her head out of the kitchen and asked, "Sir, is the madam upstairs?" "Yeah." Wu Jingting sat on the sofa, his tone calm. "My wife is asleep." "Oh." Aunt Jiang shook the water off her hands and said with some embarrassment, "Should we wake up madam? Madam specially had a few dishes delivered today. I heard that madam wanted to cook for her personally." Wu Jingting's body stiffened. Cooking personally? What did she say? Madam didn't say it directly, but that's what I heard. Well, let her sleep first. Wu Jingting looked expressionless, but fireworks were already exploding in his heart. Is she going to cook for me? Is she planning to cook for me? And then hearing that I'm not coming back, she lost control of her emotions and called me. Second floor. Lin Ruxia opened her eyes dazedly. She blinked once, and again, and realized that she had fallen asleep in the room. Lin Ruxia scratched her hair and sat up, suddenly thinking of what she did before going to bed. She scratched the ground with her toes in embarrassment. If she could probably dig out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Oh my god! What had she done? Why is it that he seems to be completely drunk even though he didn't drink a drop of alcohol? Lin Ruxia hit her head in annoyance. It seemed as if all the water in her brain had been drained out after crying. Now her brain felt empty and a little painful. Fortunately, Wu Jingting will not be back in the next few days, otherwise she would probably have to act out a death on the spot. The kind that can't be saved. Lin Ruxia walked into the bathroom in slippers and saw that her eyes had swollen into 2 light bulbs. She washed her face, went into the cloakroom, took out a pair of sunglasses, and went straight downstairs. Everything would have been natural if I hadn't seen the man sitting downstairs. However, there is no if in this world. When she came to her senses from her heart palpitations, she had already rolled into Wu Jingting's arms. Lin Ruxia covered her face. She was frightened when she saw Wu Jingting just now. Her left foot tripped over her right foot and then she rolled down the stairs. Wu Jingting strode over, half knelt on the ground, took her into his arms, and held her up steadily. And the sunglasses fell somewhere when she was rolling down. Then, Wu Jingting's starry eyes met Lin Ruxia's tear-swollen eyes. Wu Jingting's heart was beating fast. Was she crying like this just because he didn't come home? Lin Ruxia's mouth sank. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 24, Replenishing his body. When Wu Jingting saw Lin Ruxia's expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. This smile made Lin Ruxia so angry that she flapped her legs and struggled out of Wu Jingting's arms. Then he fled into the kitchen like a whirlwind. Hey! Aunt Jiang was cooking and the range hood was buzzing, so she didn't hear any noise outside. Seeing Lin Ruxia running in with swollen eyes, he thought something serious had happened and quickly turned off the fire. Madam, what's wrong? Why are your eyes so swollen? It's okay, is there any way to reduce the swelling? Lin Ruxia was still in shock. Even though Wu Jingting had seen her miserable state, she still had to try to save him. She still has to fight off by Yue Guang. Hey, don't move. I'll give you a hot egg compress, and then use ice cubes. Alternating hot and cold, the swelling will go down in a while. Aunt Jiang took out ice cubes from the refrigerator and took an egg to help Lin Ruxia apply the compress. While applying the compress, she asked, Madam, what's wrong with you? I watched a movie. By the way, are the dishes ready? I want to grill some leeks and oysters. Wu Jingting finally came back, so she had to quickly replenish his body. Once he was replenished, she wanted to be the first to use him. We can't let outsiders get away with it. Aunt Jiang was overjoyed when she heard this. I just told my husband that you were going to cook for him yourself. Although my husband didn't show it on his face, I could tell that he was very happy. He's not happy at all. If it was his white moonlight who did it, he might be happy. But she is not his white moonlight. Lin Ruxia didn't say anything. She followed Aunt Zhang's instructions to open the oven and put the prepared ingredients in. During this period of time, the swelling under Lin Ruxia's eyes has subsided a lot. When Lin Ruxia and Aunt Zhang brought the food out, she had become much more natural. It does tea matter, just pretend nothing happened, it's just a dream. Wu Jingting looked at the charred leeks and oysters, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He picked up an oyster and put it in his mouth. It was slightly bitter because it was over-roasted. Wu Jingting chewed it twice and swallowed it hard. Then he said expressionlessly, "Did you do this?" Lin Ruxia recommends, "I made these grilled leeks and grilled oysters especially for you. Eat more." Wu Jingting felt a surge of sweetness in his heart, which completely overwhelmed the insignificant bitterness. He smiled and said, "You have read my diary, right?" Lin Ruxia's heart skipped a beat and the hand holding the chopsticks froze. "Don't be nervous. I don't blame you." Lin Ruxia lowered her head, "How do you know?" Wu Jingting naturally wouldn't say that there was a camera in his room, so he just said, "I think if you hadn't read my diary, you wouldn't have treated me like this and even cooked for me." Lin Ruxia felt bitter inside. As expected, Wu Jingting knew that this dish was specially made to nourish his body, so it was not difficult for him to guess that she had read his diary. She tried hard not to let her tears fall. "Then will you chase me away?" Wu Jingting was surprised. How could it be? "Since you understand my feelings and are willing to treat me well, I will naturally love you with all my heart." Lin Ruxia pursed her lips. "Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. You don't have to worry, I will continue to cook these dishes for you, don't lose confidence. Although the diet therapy is slow, it should be effective. Plus, if he exercises every day, he will make up for it one day." Wu Jingting felt like her whole heart was soaked in warm water, and she told herself not to lose confidence. Does that mean that after she knew her feelings, she decided to love him, but was afraid that he would be disappointed in her because of what happened before? Wu Jingting's fingers trembled, and great joy spread from the bottom of his heart. "Don't worry, I won't lose confidence. Not only that, I am very confident. I believe that one day you will fall in love with me." Lin Ruxia was overjoyed and looked up at him. "Really? Are you really confident? Does that mean that this hidden disease is not that serious? It can still be used. After taking some supplements, it will be as useful as normal people. This is really a pleasant surprise." Wu Jingting couldn't hide his smile. He held Lin Ruxia's hand tightly and looked at her seriously. "Well, I have confidence." Lin Ruxia's mouth trembled and she tried to pull her hand back, but Wu Jingting held it tightly and refused to let go. Okay, although it is a bit awkward to discuss with him the question of can it be used or not, it is also good news. They both enjoyed the meal happily. After the meal, Wu Jingting wiped his mouth elegantly with a tissue. His expression was somewhat solemn, and he kept glancing at Lin Ruxia as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Lin Ruxia was suspicious. "What's the matter?" Wu Jingting took a deep breath and said slowly, "I want to take you to see someone." Lin Ruxia's heart began to pound again. Was he going to take her to see that white moonlight? To be honest, she really didn't want to meet that woman. Who would know that she wouldn't feel uncomfortable knowing that her husband has someone else living in his heart? Her voice trembled as she spoke. Lin Ruxia asked, "Who is it?" However, the answer given by Wu Jingting made Lin Ruxia's forehead jump. He looked at her and said, "Jiang Ciyan." To be honest, Lin Ruxia has completely forgotten about Jiang Ciyan these days. Sometimes when I think about it, I want to torture this scumbag to death. Lin Ruxia pushed the bowl away and said with a straight face, "I don't want to see him. I locked him up in a place, and he kept shouting to see you every day." Wu Jingting stared at Lin Ruxia, trying to read something from her expression. Lin Ruxia frowned in disgust. "If he wants to see me, I should go to see him? Who gave him such a big face? Let's go meet him and talk it out." Although these words sounded like a negotiation, Lin Ruxia knew that there was no room for negotiation with Wu Jingting. She hasn't seen Jiang Ciyan since she was reborn, so it seems necessary to go and talk it out. In short, in this life, Lin Ruxia doesn't want to have anything to do with him. Wu Jingting took Lin Ruxia to an apartment, which was guarded inside and outside by bodyguards, so that not even a single extra fly could get in. Jiang Ciyan was sitting on the sofa in the apartment at this moment, staring at the wall with empty eyes. He has been locked up here for several days. Although he has been treated well in terms of food and drink, he wants Lin Ruxia and Wu Jingting to get married so that he can own half of the Hu family's property. Squeak. The door opened. Jiang Ciyan glanced over casually and was stunned when he saw the person at the door. Xia. He called Lin Ruxia's name and wanted to rush up and hug her. However, the bodyguard was quicker and stopped him effortlessly. Lin Ruxia frowned. Don't call my name, I feel disgusted. Jiang Ciyan was stunned. Xia, did Wu Jingting ask you to say that? Did he threaten you? No, no one is threatening me, but I have seen your true colors. Do you want me to divorce Wu Jingting and take away half of Wu's family property? But I'm sorry to disappoint you. Wu Jingting and I signed a divorce agreement before we got married. If we divorce, I can't take a penny with me. In this case, are you still willing to be with me? Lin Ruxia's tone was full of sarcasm, and Jiang Ciyan widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Are you serious? I'm telling you the truth. My mother's company is basically supported by the Hu family. If Wu Jingting and I divorce, you don't have to think about using my mother's money to get promoted. Once the Hu family withdraws its investment, my mother's company will immediately go into bankruptcy. This. Jiang Ciyan was dumbfounded. Didn't all his efforts over the past few years have been in vain? When Lin Ruxia saw Jiang Ciyan like this, she knew that he was regretting the years he had wasted. She sneered and pulled Wu Jingting's arm. Let's go. She thought that Jiang Ciyan would never appear in her world again. Chapter 25, Can I do it? Try it yourself. All the employees of the Hu group could sense that President Hu must be in a good mood these past 2 days. The directors of each department have never been criticized, the project managers have never been scolded, and the artists under them have received all kinds of gifts. Even the staff meals had a lot more meat than usual, and there were special desserts and coffee delivered in the afternoon. Someone secretly wanted to inquire about the news in the president's office. Liang Wen pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and replied gently, it was all instructed by President Hu. So everyone celebrated silently. Their president Hu finally showed some humanity. Mr. Hu, who was finally not so cold in everyone's eyes, got off work and returned home on time again. He changed into slippers at the entrance, loosened his tie, and stepped into their hall. Aunt Zhang poked her head out from the kitchen. Is the master back? Yeah. Wu Jingting looked around calmly. Make me a cup of coffee. After saying that, he sat down on the sofa and read the newspaper. After a while, a cup was placed in front of him. Wu Jingting didn't think much about it, picked up the cup and took a sip, then suddenly frowned. The smell is wrong. Although it looks black, it is not coffee. It also has a smell of traditional Chinese medicine. Wu Jingting looked up and met Lin Ruxia's expectant face. How is it? He frowned. What is this? It's medicine to replenish your body. Lin Ruxia urged Wu Jingting to drink up the medicine. It's good for your body. Didn't you say you have confidence? Let's work hard together. The joy in Wu Jingting's heart swelled a little more. As expected, she also wanted to try hard to fall in love with him. Wu Jingting lowered his eyes slightly and saw the rose gold watch on the snow-white wrist, and he felt better. After they came back from meeting Jiang Ciyan that day, Lin Ruxia kept holding up the watch on her hand to show him, saying that she had specially bought it for couples, and asked Wu Jingting why he never wore it. In fact, ever since Lin Ruxia gave him the watch before their marriage, he had always wanted Lin Ruxia to put it on for him personally. However, Lin Ruxia was too busy avoiding him to do so how could she put the watch on him personally? So the watch remained in Wu Jingting's drawer and he never had the chance to wear it. And that day, Lin Ruxia took the watch out of the drawer and put it on him personally. These days, he and Lin Ruxia have been wearing the same watch, and he couldn't help but curl his lips whenever he thought of it. The sweetness of Lin Ruxia made him completely unable to taste the bitterness of the Chinese medicine. Wu Jingting gulped down the medicine in the cup. Lin Ruxia gave him a shy smile and ran back to the kitchen. Wu Jingting looked at her figure and felt like little pink bubbles were popping up all around him. While eating, Lin Ruxia diligently put several unknown objects into his bowl with chopsticks. In the past 2 days, she cooked by herself every day, and the food she made was completely unrecognizable. He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, picked it up, chewed it a few times, and then quickly swallowed it. This taste is really weird. Seeing Lin Ruxia's eyes shining, and she was about to feed him the black unknown object in the next second. Hu Jingting's forehead twitched. He pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "What is this? Why has my family been cooking this dish these days?" Lin Ruxia said excitedly, "This is pig penis. It's very nutritious. In fact, the dishes are different every day. Before, it was leeks and oysters, yesterday it was dog meat and donkey meat, and today it is pig penis and deer antler." Cough, cough, cough. Hu Jingting was choked by Lin Ruxia's words and started coughing violently. What had he eaten in the past few days? Lin Ruxia patted his back with concern. "How come you choked? Don't be anxious, eat slowly, these are specially made for you." This was getting weirder and weirder. What did he mean by specially made for him? Why did he want to eat this for no reason? Looking at Lin Ruxia's excited expression, Hu Jingting didn't ask anything. As long as she was happy, he would eat anything. "Are you full? If you are, I will take it away." Lin Ruxia just gave Jiang Ciyan a day off and asked her to go home and rest tonight. Now, only Lin Ruxia and Hu Jingting are left in the house. Hu Jingting definitely doesn't know how to do housework, so he has to do the dishes himself. Luckily, there was a dishwasher at home, so she just had to throw the bowl in. Hu Jingting watched Lin Ruxia skipping and jumping as she packed her things and went into the kitchen, and a very simple sense of happiness surged in his heart. When he comes home from work, his wife is waiting for him at home and has prepared a meal for him. This simple life can wash away Hu Jingting's fatigue from the whole day. He unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, sat at the dining table and watched Lin Ruxia busy in the kitchen. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by the shelf at the kitchen door, on which was an unopened express package. "Xia Xia." Hu Jingting said, "Is this package yours? What did you buy?" Lin Ruxia didn't even raise her head. "It should be the vegetable seeds or flower seeds I bought that have arrived. Aunt Jiang went to the door to get them today. Can you help me unpack them?" "Good." Hu Jingting found a pair of scissors, opened the box, and took out the contents. When he saw the blushing cloth, the veins on Hu Jingting's forehead began to throb again. He seemed unable to believe his eyes and looked down at the box again. The exciting style and eye-catching color, as well as the small whip and toy handcuffs next to it, all clearly announced their identities to Hu Jingting. "That's right, we are sex toys." Hu Jingting's mouth was dry. Before he could speak, he heard Lin Ruxia shouting in the kitchen again, "Can you help me check how to use this dishwasher on your phone? Why doesn't it respond when I press the button?" "Good." Hu Jingting grabbed the phone that Lin Ruxia had left on the dining table, opened the browser, and the page that popped up made him vomit blood. His heart was shaken, and he opened the browsing history. What should I do if my husband is not good at that? How effective are pig penis and deer antler in treating male impotence? What Chinese medicine should my husband take if he has sexual problems? Is sexy underwear really useful for treating impotence? With every page he read, Hu Jingting's face became darker. He finally understood why Lin Ruxia had been feeding him all these weird things these days, but what made her mistakenly believe that he was not good in that aspect? "You haven't found out yet." Lin Ruxia battled with the dishwasher for a long time but still couldn't get Hu Jingting's answer. She walked out of the kitchen and saw what was happening. Suddenly her scalp went numb. Hu Jingting was holding the sexy underwear she bought. She rushed forward to snatch back the small piece of cloth. She was so embarrassed that her hands and feet were no longer hers. She stepped back timidly and tried to hide herself, but Hu Jingting did not give her the chance. He took a big step forward and cornered her. "There is a wall on the left, a wall on the right, a wall behind, and in front of me is Hu Jingting's wall of flesh." Lin Ruxia's face flushed instantly, and she stammered, not daring to look at him, What are you doing?" Hu Jingting was so angry that Lin Ruxia laughed. He bent down and leaned close to her right ear. "Leeks, oysters, dog meat, donkey meat, pig penis, deer antler. Are you trying to improve my sexual performance? Do you doubt that I am not good enough?" Huh. When he spoke, his warm breath sprayed behind Lin Ruxia's ear, and goosebumps suddenly appeared on her left back. Hu Jingting took in all her words. He went straight in and sucked until the root of Lin Ruxia's tongue hurt. Lin Ruxia was kissed by him until she softened into a puddle of water and melted in his arms. He finally let her go, but his lips were still pressed tightly against hers. He chuckled and said, "Can I do it? Try it yourself." Chapter 26, My Third Brother Loves You So Much. Lin Ruxia felt something pressing against her waist. She started to cry as she spoke. I was wrong. You can do it. You are really good. So why are you doing all this? Huh. The man's voice was hoarse, and Lin Ruxia wanted to cry but had no tears. Isn't that what you wrote in your diary? What's the bottom line of a man? Plus you didn't touch me at all, so I naturally thought. Wu Jingting sneered. Ms. Lin, you may have forgotten what you said on your wedding night. Do you want me to repeat it? Lin Ruxia lowered her eyes. Of course she remembered what she had said, but at that time she didn't know that she would die tragically in the future, nor did she know that she would be reborn. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Wu Jingting thought she had forgotten and actually repeated what she said in her ear. Mr. Hua, I didn't marry you voluntarily. I hope you can keep your distance from me. Regarding married life, I don't want to have any intimate relationship with Mr. Hua. I hope Mr. Hua won't force me. If possible, I hope Mr. Hua will treat me as a stranger. With every word he said, Wu Jingting felt a little colder. He thought that he might be being too sentimental again this time. Lin Ruxia listened to him saying all those words back to her, lowered her head and apologized softly. I'm sorry. Wu Jingting's eyes were red. He lifted Lin Ruxia's chin and looked down at her. What else did you find in my diary? Nothing else. Lin Ruxia shook her head. She had only read that one article and only knew that he had a lover in his heart. She didn't even know her name. Don't worry, I don't know who that woman is, and I won't cause trouble for her. Wu Jingting narrowed his eyes. What woman? That's the woman in your diary. Lin Ruxia was flustered. What did Wu Jingting mean by this? The man chuckled. You don't know who she is? Lin Ruxia shook her head. I don't know. Wu Jingting's heart sank completely. He let go of Lin Ruxia, stepped back a few steps and said, Oh, I asked for too much. What the hell? Lin Ruxia frowned. Could it be that Wu Jingting wanted to marry that woman? But before Lin Ruxia could say anything, Wu Jingting strode upstairs, leaving her alone in a daze. After a while, Wu Jingting hurried downstairs carrying a bag and said, I've taken all the diaries. I won't be back for a while. Go wherever you want. Bang. The door was slammed shut. Lin Ruxia blinked a few times, still not realizing what was happening. When he threw himself into the car, Wu Jingting felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by someone, and it hurt so much. The cruelest thing was that he thought Lin Ruxia understood his feelings, but in fact Lin Ruxia had no idea what he wanted. Enough, enough. Don't give your sincere heart to her to be trampled upon. After calming down, Wu Jingting gently stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared towards the rose garden. Lin Ruxia lay in bed with her eyes open all night, still not understanding why Wu Jingting suddenly turned against her. Was it because I misunderstood him? Or was it because I peeked into his diary and offended his white moonlight? Lin Ruxia felt that the most difficult thing to guess in this world was not a woman's mind, but Wu Jingting's mind. When she went downstairs the next day, Lin Ruxia's eyes were dark. Aunt Zhang was shocked when she saw this. Oh, madam, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? It's okay. Lin Ruxia waved her hands weakly. I'll get a glass of milk. Aunt Zhang poured milk for Lin Ruxia with great concern. Madam, just ask me to bring you whatever you want to drink. Did you not sleep well? Lin Ruxia forced a smile. Now you are the only one left at home to do things. You must be very busy. I can do it myself. Their husband has selected a new group of people from the housekeeping company and they are here today. Madam, just tell her what you need done. Ever since Jiang Ciyan bribed the family's servants to pass on a message to Lin Ruxia, everyone in the family except Aunt Zhang has been fired. Now a new maid is coming to their house, but Lin Ruxia, the owner, is completely unaware of it. As her master, what she did was really a joke. Lin Ruxia nodded to show that she understood. She was about to go upstairs with the milk in her hand when Aunt Zhang called her again. Madam, their husband said, when the new driver arrives, you can go out for a walk. New. Lin Ruxia didn't even turn her head. Did this mean that her house arrest was lifted? But where can she go? None of Lin Ruxia's friends in college liked Jiang Ciyan. After she got together with Jiang Ciyan, she became estranged from her friends. Now, she couldn't find anyone to go out with or have a drink with. Lin Ruxia couldn't help but want to cry. Now she knew that Wu Jingting had another woman in his heart, and she also knew that he was just like a normal man with nothing abnormal with his body. Then, would he go find that woman? Did he really want to marry her? Once she nodded, would he give up his position? Lin Ruxia was suddenly surrounded by a strong sense of crisis. Her only support in this life was Hu Jingting, and she must not lose him again. But what can she do? After thinking it over, Lin Ruxia realized that there were only two people she could call. One is her own mother, Lin Ruxia. But she knows Lin Ruxia very well. No matter what she says, she will think it is her fault. It is better not to say anything. Quarreling will only consume the mother-daughter relationship. It was Meng Wanwan. In fact, Lin Ruxia and Meng Wanwan had little contact in the previous life, but after getting along with each other in this life, Lin Ruxia felt that it was her luck to be friends with Meng Wanwan. There were many things she could learn from Meng Wanwan. Glancing at the time, it was almost time for lunch. Lin Ruxia gritted her teeth and called Meng Wanwan. Hello? Sister-in-law, what can I do for you? Meng Wanwan's voice came from the other end of the phone, and Lin Ruxia felt relieved for no reason. She cleared her throat and said, Sister-in-law, are you available today? I want to treat you to lunch at noon. Meng Wanwan had just finished class and was packing up in the office to go eat. She was a little surprised when she heard this. I don't have anything to do. Where do you want to eat? I don't know either. You decide, sister-in-law. Lin Ruxia really hadn't decided where to go for dinner. Meng Wanwan heard her voice was a little depressed. Are you in a bad mood? Did you have a fight with your third brother? Are they having a fight? Lin Ruxia thought about it and felt that the noise last night really was a quarrel. She uttered a gloomy hum. Meng Wanwan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Hu Jingting loved Lin Ruxia to his core. How could he actually quarrel with her? Thinking of this, he said, Third brother loves you so much, how could he be willing to quarrel with you? Chapter 27, Give birth to a child to trip her up. Third brother loves you so much, how dare he quarrel with you? This sentence made Lin Ruxia freeze. She took a long time to react before she stammered, he loves me. Meng Wanwan realized that she had said the wrong thing. She shouldn't interfere in the affairs of a young couple like this. Whether they love each other or not, it should be said by the parties themselves. What's the point of hearing it from other people's mouths? So she changed the subject. Why don't you come to my school? The food in our school cafeteria is delicious. Lin Ruxia sat up from the bed and nodded in agreement. Okay. The atmosphere in the entire Hu group was very depressing today, and everyone almost held their breath when walking. The reason is simple. When Mr. Hu came to the company today, his face was ashen. Although Mr. Hu always had a cold face in the past, this time he looked obviously more angry. Afternoon tea was gone, there was less luncheon meat, and Manager Zhu from the planning department was scolded like a sieve. Liang Wen said helplessly after hearing this, Manager Zhu being scolded has nothing to do with President Hu's mood. It is indeed that Manager Zhu made a mistake in his work. However, everyone was still shivering and huddling together for warmth, not daring to appear in front of President Hu easily. Of course, everyone worked harder and checked a document 7 or 8 times before submitting it, for fear that they would be fired if they made a small mistake. In the president's office on the 66th floor, Hu Jingting put his ringing phone to his ear with a cold face. Hello. Third brother, can you keep your wife in check? Hu Jingshu pinched his brows helplessly on the other end of the phone. Your wife took my wife away. Now it's just me and Chichi at home. I have no food to eat, and Chichi has no mother. He really wanted to cry. It was agreed that Meng Wanwan would come back to cook, but now Meng Wanwan was happily eating outside. He was left an orphan and a widow at home, with no one to turn to for help. Hu Jingting said coldly, Second brother, do your students know that you are like this? I don't care if they know or not. Anyway, I can't live any longer. Either you give me a wife, or you are responsible for our lunch today. Hu Jingshu appears to be a silent, gentle and well-educated professor in front of outsiders, but he likes to act like a rogue in front of his younger brother. Hu Jingting didn't want to say more. I'll ask someone to pack the food and send it to your house. Hey, the source of this matter is your wife. Your wife has been taking up too much of my wife's time recently, and I really mind it. What can I do? Can you get your wife pregnant and give birth to a child to keep her company? Hu Jingting sneered, after you have a child, who will be tripped up or your second sister-in-law? Hu Jingshu. Hu Jingting, hang up. Then he hung up the phone ruthlessly. But his heart was not so calm. What he kept hearing in his ears was Hu Jingshu's words, get your wife pregnant. Hu Jingting felt that he would explode if he continued like this, so he immediately called the inside line to find Liang Wen. Mr. Hu. Liang Wen was slightly surprised. Although Mr. Hu was a workaholic, he had never disturbed his employees during lunchtime. Is the latest movie by director Xie Li from Country X going to be released in domestic theaters? Liang Wen was stunned, and immediately replied, yes, director Xie Li seems to have plans to contact several domestic film companies. Book me a ticket to Country X, and we'll go meet director Shelley. Liang Wen's expression became serious. Okay, Mr. Hu. Director Shirley's movies are popular all over the world, but have never been released in domestic theaters. If the Hu family can get director Shirley, they will be able to stand firm in the country. Hu Jingting breathed a sigh of relief only after the date of the business trip was confirmed. Whenever he thought that the distance between him and Lin Ruxia was no more than 10 kilometers, he always had the urge to fly over to find her. Lin Ruxia's goodwill in recent days had given rise to a spark of hope in his heart. Although he kept telling himself to suppress the flame, how could he extinguish it so easily? Hu Jingting thought that it would be better for him to stay abroad for a while. When the driver took Lin Ruxia to Haisha University, it was time for the students to go to the cafeteria for lunch. She was carried forward by groups of youthful and energetic children, and this feeling was not unpleasant at all. This made her truly realize that she was living in this world. Sure enough, the places with the most down-to-earth atmosphere are night markets, vegetable markets, and university cafeterias. Meng Wanwan had already found a seat and sat down. Based on her description, Lin Ruxia walked around the restaurant for a long time before finding her second sister-in-law. After squeezing with this group of children for a while, Lin Ruxia's mood has improved. Perhaps infected by the lively atmosphere, her eyes are bright now. Meng Wanwan smiled and said, "Are you hungry? I chose the most famous spicy hot pot in our restaurant. Come and try it." Oh my god, what kind of wealthy lady is this? Other wealthy wives eat caviar shipped in by air and fresh milk sent from foreign ranches, but her second sister-in-law, the second young lady of the Hu family, is enthusiastically recommending the bowl of spicy hot pot in front of her that costs less than 30 yuan. Lin Ruxia picked up a piece of food with chopsticks without saying a word. It smelled so good. Don't miss the delicious food. She was not a delicate young lady, nor was she a wealthy wife who was ignorant of the sufferings of the world. She had lived at the bottom of society for 8 years, and for a long time, she could not even afford spicy hot pot. After staying up all night and skipping breakfast, Lin Ruxia was already starving. After hastily finishing a big bowl of spicy hot pot, she wiped the corners of her lips with a lingering look. Then, several boys stood in front of Lin Ruxia. One of them had an embarrassed look on his face, while the others kept bumping his arms, their eyes darting back and forth between Lin Ruxia and him. "Classmate, excuse me, do you have a boyfriend? I fell in love with you at first sight." The boy's face turned red and he couldn't even speak fluently. He scratched his head and looked at Lin Ruxia embarrassedly. Lin Ruxia was surprised. She hadn't heard anyone confess their love for about 10 years. After she got together with Jiang Ciyan in college, naturally no boy would confess his love to her. Later, after she married Hu Jingting, no one dared to mess with the third young lady of the Hu family. Later, she got divorced. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Life has tortured her into a woman with a haggard face. This novel feeling ignited a fire in Lin Ruxia's heart and made her realize that she was still young. What is youth? Youth means having the courage to not turn back, no matter how difficult the road ahead is. "Classmate." Seeing that she hadn't said anything, the boy called her again. "Oh." Lin Ruxia came back to her senses and put on a polite smile, "Sorry, I'm married." As if they had not expected such an answer, the older boys were stunned. After he reacted, he stammered a few words of congratulations and then fled into the crowd. Meng Wanwan looked at Lin Ruxia leisurely. "Sister-in-law is doing well." Lin Ruxia suddenly stood up and hugged Meng Wanwan. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I already know what I should do." Then she grabbed her bag and rushed out of the restaurant, jogging all the way back to the car. "Uncle Driver, go to Hu's group." Chapter 28, Come and Start a Business with Mom. Lin Ruxia was excited all the way and full of energy. She thought that she was only 22 years old, which was just the right age for a normal girl to fall in love. If you like someone, chase him. As long as he doesn't have a girlfriend, you may be able to catch him if you try hard. Lin Ruxia is now pursuing Hu Jingting. She was very sure that Wu Jingting didn't have a girlfriend now, and as his wife, she could legally pursue him. As for the white moonlight in his heart, Lin Ruxia clenched her fists. Anyone who destroys other people's marriages is a shameful third party. She rushed all the way to the downstairs of the Hu group with great enthusiasm, but was stopped by the front desk as soon as she entered the lobby. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? The receptionist had a professional smile on her face, but her eyes were looking Lin Ruxia up and down. Well, she has fair skin, beautiful looks, and a tall figure. She is wearing XNN's new high-end custom-made dress this summer, which costs more than 100,000 yuan. She was wearing classic SLL sheepskin high heels and the watch on her wrist looked expensive. The face is unfamiliar, not a celebrity. Whose rich daughter is she? Lin Ruxia scratched her head. I'm looking for your CEO Hua. I don't have an appointment, but if you tell me your last name is Lin, he will definitely meet me. The receptionist laughed, another woman eager to stick to their big boss. Sorry, you can't come in without a reservation. Lin Ruxia has been staying at home since graduation. She is still a rookie in the workplace and has no idea that she needs to make an appointment to meet Mr. Hua. The key is that she needs to make an appointment to see her husband. But she couldn't make a scene. After all, this was the company and Wu Jingting would be embarrassed if she did. Then Lin Ruxia took out her cell phone and called Wu Jingting in front of the front desk. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later. A cold female voice came from the phone. Lin Ruxia's mouth twitched slightly. Did Wu Jingting block her number? Sighing helplessly, Lin Ruxia forced out another smile and looked at the front desk. Then I'll find Liang Wenliang, the special assistant. The receptionist still had the standard fake smile. Excuse me, do you have an appointment with special assistant Liang? Lin Ruxia. Now you need to make an appointment to find an assistant? She scratched her hair in distress. Then can you call assistant Liang and tell him that a girl named Lin is waiting in the lobby? It is absolutely not allowed to call the boss, but it is okay to call assistant Liang. The receptionist nodded slightly. Please wait a moment. Then she picked up the phone and dialed the internal line of the president's office. Hello, Secretary Jiang, there is a lady named Lin downstairs who wants to see assistant Liang. Is it convenient for assistant Liang to answer the phone now? Secretary Jiang was stunned for a moment. On the other end of the phone, Boss Wu and special assistant Liang are on a business trip. Didn't your front desk know? The receptionist twitched her lips. Okay, thank you Secretary Jiang. How's it going? Lin Ruxia blinked her big eyes, with a gleam in her eyes. The receptionist still smiled and said, sorry, special assistant Liang is not available to answer the phone. The front desk clerk would never expose the boss's travel history. Once you've done it, you can just pack up and leave. What's more, the girl in front of him obviously wants to throw herself at Mr. Hua. TSK, there are too many people who want to throw themselves at Mr. Hua, and I'm afraid I can't even talk to the one in front of me. Lin Ruxia walked out of the door of the Hua group dejectedly, looking like a deflated balloon. The world is so big, where else can she go now except Shinduyuan? Looking at the watch on her hand, Lin Ruxia belatedly remembered that her biological mother Lin Bixia was still alive. It has been a week since she was reborn, and she seems to have not contacted her mother on her own initiative. Lin Ruxia patted her head in annoyance, got into the car and said to the driver, let's go to Lin's dance studio. Lin's dance studio is a company founded by Lin Bixia. It is not small in scale and is located in a stand-alone building. Lin Bixia studied dance, and she had an upright figure and elegant temperament as long as she didn't speak to Lin Ruxia. After getting off the bus, Lin Ruxia, who had learned her lesson, took out her cell phone and called Lin Bixia. She didn't want to be stopped by the front desk in her own company. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Ruxia immediately took the phone away from her ear. You still remember to call me, huh? Do you still have me as your mother in your heart? I really raised you as my daughter in vain. You haven't called me or come to see me for a week. Tell me, what's on your mind? If you dare to say that scumbag's name, I will beat you to death. Tell me, what do you want from me? After the gunfire was over, Lin Ruxia put the phone back to her ear and said, Mom, are you in the company? Nonsense, where would I be if I wasn't in the company? How would I make money if I wasn't in the company? Lin Ruxia stuck out her tongue, I'm downstairs in the company. Do you want to tell the front desk to let me up? Lin Bixia almost wanted to vomit blood. You still have the nerve to say that? Isn't this company yours when I get old? You haven't shown up since you graduated, and even the front desk doesn't recognize you. Oh, I'm here. Lin Ruxia stamped her feet and walked into the hall. As expected, the front desk clerk respectfully took Lin Ruxia into the president's special elevator, and Lin Ruxia sat all the way to the 12th floor. After getting out of the elevator, her biological mother was waiting for her outside. It's so low here. I think it was 66 stories high. Lin Ruxia glared at her and said, yes, the Wu family has a successor, but my Lin family's heir is just a silly, innocent, love-brained girl. I'm so pissed off. How could someone as ambitious as me give birth to a daughter like you? How would I know? You gave birth to me, why are you asking me? Lin Ruxia hugged Lin Ruxia's arm and acted coquettishly, while Lin Ruxia glared at her with disappointment. How's your relationship with Jiang Ciyan these days? You haven't made him angry again, have you? Lin Ruxia thought about it and felt that she seemed to have made Jiang Ciyan angry, but she didn't know why. Suddenly, she remembered something. Mom, before Jiang Ciyan and I got married, what did he say to you that made you agree to our marriage? Lin Ruxia's body froze, her eyes dodging. He didn't say anything, he just said how much money he could invest in Lin's. When I heard that this was completely beyond the value of my daughter, I agreed immediately. Lin Ruxia looked at her suspiciously. Am I so easy to deceive in your eyes? Why did you come to see me today? Lin Ruxia changed the subject abruptly, and Lin Ruxia was indeed led astray by her. Mom, my life is so boring every day. I don't know what to do except grow mushrooms in Shinju Garden. Lin Ruxia's eyes lit up. Come and start a business with Mom. Chapter 29, A Lover of Equal Strength. Before Lin Ruxia could come to her senses, she was taken to the office by Lin Ruxia, who was smiling all the time. Then he pulled out a document from the drawer neatly. Quick, sign it. Lin Ruxia was stunned and looked at the thick stack of documents. What is this? Of course it is. Lin Ruxia swallowed the words sell body contract and said sincerely, this is the contract for you to work in the company. Although you are my heir, you still have to go through the necessary procedures. Let me take a look first. Lin Ruxia flipped open the first page of the contract, while Lin Ruxia folded her arms across her chest and said, you kid, you can't even trust your own mother. Forget it, just take a look quickly, don't waste time. However, Lin Ruxia could not understand the contents. After all, it was drafted by the Ministry of Justice themselves. She knew every word in it, but had no idea what it meant when they were put together. Probably, it seems, it should be that after signing it, I will become the vice president of Lin's, responsible for the operation of the company, and have to bring projects to the company to help the company make a profit. Lin Ruxia scratched her head and signed her name. In her previous life, her mother lost her life for her. Let alone this being a contract, even if it was a life and death agreement, Lin Ruxia would sign it. Moreover, Lin Ruxia knew that Lin Ruxia had always wanted her to come to the company to work, but she had been completely satisfied with Jiang Ciyan before and had no intention of starting a career at all. Seeing Lin Ruxia signed, Lin Ruxia was so excited that she almost shed tears. Xia, that's great, you finally figured it out. Lin Ruxia gave Lin Ruxia a bear hug. Lin Ruxia finally broke free and said weakly, let me go, Mom. Lin Ruxia poked Lin Ruxia's forehead and said, Mom has spent so much money on you since you were a child to train you to dance. You graduated with a dance major and have won many awards before. Finally, you can slowly give back to Mom. Okay? I'll report back. Where should I report back? Lin Ruxia held her chin with her hand. She was bored every day anyway, so it would be nice to find something to do. Besides, she really loved dancing before. However, no matter what happens when you encounter Jiang Ciyan, you have to add a but. What a jerk, he ruined her career. A lot. You can stay in the company and be a training teacher. The company has recently recruited a group of new dance teachers. Your qualifications are enough to train them. Or you can choose to be sent abroad. Recently, many entertainment companies have consulted about the issue of dance training for artists. However, it will be more tiring. You have to choreograph and dance by yourself and then teach those artists step by step. Lin Ruxia flipped through the letters of intent for cooperation on the table and threw the whole stack to Lin Ruxia. Since you are my daughter, I decided to give you the right to choose whatever you want. Lin Ruxia. She curled her lips, took the thick stack nonchalantly and flipped through it casually. Then, she was stunned. Because she saw the name of Hua S Entertainment. This is an entertainment company under the Hu Group. It has hundreds of artists of all sizes, from movie kings and queens to talent show artists, with all types covered. Then, an idea emerged from Lin Ruxia's mind. She wanted to use her own abilities to become Hu Jingting's equal lover, and she wanted him to reveal his identity in front of everyone. She wanted to let the receptionist who stopped her at was today know that she was the wife of the Hu Group. As Lin Ruxia thought about this, the desire for revenge was already on her lips. The next second, a familiar fingertip poked her forehead expertly. "What are you thinking about, smiling so foolishly? Have you made your choice?" Lin Ruxia hugged Lin Bixia's arm sweetly. "I've made my choice. I want to cooperate with my husband's company." Xia. Lin Bixia looked at her daughter in surprise. "That's great, this way you can spend more time with Jingting." "Yes." Lin Ruxia raised her eyebrows proudly. Her bright future was already paved under her feet. The next day, Lin Ruxia specially selected the most figure-flattering clothes from her closet and asked the driver to take her to the downstairs of the Hu Group. When the receptionist saw Lin Ruxia, her expression remained unchanged, and she continued to smile and asked, "Madam, who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment?" TSK, the Hua's receptionist is indeed well trained. She raised the documents in her hand and said, "I'm here to see Manager Zhu from the entertainment department. He and Lin's dance studio have a project to collaborate on." "Okay, please wait a moment, I'll check." The front desk called the entertainment department, and they confirmed that Manager Zhu would indeed meet with people from Lin's dance studio today. This is the elevator card. The entertainment department is on the 23rd floor. This card can only be used to open the elevator on the 23rd floor. Please do not go to other floors. The front desk clerk handed Lin Ruxia a card. Lin Ruxia twitched her lips and took it. "TSK, I didn't expect that even though I came to work at OS, I'm still so far away from Hu Jingting. How can she get to the 66th floor from the 23rd floor?" Lin Ruxia wanted to cry. She pushed up her sunglasses and stepped into the elevator in her high heels. The elevator stopped at the 23rd floor, the door opened, and Lin Ruxia walked out. Not far away, a man in a suit and leather shoes came over. "Is this Teacher Lin?" "Who are you?" "Hello, I'm Zhu Yao from the entertainment department." Zhu Yao extended his hand to Lin Ruxia. "Hello, Manager Zhu." Lin Ruxia pinched his fingertips, shook hands in a friendly manner, and quickly let go. Zhu Yao's gaze stayed on Lin Ruxia's face for a few seconds, and then he quickly retracted his gaze. "I'm very happy to work with Teacher Lin. I didn't expect Teacher Lin to be so young. She is so beautiful, prettier than most of the female artists in the company." Lin Ruxia maintained a proper smile. "Manager Zhu, thank you for the compliment. May I ask who is the student I want to lead?" "This way please." Zhu Yao made a please gesture. "These are some newly signed young female artists, aged between 17 and 19, all of them are very ambitious. The company plans to let them debut as a group, and will focus on cultivating their singing and dancing abilities. Teacher Lin will have to work hard during this period." Lin Ruxia raised the corners of her lips. Manager Zhu is in a serious condition. As long as she can be closer to Hu Jingting and get her money, she won't feel it's hard. Lin Ruxia was the president of the dance club when she was in college. She was the one who organized the dance selections and choreographed any cultural activities in school. This job was not difficult for her. Although, she hasn't danced for 8 years since she started living again. Zhu Yao brought Lin Ruxia to a dance studio. After opening the door, she saw 5 or 6 girls who looked like students. Everyone was wearing tight dance costumes and looked very youthful. This is the teacher that the company invited to teach everyone how to dance. His last name is Lin. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Ruxia. We are going to learn from each other for a while." Lin Ruxia curled her lips. This was her first sincere smile today. Chapter 30, Are you qualified to join Hua's? Lift your legs higher. Relax your calves, don't be so tense. Don't bend your arms, yes, that's it. Slump your waist, slump a little more. Come on, let's keep this position for another 15 minutes. After starting teaching, Lin Ruxia's heart has been filled with excitement. "I originally thought that my body would be stiff since I hadn't danced for so long." Unexpectedly, when the music and rhythm came together, her body moved reflexively. It's good to be young. Lin Ruxia didn't feel any discomfort at all when she bent her waist, and she easily did a standard posture. Several girls were sweating profusely from exhaustion, but they all persevered in order to make their debut. In these people, Lin Ruxia saw her former self, who was full of dreams and drive. She was also infected by the atmosphere and danced for more than 2 hours without stopping. When she stopped, her dance costume was already soaked with sweat. At this time, the clock in the dance studio also pointed to the number 12. Okay, let's take a break in the morning and go eat. Lin Ruxia fanned herself with her hands, trying not to sound so breathless. Okay, thank you, Teacher Lin. Several girls bowed to Lin Ruxia. In just one morning, they realized that Lin Ruxia was a very dedicated and excellent dance teacher. Lin Ruxia took her cell phone and followed a few girls to eat. Do you think we can run into Mr. Hua today? I don't think so. I heard from the CEO's office that CEO Hua is on a business trip with Special Assistant Liang. On a business trip? Doesn't that mean we won't be able to see Mr. Hua in the next few days? What a pity. The last time I saw him in the staff cafeteria, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. Who isn't? President Hua is so handsome. I think he's even more handsome than the best actor. That's right, Mr. Hua has such a unique temperament. You can tell at a glance that he came from a wealthy, well-educated, aristocratic family. Actors really can't compare to the rich. I really want to marry him. Dream on. Lin Ruxia heard every word of the chattering discussion in front of her. Are you on a business trip? Was he hiding from her on purpose? Lin Ruxia thought about the last time she saw him. He did say that he would not be back for a while. Was he planning to go on a business trip at that time? Or was he going on a business trip specifically after he had a fight with her? Are you handsome? Lin Ruxia thought about it calmly. He was indeed very handsome, much more handsome than Jiang Ciyan. Why was she so blind in her previous life that she had to be with Jiang Ciyan? A unique temperament. How can it not be? Just ask, besides Hu Jingting, is there anyone else in the world whose cooling effect is comparable to that of several refrigerators? Good family education? It is quite good. Hu Jingting was raised by his elder brother and was managed in a military way since he was a child, so Hu Jingting can be so self-disciplined now. He is usually meticulous and strictly abides by the fine tradition of not talking while eating or sleeping. Marry him. Lin Ruxia rolled her eyes and said, don't even think about it. He belongs to me. After complaining about the discussion of several girls in her heart, Lin Ruxia felt a little better. As soon as she reached the stairs, Zhu Yao patted her shoulder from behind. Teacher Lin. Lin Ruxia was startled and subconsciously took a few steps away from the person who came. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Zhu Yao's face. Manager Zhu, what a coincidence. Zhu Yao looked at Lin Ruxia, who was several meters away from him, and approached her calmly. Don't be so formal, just call me Zhu Yao. Lin Ruxia took a few steps back and said, Manager Zhu, please stay away from me. I've been dancing all morning and I'm sweating all over. Really? I don't smell any sweat. Do you girls smell so good when you sweat? Lin Ruxia was just at the level of Zhu Yao's nose, and he could smell the faint fragrance emanating from the girl with just a light sniff. Manager Zhu is really good at joking. Lin Ruxia smiled politely and changed the subject. Is Manager Zhu going to the restaurant to eat too? Zhu Yao said, millimeter. Teacher Lin, are you going to the staff restaurant to eat? I've heard that the food in Hua's employee cafeteria is delicious, and I've always wanted to try it. Now I finally have the chance. Lin Ruxia wanted to know what the food that Hu Jingting had been eating for so many years tasted like. Zhu Yao chuckled, that's a pity, Mr. Lin. You have to swipe your employee card to get your meal at the restaurant. Lin Ruxia obviously hadn't thought of this and couldn't help but pat her own slow brain. How could she ignore the fact that she didn't have an employee card and couldn't order any food? Zhu Yao looked at Lin Ruxia's annoyed expression and smiled again, but Teacher Lin can give me a chance to treat you to a meal, although it's in the staff cafeteria. Isn't it bad? Lin Ruxia waved her hand. How could someone treat you to a meal when you first met someone? Zhu Yao's tone was unquestionable, there's nothing wrong with that. It's normal for partners to eat together. Teacher Lin, don't feel embarrassed. Just invite him back next time. Having said that, it would be hypocritical to refuse any further. So Lin Ruxia agreed. The two walked into the restaurant together, and Lin Ruxia immediately noticed that many eyes were focused on them. She was a little confused. Was it because she was dressed wrong, or was it because she was sweating too much and her makeup was ruined? Lin Ruxia used the camera as a mirror to check her appearance and found nothing wrong. So why do these people do this? After dinner, she got the answer. Because so many people were looking at her with scrutiny, Lin Ruxia had no time to choose dishes. She just ordered 2 vegetarian dishes, said a few perfunctory words to Zhu Yao, who was trying to find something to say, and quickly left the restaurant. After walking out of the restaurant, she turned to the bathroom on the right. Although she had never worked there, Lin Ruxia had learned from various workplace TV dramas that if one wanted to know the gossip in the company, one had to stay in 2 places. One is the tea room, and the other is the bathroom. Lin Ruxia opened a compartment, walked in and waited for a while, and sure enough, she heard what she wanted to hear. Who is the woman next to Manager Zhu? She looks like a teacher here to teach the artists how to dance. Look at her dancing costume. What do you mean the teacher is so young? Is she qualified to join the hwas? She has a vixen face. Maybe she bought this opportunity with her body. Look, she hooked up with Manager Zhang on her first day. You can't say that. Another girl comforted. After all, this is Manager Zhu's responsibility. It's inevitable that 2 people will come into contact at work. Don't think too much. As long as you work hard, Manager Zhu will be won over by you sooner or later. Oh. I hope so too. Let's go. The voice gradually faded away, and Lin Ruxia walked out of the cubicle with a sullen face. Chapter 31, Love Makes People Better. Back in the dance studio, Lin Ruxia began to stretch as if nothing had happened. A bunch of small fry who were not worthy of her attention dared to make rumors and cause trouble behind her back. When she takes down the big boss, she will fire these people immediately. Why do you have to be a gossip when you can do something else? Teacher Lin, you came back from eating so soon. A head popped in from the door. Lin Ruxia recognized that it was a girl who learned dancing from her. Everyone called her Xiaoyi. Lin Ruxia looked at her and smiled. I ate a lot in the morning and didn't eat much at noon. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, I've eaten. Xiaoyi blushed and moved closer to Lin Ruxia. Teacher Lin, what is your relationship with Manager Zhu? Lin Ruxia. Why are there still people trying to eat melons from the real owner? What is going on in this little girl's mind? Isn't Manager Zhu the project leader? Lin Ruxia shrugged. Of course we are colleagues. What's wrong? Xiaoyi stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. I just heard some bad things said outside. Teacher Lin, please don't take it to heart. We definitely don't believe that you and Manager Zhu have an ambiguous relationship. Lin Ruxia opened her mouth exaggeratedly. Oh my god, is there such a rumor? Today is only the first day I met Manager Zhu. Really? Xiaoyi showed a look of surprise on her face. She did not hide her excitement at all. I knew that Manager Zhu would definitely not be that kind of person. Lin Ruxia. What's the meaning? So in your mind I am this kind of person? Lin Ruxia hid the unhappiness on her face and said in a gentle and persuasive way, this is only my first day at the company, how could there be such a rumor? Yes, because Manager Zhu has never eaten lunch with anyone before, and you are the first one. There are many people in the company who like Manager Zhu, so everyone is jealous when they see you, and of course they will spread some unpleasant words. Lin Ruxia still smiled and thought, I think you are one of them. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your Manager Zhu. But. Lin Ruxia deliberately dragged out the words. Xiaoyi immediately became nervous, but what? But if you like him, you should focus on him instead of the women around him. Lin Ruxia patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder. She knew exactly what was going on in this little girl's mind. Her target is the owner of this building, a small manager is really not worthy of her attention. This sentence made Xiaoyi feel embarrassed. She stood there with her lips half open. The tips of her ears were so red that blood seemed to be dripping from them, and her face was burning. How could it be possible? How could she tell that I liked Manager Zhu? Obviously, I haven't exposed anything. What does Xiaoyi want to explain? Okay, I'm not interested in the love-hate relationship in your company. My goal here is to teach you how to dance and get the money I deserve. I will also devote myself to conquering your big boss and make him my slave. Of course, she wouldn't say the second half of the sentence. Just shout it a few times in your mind to satisfy your desire. Okay, I understand. Xiaoyi lowered her head. as if all the strength had been drained out of her. This state continued until the end of the training in the afternoon. Xiaoyi didn't know how many mistakes he made that afternoon. When she occasionally took a break, her teammates could see that something was wrong with her. Okay, let's stop here for today's training. You've worked hard, go back and have a good rest. Lin Ruxia finished class on time. Thank you, Teacher Lin. The girls bowed to Lin Ruxia, then began to pack their things and prepare to go back. Lin Ruxia patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder and said, "You stay, and the others go first." The other people were not surprised by this result. After all, everyone noticed that Xiaoyi's performance in the afternoon was very unstable, so it was understandable that the teacher kept her to give her extra lessons. Only Xiaoyi kept her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. Lin Ruxia sighed. She was still a little girl, but she was so nervous when someone found out what she was thinking. Never mind, she meant no harm. Do you know why I asked you to stay? After a moment of silence, Lin Ruxia spoke first. Xiaoyi looked up at her, then lowered her eyes and shook her head. Lin Ruxia said in a serious tone, "Because you confuse work and life. No matter what happens in your life, you can't let it affect your work. What's more, you are not only affecting yourself, but also the entire team, and you are wasting my time." After hearing the criticism, Xiaoyi's eyes suddenly turned red. She bit her lower lip tightly and refused to look up at Lin Ruxia. "If it only affects you, I have no problem with whatever you do, but now that you've affected me, I have to remind you. There are so many girl groups now, and those that become popular can only maintain their popularity for 2 or 3 years even if they work hard. There are countless girl groups that fail to become popular and die before they can develop. Since you have someone you like, you should work hard to improve yourself, make yourself excellent, and make yourself a match for him, instead of falling into depravity like this. Do you understand? The person who is truly suitable for you, the person who truly loves you, will not watch you continue to degenerate. The person who will walk with you for the rest of your life must be the one who can make you a better person." This truth was gained by Lin Ruxia at the cost of her death. Xiaoyi sobbed twice and wiped the tears from her face. "Thank you, Teacher Lin, I understand. Okay, let's go back. I hope that when I see you tomorrow, you will have been revived with full health." Lin Ruxia gave her an encouraging hug, and Xiaoyi's ears turned red unconsciously again. What a pure little girl. Xiaoyi nodded, held the strap of her bag and walked out. When she was almost at the door, she ran back. Lin Ruxia tightened the bottle of water she had finished drinking. "What's wrong?" "Teacher Lin, I searched for your information online. You haven't participated in any competitions in the past 2 years, which is not good for your career. The Magnolia Dance competition is taking registrations these days, and the organizers have blocked the news and only disclosed it to a few entertainment companies, hoping to sell favors to the entertainment companies and give young artists a chance to build momentum. Teacher Lin, if you participate, you will definitely win a prize." Lin Ruxia was a little surprised after hearing this. Have these organizers become so blatant? Colluding with the entertainment companies openly? Of course she had heard of the Magnolia Dance competition, but she had never won a prize before. This time, the organizers restricted the registration of professional dancers, so didn't she have a chance? Chapter 32, Give Your Wife a Call. After returning home, Lin Ruxia immediately called Lin Bixia. "Oh my dear, how was your work today?" Lin Ruxia quickly skipped the small talk and asked, "Mom, do you know about this year's Magnolia Dance competition?" Lin Bixia on the other side was stunned. "Didn't you hear the news?" Damn, it seems that this organizer is really stupid. Even Lin Bixia, who has been in the dance industry for many years, didn't he receive the news? Lin Ruxia lowered her voice and said, "I heard that this year, in order to endorse the artists, the organizers only released the news to the entertainment companies. It seems that only the entertainment companies have the registration form." What? Lin Bixia screamed on the other end, "How can you be so shameless? So Mom, can you get me the sign-up sheet?" Lin Bixia rolled her eyes. "If I had the application form, I would have sent it to you a long time ago. Doesn't Jingting have an entertainment company under him? Why don't you just go to Jingting?" "No." Lin Ruxia clenched her fists. How could she bow her head first? She had to make Hu Jingting admit defeat first in this Cold War. Why can he slam the door whenever he wants and not go home whenever he wants? Before, Lin Ruxia felt guilty towards Hu Jingting because of Jiang Ciyan's matter, but now she has no guilt at all. Doesn't Hu Jingting also have a girlfriend outside? How is one better than the other? Why not? Lin Ruxia asked suspiciously, are you quarreling with Wu Jingting again? Mom has told me many times that Jingting has you in his heart, and you. Okay, anyway, I won't ask him for it. I want to rely on myself. Lin Ruxia pursed her lips. If she bowed her head first, she would lose. She didn't want to lose. Okay, then you're on your own. I'm hanging up. Lin Ruxia was about to hang up the phone, but Lin Ruxia quickly stopped her. Mom, let me eat your old food for once. What do you mean by relying on yourself? Aren't you still relying on your mother? You have a husband, why do you have to rely on me? Lin Ruxia grumbled a little, but finally agreed to Lin Ruxia's request. After hanging up the phone, the wonderful mother Lin Ruxia made a long-distance call to her son-in-law who was far away abroad. Mom, what can I do for you? In fact, Lin Ruxia seldom took the initiative to contact Wu Jingting, so Wu Jingting was stunned when he saw the note on the screen. Jingting, I want to ask your company for a registration form for the Magnolia dance competition. Xia said she wants to participate, but she's too embarrassed to ask you for it. Has anything happened to you recently? Wu Jingting's Adam's apple moved slightly. Nothing happened. I'm on a business trip abroad. Maybe Xia doesn't want to disturb me. I'm glad nothing happened to you. I think Xia is really sorry this time. Jingting, please be patient with her. Yeah. Wu Jingting agreed sullenly. He was standing on the deck of the ship looking at the endless sea. The sea breeze blew towards him, blowing his shirt into a bulging shape. He had just escaped from a party and came to the deck to get some fresh air with a glass of champagne, but this phone call cast a shadow over his heart again. Why wouldn't she ask for help? Too embarrassed to ask him for it. Wu Jingting sneered, probably he didn't want to contact him at all. During the 2 days he was abroad, Lin Ruxia didn't call him or send him a single text message. Now she wants to sign up for a dance competition, but she won't let anyone know. Oh, this husband, his life is so frustrating. After a while, Liang Wen, who was left behind at the party by him, also came out. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot of alcohol, and his face was red. Mr. Hua. Wu Jingting gently shook the champagne in his hand, glanced at him and said, you've worked hard. Boss Hua, this is serious. Liang Wen has been with Wu Jingting for 3 or 4 years. Working under him is well paid and one can also learn real skills. No matter how one looks at it, Liang Wen has made a profit. Liang Wen looked at Wu Jingting's frown and the gloom in his eyes, and couldn't help asking, Mr. Hua, are you still having a quarrel with your wife? Normally, Liang Wen would not dare to say such things, after all, it was Mr. Hua's private matter. But today, after drinking some wine and as it was a private gathering, he relaxed. Wu Jingting smiled bitterly and said, being upset. I'm afraid it's just me who's uncomfortable. Madam doesn't have a place for me in her heart at all. Under normal circumstances, Wu Jingting would never say such things. Let us just think it's the alcohol that's causing the problem today. Liang Wen thought of the news handed over by the company's president's office after getting off the plane, and persuaded, Boss Hua, in fact, when we were on the plane, the company's front desk reported to the president's office that a lady named Lin came to see us. Maybe my mother-in-law. Wu Jingting took a sip of wine. During the 2 days he was abroad, the first call he received regarding Lin Ruxia was from his mother-in-law. Ridiculous or not? His wife just let her husband stay away from home without reporting his itinerary to her or returning home. Liang Wen felt sorry for the man in front of him. He was always vigorous and resolute at work, but he was treading on thin ice in his relationship. Mr. Hua, the front desk said that a young woman who looked to be around 20 years old first came to you, but because you didn't have an appointment, the front desk refused to let you in, so she said she wanted to see me. I guess it must be their wife. Wu Jingting froze and slowly turned to him, are you serious? Of course. I wanted to report it to you the other day, but you said that I couldn't talk about anything other than work issues, so I kept putting it off. When Liang Wen learned the news that day, he wanted to tell Mr. Hua immediately. However, before he could even finish his sentence, Mr. Hua frowned and stopped him from continuing. But why didn't she want to call me? Why didn't she come to me if she had something to do? A sad expression appeared on Wu Jingting's face. He had many hopes because of Lin Ruxia, but Lin Ruxia shattered his hopes with her own hands. On the one hand, he didn't dare to trust her anymore, but on the other hand, he longed for her dependence and warmth. Ms. Hua. Actually, when I saw your wife this time, I felt that she has changed a lot from before. Lian Wen said as he looked at Wu Jingting's expression. Seeing that he was not angry, he continued. In the past, my wife didn't care what she wore. She would wear outdated clothes. But now, she has taken the initiative to clear out her wardrobe and donate her clothes. She would never do that before. She is very kind now. Moreover, she used to value her hair very much. Now she has taken the initiative to cut her hair short. Don't all these signs show that she hopes to have a new start? Lian Wen's words touched Wu Jingting. He had once doubted Lin Ruxia's motives for doing these things, but after all the doubts, he thought that Lin Ruxia was paralyzing himself, and once he let down his guard, she would immediately run to find Jiang Ciyan. Lian Wen looked at Wu Jingting and said, Mr. Hua, give your wife a call. Chapter 33, Husband, I'll wait for you. When Lin Ruxia received Wu Jingting's call, she was watching videos of the Magnolia dance competition in recent years on her tablet. Seeing the word, husband, clearly written on the phone, Lin Ruxia was so scared that she almost dropped the tablet to the ground. Why did he call himself? Pressing the answer button nervously, the cowardly Lin Ruxia couldn't help but tremble in her voice, hello. The man's voice was cold and seemed to be mixed with the whistling wind. Mom called me to ask for a registration form for the Magnolia dance competition. Lin Ruxia thought seriously about whether it would be feasible to pretend not to hear anything now. Hello? What's this signal? I know you heard it. Well, in practice that has proven not to be feasible. Lin Ruxia answered honestly, well, I want to participate in that competition. Someone will deliver it to your home tomorrow. Lin Ruxia nodded mechanically, okay. Wait a minute. Send it to your home? Does that mean Wu Jingting doesn't he know that he is working at Hua's company now? The next second, Wu Jingting answered her question, what have you been doing these days? Huh? I didn't do anything, just the usual things I do. Lin Ruxia decided to wait for him to come back and give him a surprise. Well, I heard, you went to the company to see me the other day. I didn't mean to disturb you, I just wanted to go see you, don't worry, I won't do that again. Lin Ruxia suddenly sat up from the bed and explained, fearing that Wu Jingting would be angry about this matter. Wu Jingting was stunned, want to see me? Lin Ruxia's languid voice came from my ears, well, since you didn't come back that day, I wanted to go see you. I missed you so much these past 2 days. Wu Jingting froze completely. He held the phone in his hand, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, but he couldn't utter a single syllable. She said she missed him very much. Was this his illusion? Lin Ruxia waited for a long time but there was no response from Wu Jingting. She looked at her phone suspiciously, but the signal was full. Hey, can you hear me? Wu Jingting cleared his throat, yeah, I can hear you. Oh, he heard it, but just didn't want to answer. Lin Ruxia was depressed again. Which dog said that it's easy for a girl to chase a boy? Come out and clean your neck before you get slaughtered. However, Wu Jingting was also silent. The two of them were silent for a long time facing the silent current, until Lin Ruxia felt a little embarrassed and asked, when will you be back? Do you want me to go back? Lin Ruxia was stunned. When had she ever given Wu Jingting the illusion that she didn't want him to come back? Of course, this is our home, and I live here alone now. It's so empty. I can't wait for you to come back. Only when you come back can I touch you, and only when I touch you can I continue to seduce you. The corners of Wu Jingting's mouth on the other end of the phone were already curled up, and the curve was so high that even 8 bulls couldn't pull it back. Soon. Okay, husband, I'll wait for you then. After hearing this, Wu Jingting's eyes darkened, his Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his voice was already hoarse when he spoke, yeah. After hanging up the phone, the coldness that had been on Wu Jingting's face for 2 days had now shattered into pieces. Lian Wen looked at him and felt that his smile now was brighter than the sunshine on the sea. Lian Wen shook his head secretly. He had thought that Mr. Hua and his wife had a better relationship before, and now it seems that is not the case. As long as his wife said a few soft words, Mr. Hua would wish to give his life to her. The next day, when Lin Ruxia was getting off work, Zhu Yao suddenly caught up with her from behind. Teacher Lin. Zhu Yao called her. Lin Ruxia, who was clocking in, was startled, turned around and smiled, Manager Zhu, what's wrong? Zhu Yao bowed shyly. Teacher Lin, do you have time after get off work? What's wrong? Lin Ruxia would never tell him whether she had time or not. She would wait for his answer before deciding whether she was free or not. If he's talking about work, then he's free. If it's personal matters, I don't have time. Not even half a minute. As the wife of the president of the Hu group, she cannot get involved in any scandals with the people below her. Even if your identity hasn't been exposed yet, you still have to pay attention to your image. Sooner or later she will let everyone know that she is Hu Jingting's wife. She is not the kind of wife who is kept at home like a canary, but a wife who is successful and has a career. Standing next to Hu Jingting will make others think that the two are a very good match. Zhu Yao bit his lower lip and scratched his head in embarrassment. I just found out today that I had lunch with Teacher Lin yesterday and caused trouble for Teacher Lin. I want to apologize to Teacher Lin. If Teacher Lin doesn't have other plans later, I will treat Teacher Lin to a meal. Their arrangements. Lin Ruxia immediately interrupted Zhu Yao. TSK, knowing that the scandal started because of eating together, now he wants to treat me to another meal. What does this mean? Don't you think there are enough scandals? Zhu Yao had thought before that Lin Ruxia might reject him, but he didn't expect that she would reject him so straightforwardly. Moreover, the expression on her face seemed to say directly, stay away from me. He was stunned for a few seconds before he came to his senses and put on a normal expression. So Teacher Lin is busy. I'll apologize to Teacher Lin another day. Lin Ruxia waved her hands hurriedly. Don't apologize, it's not a big deal. Well, I have to go home to see the kids. My baby is very attached to me, just like his dad. He can't live without me. After saying that, Lin Ruxia ran away as if there was a ghost chasing her. Zhu Yao. So he has developed feelings for a woman who has a husband and children. She looks so young and her information shows that she is only 22 years old. How come she is married and has children? Zhu Yao's young heart was shaking. Hu Jingting, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, suddenly sneezed twice. What's going on? He exercises every day, so he shouldn't catch a cold, right? Hu Jingting took out a tissue to wipe it, and motioned Liang Wen to continue reporting. Director Shirley has not given us a definite answer. Every time we ask him, he always avoids the question. I think he wants us to bid with those domestic cinemas, and the one with the highest bid wins. Director Shirley is so slick. Are all foreigners so bad? Hu Jingting's face turned cold. Humph, who gave him the confidence to make him think that we must have him? Liang Wen looked up and thought, wasn't it you who gave it to him? In order to stay abroad for a longer time to avoid Lin Ruxia, Hu Jingting did not discuss business with Director Xie these days, but he attended many private parties of all sizes. Doesn't this make Director Xie feel that Hu Jingting has been trying to curry favor with him in order to get the project? So the airs are put up. Of course, Liang Wen dared to think these words, but he didn't dare to say them out loud. Hu Jingting raised the corner of his lips and sneered, book a flight for tomorrow. Chapter 34, I must fight back next time. After returning home, Lin Ruxia went straight to Zhang's mother, who was about to go to the kitchen to cook. Auntie Zhang, is there anyone coming to Hu Jingting's company today? Aunt Zhang wiped her hands and said, yes, a secretary came and said he wanted to give you a document. I put it in your room. In addition to Zhang Mar, there were a few more maids in the house, but because Lin Ruxia was only familiar with Zhang Mar, she usually let Zhang Mar take care of her own affairs. Hearing Zhang Mar's reply, Lin Ruxia ran upstairs excitedly. Aunt Zhang smiled helplessly and shook her head, thinking that her wife was really like a child. Lin Ruxia opened the door breathlessly and saw a manila folder on the bedside table. She ran over in 2 steps, opened the folder, and took out a piece of paper. It reads, Magnolia Dance Competition Registration Form, and the Hu Entertainment seal is stamped on the lower right corner. Lin Ruxia took out a pen and quickly filled in her information, feeling extremely excited. In her previous life, she was blinded by her self-righteous love and blinded by the suffocating debt. Dance was an unattainable luxury for her. No one knows that she, who struggles to make a living every day, actually has the potential to become a dance queen. In this life, she finally has the chance to prove herself. The next day, Lin Ruxia asked Zhu Yao for leave and asked the driver to take her to the cultural center to hand in the registration form. As soon as she went upstairs, she was surrounded by all kinds of perfume and the sound of chattering. Teacher Tang, I didn't expect to see you here. Sister Mimi, I really like your latest TV series. I watch every episode with my mom at home every day. Oh, Senior Mar, can you sign an autograph for me? Oh my god, the Queen of Singing has signed up too. I want to quit the competition right now. Lin Ruxia felt a little headache. She just stood in the corner and heard a commotion around her again. Am I seeing right? Is that Teacher Li Meng? Why is Teacher Li Meng here? She debuted as a dancer and graduated from a dance academy. How can we compare? It is said that Teacher Li Meng was the runner-up in the dance competition at the dance academy. Teacher Li Meng can be the runner-up. Then the champion must be even more impressive? How come I have never heard of it? Maybe he retired or didn't make his debut, who knows? Lin Ruxia sneered and said, I know. The champion that year was me. If she hadn't met Li Meng here, she would have almost forgotten this person. When she first entered college, she and Li Meng were roommates and naturally became good friends. Li Meng's family conditions were not good, so she found an older man as her financial sponsor very early on. Lin Ruxia had tried to persuade her many times, but later the two of them drifted further and further apart because of this matter. However, as luck would have it, one day Li Meng was molested by a few hooligans outside the school, and Jiang Ciyan from the neighboring school came forward to speak up for her, and Li Meng fell in love with Jiang Ciyan. But not long after, Jiang Ciyan confessed his love to Lin Ruxia and pursued her in a big way, which made Li Meng hate Lin Ruxia. It was not until Lin Ruxia and Jiang Ciyan got married and Jiang Ciyan revealed his true colors that Lin Ruxia realized that it was all Jiang Ciyan's plan from the beginning. He knew it was not a good idea to approach Lin Ruxia directly, so he started with Lin Ruxia's friends and used Li Meng's help to get in touch with Lin Ruxia, whose family had some money. With the help of her sponsor, Li Meng made her successful debut a year ago and has now become a hot dancing star thanks to the promotion of marketing accounts. TSK, I don't know how much money this sponsor invested. Lin Ruxia stood silently aside. Li Meng had already approached. She smiled and greeted the people around her, perfectly maintaining her elegant personality. After a while, Li Meng saw Lin Ruxia. She was flustered for a moment, then immediately straightened her neck and walked in front of Lin Ruxia. What a coincidence, are you here to participate in the competition too? Have you made your debut? How could she find me even though I was hiding so far away? Lin Ruxia complained in her heart, but her face showed no sign of it. What a coincidence. Which company are you from? Li Meng glanced at Lin Ruxia's application form and said calmly, I didn't expect you to be able to sign with Was Entertainment. There are 3 giants in Haisha Entertainment Company, the most prominent of which is Was Entertainment. This is because Was involves a wide range of industries, and the entertainment industry is just one of them. But also because Was Entertainment is backed by such a large group as Was, it has no worries about capital and operations, and can continue to develop steadily. Then there are Fahrenheit Entertainment and Cine Entertainment. Li Meng is now the leading actress of Fahrenheit Entertainment. Because the two had stopped contacting each other a long time ago, the marriage between Lin Ruxia and Wu Jingting was only known to the wealthy and powerful families in the upper circle, so Li Meng was not clear about the relationship between Lin Ruxia and Wu Jingting, and only thought that Lin Ruxia had signed with Was Entertainment to make her debut. Lin Ruxia didn't want to explain, so she nodded and said vaguely, I'm just a trainee. In front of so many people, Li Meng's heart was itching with hatred, but she had to pretend to be enthusiastic about meeting an old classmate. She hugged Lin Ruxia and whispered in her ear, how ridiculous, the high and mighty Miss Lin in the past can only be a small trainee now, while I, who you look down on, have stepped into the position of a second-tier star. I also heard that you have been dumped by Jiang Ciyan, har har. After saying that, she let go of Lin Ruxia's hand and said to her in a caring voice, we were roommates before. If you need any help, you must tell me. Don't be embarrassed. Then she patted Lin Ruxia's hand and walked away proudly with her agent and assistant. Everyone around was praising in a low voice. No wonder teacher Li Meng became so popular right after her debut, she is such a beautiful and kind person. Yes, not only is she very capable, but she is also very charming. I love her. When can I reach the level of Li Meng? I've been in the industry for 2 years, but I'm still an 18th tier unknown. Lin Ruxia. What the hell? Is it interesting to be one thing in front of people and another behind their backs? People with different ideals cannot work together. If we have different values, we should just be strangers. Who are you trying to disgust by being sarcastic here? Dumped by Jiang Ciyan. I really want to slap you, you self-satisfied fool, to wake you up. It was obviously me who dumped him. If I need any help, I will come to you. If I really need help, please pretend that you don't know me when you see me next time, and don't touch me with your hands that have been touched by an old man, okay? She lowered her head and rolled her eyes, thinking that she would definitely fight back next time she met her. Chapter 35, Husband, I miss you so much. Xinju Garden. After returning to China, Hu Jingting did not go to the company first, but went straight home. Because of what Lin Ruxia said yesterday, wait for him, he couldn't wait to see Lin Ruxia. The driver drove the car into the villa. Hu Jingting walked into their hall and casually pulled his tie. Auntie Zhang, where is their wife? Mr. is back. Aunt Zhang was a little surprised, and then she said, Mrs. has not been home during the day these days. Hu Jingting's pupils shrank, and then he clenched his fists and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. She's not at home during the day. Yes. Aunt Zhang asked doubtfully, didn't the madam tell the gentleman? No. Hu Jingting said this and hurriedly turned around and walked out. His fingers were trembling as he took out his cell phone and called Lin Ruxia. The bell rang, and Hu Jingting felt that these few seconds were longer than a century. After the call was connected, there was a lot of noise on the other end, and Hu Jingting immediately yelled, Where are you? Lin Ruxia was stunned. Why did she hear anger in Hu Jingting's tone? Seeing that she remained silent, countless thoughts flooded into Hu Jingting's mind. Did she drink and have secret meetings with Jiang Ciyan every day while I was not at home? Is she planning to leave with Jiang Ciyan? Does she want to divorce me? I'm at the cultural center. I'm here to hand in the registration form for the dance competition today. What's wrong with you? A soft and tender voice came over him, and all the thoughts clamming in his mind disappeared. Don't move, I'll go find you. His voice was weak and he seemed to be choking. Lin Ruxia didn't know what was going on, so she asked in a soothing voice, Have you returned to China? What happened? It's okay, don't move. Good. Lin Ruxia agreed and said gently, Don't worry, husband. I'll be waiting for you here. Be careful on the road. After hanging up the phone, Hu Jingting said to the driver in a swift and decisive manner, Go to the cultural center, the sooner the better. Lin Ruxia was full of doubts. What was going on? Did something happen to Hu Jingting and his white moonlight? Or did something happen in the company? The latter is unlikely, as the Hu family has been developing very well in recent years. That has to do with his white moonlight. Did they have a fight? Isn't this a good opportunity given to her by God to send her some warmth for free? Lin Ruxia thought happily that one day she would defeat Bai Yueguang and become the only woman in Hu Jingting's heart. After submitting the registration form, Lin Ruxia went to wait for the elevator. However, there were too many people waiting at the elevator entrance, so Lin Ruxia gritted her teeth and turned into the stairwell next to her. It's only 11 floors, and going downstairs is not difficult. Squeezing into the elevator with a group of women smelling of perfume. Just thinking about that scene is suffocating enough. She had just gone down 2 floors when Li Meng behind her called her. Hey, Lin Ruxia. Lin Ruxia turned around, looking impatient. What are you doing? If you have to fart, fart now. Why do you have such strong malice towards me? Is it because Jiang Ciyan dumped you that you come back to me? Li Meng leaned against the handrail of the stairs and smiled smugly. She knew how much Lin Ruxia liked Jiang Ciyan back then, and using Jiang Ciyan to stimulate her was the best way. However, Lin Ruxia's expression didn't change at all. Okay, then I wish you a happy marriage and a long life together, but aren't you afraid of being discovered by your sponsor? Li Meng's eyes became fierce. Stop slandering me. I don't have any sponsors. I have reached my current position entirely through my own efforts. Lin Ruxia smiled. Work hard on yourself. Work hard in bed. Please be kind, big sister, I don't want to have anything to do with you. You and Jiang Ciyan can love each other however you want, it has nothing to do with me. Stop pretending to be generous. Li Meng smiled grimly. Everyone knows that you are born to be pretentious. You used to pretend to be innocent, and now you pretend nothing happened. You must hate me to death now, right? The man you like is now acting like a lapdog for me. What? The old man can't satisfy you anymore, so you can't wait for a young man? Jiang Ciyan told you himself that he dumped me. Lin Ruxia sneered. This woman is so shameless. Why didn't I realize that she and Jiang Ciyan are such a good match before? The scumbag and the bitch are really a perfect match. You. Li Meng's chest rose and fell in anger. You, a little trainee, dare to challenge me. Do you believe that I can make you unable to survive in the industry? Li Meng has a very high opinion of herself. She is already a second-tier star now. Once she wins an award at the Magnolia Awards, she will be able to secure a first-tier position. By then, wouldn't it only take her a matter of minutes to ban an unknown little trainee? Lin Ruxia widened her eyes exaggeratedly. Oh, I'm so scared. What if I can't make it? Anyway, I don't want to be in the entertainment industry. My mom is so rich, I can just rely on her for support. The money you work so hard to earn in a year, after the agency deducts a large part, the money you get may not be as much as my pocket money. After Lin Ruxia finished speaking, she made a face at her and stuck out her tongue, then skipped downstairs humming a song. Ugly tilder tilder actually, it's not strange to see it so often tilder tilder tilder. Look, this is a master of quarreling. He even hums a song without forgetting to imply her. Li Meng was so angry that her nose was crooked. She punched the stair railing and left a cut. Blood was gushing out. Li Meng felt the pain, she hissed, and quickly took out her phone to take a picture of the wound, and then started posting on Weibo. I was so absorbed in reading the script that I started dancing. Tragically, I didn't notice the table next to me and scratched it. Wow, I am so stupid. Picture attached. A white and slender hand forms a sharp contrast with the bright red blood stains. Fans from all over the world expressed their consolation in the comments section of her Weibo. Sister Ying is so dedicated. My sister is beautiful and kind, she sings well and dances very well. She is so serious when reading scripts now, she will definitely get good grades. Our sister is the most hardworking in the entire entertainment industry. Lin Ruxia, who had already run downstairs to wait for Hu Jingting, was lazily scrolling through Weibo. Seeing that the entry ## had become a hot search, she clicked on it to take a look. His hands were fine when I was arguing with her just now, but now he's reading a script and dancing around. Just try to fool these brainless fans. Lin Ruxia rolled her eyes and thought to herself that Li Meng was so interesting that he had to post a Weibo post about such a small wound. Are you afraid that if you don't post on Weibo quickly, the wound will heal? TSK, just trying to attract attention. She put her phone in her pocket, and a high-profile Lamborghini Hermes drove out of the traffic and stopped steadily in front of Lin Ruxia. She jumped open the car door and rushed towards the person in the back seat. Honey, I miss you so much. Chapter 36, Husband, do you miss me? Li Meng, who was standing not far away, took it all in. Har har, you used to pretend to be an innocent person and advised me not to look for a sugar daddy, but now you're clinging to the sugar daddies more happily than anyone else. The agent next to him gasped, Xiao Meng, where does your classmate come from? That car is worth 400 million. 400 million. Li Meng almost bit her lower lip until it bled. Why? Why is Lin Ruxia so lucky? Even the sponsor he found was richer than his own sponsor. Li Meng's agent's eyes lit up. Xiao Meng, you should cultivate your relationship with your classmate. Maybe she can introduce you to a sponsor. Nowadays, rich bosses are having fun, and sisters are even more popular with big shots like them. Li Meng frowned when he heard this. How could I possibly do such a thing? TSK, why are you pretending to be so noble? The agent glared at her. Weren't you moaning happily in Mr. Ma's bed? Li Meng didn't dare to say anything more, and just perfunctorily said, I know. The agent glared at her again. Come on, be strong today. If Mr. Ma turns over your car tonight and you don't serve him well, that woman Tang Ji will monopolize Mr. Ma. Isn't Tang Ji from Hua's entertainment? Why does she come to cling to President Ma instead of President Hua? Li Meng muttered unhappily, but was hit by her agent from behind. Is President Hua something that a second-tier star like you dare to dream of? Hua's entertainment has many actresses under it. Even if there is such an opportunity, it will belong to others. New. Li Meng lowered his head and looked at the message sent by Jiang Ciyan, feeling annoyed again. In fact, Li Meng doesn't like Jiang Ciyan that much now. It's just the regret of her youth and the obsession of stepping on Lin Ruxia that supports her to continue her secret relationship with Jiang Ciyan. However, Jiang Ciyan is really good to her now. Maybe, once she reaches a higher level, she can get rid of those old men. By then, if Jiang Ciyan was still by her side, marrying him would seem to be a good choice. After all, it was her first love. You can also hype it up at the right time to create a personality that is pure as ice and innocent, and loyal in love. Thinking of this, Li Meng still replied to Jiang Ciyan's message, "I'll sleep at my agent's place tonight, no need to wait for me." In the car, Wu Jingting, who was pounced on by Lin Ruxia and now had his arm tightly hugged by her, was half frozen. Lin Ruxia, who had no idea about this, kept chattering, "When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Where have you been these days? You didn't even call me once. Who went out with you? If he kidnaps my husband again, I'll break his legs." As Lin Ruxia spoke, she snuggled into Wu Jingting's arms and pressed her nose hard into his collar. I took the opportunity to act coquettishly and sniffed it for a long time. It was good, there was no smell of woman's perfume. After confirming this, Lin Ruxia loosened her arms that were tightly wrapped around Wu Jingting and said, "Husband, why don't you say anything?" Wu Jingting opened his mouth gently, but found that his voice was extremely hoarse. A surge of anger was running rampant in his body, and he tried his best to control himself so as not to execute Lin Ruxia on the spot. "No, be patient and don't scare her," Wu Jingting warned himself. "Huh? What's wrong with you?" Lin Ruxia didn't notice that there was something wrong with Wu Jingting's voice. She just felt that Wu Jingting's body was burning hot. Was he afraid that he had a fever? "I went abroad to talk, Lin Ruxia, what are you doing?" Wu Jingting's head was smoking, and he immediately grabbed Lin Ruxia's evil little hand that was reaching for his pants. "I didn't do anything." Lin Ruxia raised her head and met his eyes, which were so dark that you couldn't see the edge. Her big eyes blinked again, and her eyes were full of innocence. "The baby didn't do anything." If it weren't for the other hand still resting on his chest, Wu Jingting would have believed Lin Ruxia's lies. "Stop it." He coaxed her patiently with a hoarse voice, but God knows he was about to explode. He held the sweet and soft girl in his arms, her fragrance filling his nose, and the big eyes that had pulled back all his armor in his dream were now staring straight at him. "I didn't make a scene." Lin Ruxia's hands were clamped by him and she couldn't move, but her fingers were still able to dig here and there. "I don't believe that I can't make people excited." Wu Jingting closed his eyes and didn't look at her. He held her tightly in his arms and wrapped her hands to prevent her from setting fire to him. However, the devil is always stronger than the good. Lin Ruxia could not move her body and hands, but she could still move her head. She rubbed her nose against his chest like a kitten looking for fish. What a joke! Not moving. How could she not move? He is arguing with Bai Yueguang now. When the soul is lonely, that's when it needs warmth and embrace. The body is lonely, this is exactly when she, the legal wife, needs to devote herself legally. Only a naive person would listen to him and not make a fuss. And Nyo Huru Lin Ruxia, who has already cultivated herself into a high-level green tea, must seize the opportunity to tease him. Wu Jingting had already lost all his armor and had to bite his lower lip to keep himself clear-headed. The driver took a look in the rearview mirror and obediently lowered the middle partition. Lin Ruxia was overjoyed. Which God sent this driver to help her. She is willing to eat a vegetarian diet for the rest of her life to repay the kindness of this immortal. In real life, she decided to urge Wu Jingting to raise the driver's salary tomorrow. Seeing Wu Jingting's face turn red, Lin Ruxia chuckled and said, "Hubby, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red?" "Lin Ruxia." Wu Jingting gritted his teeth, wishing. "What's wrong with me, husband? Don't you miss me?" Lin Ruxia refused to give in and blew air behind Wu Jingting's ear as she spoke. "You sit over there." Wu Jingting pushed Lin Ruxia out, but Lin Ruxia clung to Wu Jingting tightly and refused to let go, shouting aggrievedly, "Do you have a dog outside? I'm your wife, what's wrong with me hugging you? What nonsense are you talking about?" Wu Jingting covered her mouth. "Don't talk nonsense in front of outsiders. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" The little wild cat in his arms calmed down, and Wu Jingting breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she had finally behaved herself. As a result, the little wild cat was quiet for only a second, and the next second she giggled in his ear and said, "Honey, the driver has already lowered the partition. Your car is worth hundreds of millions, the partition can't be soundproof, right?" Wu Jingting looked over with a grim face, and sure enough, the partition had separated them and the driver into two worlds. Not to mention the sound of talking, even if Lin Ruxia was dancing in the back, the driver would not be able to hear her at all. The little wildcat climbed up again. "Hubby, do you miss me?" Chapter 37, Do You Feel My Love? Wu Jingting grabbed Lin Ruxia's wrists with one hand. Lin Ruxia hissed in pain, but Wu Jingting used all his strength and she couldn't break free. With his other hand, he quickly pulled off his tie and wrapped it around Lin Ruxia's wrist. Bundle. Tie up for fun. Lin Ruxia's eyes lit up. I can do it. Unexpectedly, Wu Jingting, who looked like a decent person, actually liked to play such tricks in private. Lin Ruxia stopped struggling and obediently let him tie her hands. Then, Wu Jingting lifted her tied hands high and wrapped them around the handles on the roof. Lin Ruxia's heart was pounding with excitement. Wu Jingting was still concentrating on tying the rope. Her face was rubbing against his chest, and she could hear his thunderous heartbeat. Oh, thinking of the next scene, Lin Ruxia felt her face burning. Wu Jingting finally tied up Lin Ruxia, and the next second he sat on the other side of the back seat of the car as if he was hiding from a time bomb, with a distance of 1 meter between him and Lin Ruxia. Lin Ruxia. What kind of strange trend is this? Behave yourself. I'll take you home first, and then I'll go back to the company. Wu Jingting finally calmed down, and the little wildcat was tied up firmly to his side, so it would no longer jump on him and set fire to him. You? Lin Ruxia looked at her bound hands in disbelief, then looked at Wu Jingting. What's wrong with you? Wu Jingting looked at her deeply, and his tone was more serious than she had ever heard. You are the one who is sick. Lin Ruxia, do you know what you are doing? Do you know what this means? How come I don't know? Lin Ruxia felt angry and amused. Is there anything wrong with me doing this to my husband? Or did you eat too many snacks outside? He didn't want to eat a proper meal after being hungry for so long. The only explanation was that he filled his stomach with snacks outside. Wu Jingting put his fingertips to his throbbing temple and said sternly, What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Lin Ruxia was very unconvinced. Then tell me why you don't want me. I don't believe a normal man can remain indifferent when seeing his wife like this. Lin Ruxia. Wu Jingting's expression was solemn, and his tone became sharp. Before you said not to let me touch you, I always respected you and never got close to you. Now, what right do you have to force me to do this when I don't want to touch you? Lin Ruxia was silent. This was indeed her fault. In the past, she didn't want to have close contact with Wu Jingting, so Wu Jingting kept his distance from her. But now she thought about it, but Wu Jingting didn't. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Wu Jingting sat up straight, closed his eyes and rested. It took him a lot of effort to calm down, and his back was covered with sweat. After a while, the little wildcat was heard to say pitifully, I'm not going home. His temples began to throb again. Wu Jingting suppressed his unhappiness, but his words still carried a hint of accusation. Lin Ruxia, stop messing around. No matter how angry you are with me, you can't not go home. Lin Ruxia got angry when she heard this. Why was it that only the governor was allowed to set fires but the people were not allowed to light lamps? When we had an argument a few days ago, he said he would slam the door if he wanted to, and he said he would not come back if he wanted to. It's still broad daylight now, so what's wrong with him not coming home? I'm not going home. Lin Ruxia was furious, and there was a hint of grievance in her voice. Wu Jingting's anger subsided a little, and he patiently asked her, if you don't want to go home, where else do you want to go? Let's go to the company. Lin Ruxia paused and snorted again. I've been working at was these few days. I wanted to give you a surprise, but now it seems you don't care at all. Working at was. Wu Jingting frowned. What department? Lin Ruxia pouted. Entertainment department. I'm teaching several trainees from your company to dance. I'm sorry, I don't know. Wu Jingting really didn't know. He had been deliberately avoiding reading any news about Lin Ruxia during the past few days while abroad, so much so that even when his wife came to his company, he was still the last one to know. Thinking of how he had just gotten angry at her, Wu Jingting felt a little more apologetic. Lin Ruxia kicked him angrily. Then can you untie me first? Are you going to keep me tied up like this? Do you know that this position is very tiring? Okay, sorry. Wu Jingting came over again and untied the tie that bound her hands, then immediately bounced back to his position as if he was afraid that she would pounce on him again. Lin Ruxia kicked him again in anger. Is it really that serious? Is it really that serious? It makes her look like some kind of sex demon. Okay, don't be angry. Wu Jingting brushed off the dust on his pants that she kicked up, and felt a little strange in his heart. It seems that being kicked by her is a very happy thing. Lin Ruxia pursed her lips. When do you want me? Ahem, what did you say? Wu Jingting was choked by these words. He coughed a few times before looking at Lin Ruxia in disbelief, as if he wanted to confirm whether she was the one who had just said that. Lin Ruxia sat up straight and explained to him in a gentle voice, "Look, I didn't want you to touch me before, but now I really want to. Similarly, although you don't want to touch me now, you will want to one day. Give me a date and I will slowly prepare, okay? Well reasoned and convincing. If you can't force him, then wait for him to come to you himself." Wu Jingting took a few deep breaths. "Wait until you are willing to love me. I'm willing to love you now. This is different." Wu Jingting looked into Lin Ruxia's eyes and said slowly, "This is different. I haven't felt your love yet. I just feel that you have indeed changed, but I am not sure whether this change is good or bad, nor am I sure whether this is a smokescreen you released. Then I will say I love you every day, okay?" Lin Ruxia rolled her eyes and moved closer to Wu Jingting. "What else can I do to make you feel it? Can I give you a kiss every day?" Having said that, she kissed him on the lips without waiting for Wu Jingting's consent. Leaving the man's slightly cool lips, Lin Ruxia's eyes sparkled with stars, and her voice was a little coaxing. "Do you feel my love?" As if by some strange coincidence, Wu Jingting was actually bewitched by her and nodded subconsciously. He never knew that his defense value was so low. As long as she gives him a little sweetness, he will surrender to her. Lin Ruxia came over again and chirped, "Make up for the previous one." After she finished speaking, she was about to sit back down when Wu Jingting's big hand pressed the back of her head, pulling her towards him, and said in a hoarse voice, "Not enough." Chapter 38, You Are Suspected of Being Cuckolded. Lin Ruxia was kissed so hard that she felt dizzy. Wu Jingting didn't let her go until the driver stopped the car in front of the company. The middle partition rose up, and the driver took a trembling look in the rearview mirror, and his heart was relieved. "Fortunately, I didn't see any scenes of their president and his wife being intimate." Lin Ruxia was still breathing slightly, her lips were a little swollen, her lip beads were sparkling, and her eyes were still blurred. Seeing Wu Jingting opening the door and about to take her out of the car, Lin Ruxia immediately grabbed his arm. "What's wrong?" Wu Jingting looked calm as usual, not at all like he was after a passionate kiss. "Damn it, why am I the only one who is so awkward? However, now is not the time to worry about this." Lin Ruxia pulled him and said, "Well, you get off first. Let the driver take me to the intersection ahead, and I'll walk back by myself." "Why?" Wu Jingting frowned and looked at her in confusion. "Why bother? I don't want to go into the company with you." Lin Ruxia pouted. She had nothing right now. If she stood next to Wu Jingting, others would definitely think she was the canary that Wu Jingting kept at home. She would have to wait until she had achieved success before appearing openly beside Wu Jingting. Others would introduce her as their dance queen or famous artist, instead of just Wu Jingting's wife. Wu Jingting misunderstood, thinking that Lin Ruxia didn't want to have anything to do with him, so he asked coldly, "Why?" "It's just that the time has not come yet. Anyway, if we run into you in the company, just pretend you don't know me. I don't want others to think I'm a clinger to someone else's position." Lin Ruxia looked at Wu Jingting pitifully. Seeing that Wu Jingting was still unhappy, she shook his arm like a spoiled child. "Please, husband." As soon as she started to act like a spoiled brat, Wu Jingting immediately lost his temper and said helplessly, "Okay, but you must tell me if there is anything. Those people in the entertainment department are not easy to deal with." "I know, husband, you are the best, go to work." Seeing that he agreed, Lin Ruxia immediately smiled, as if the pitiful person just now was not her. Wu Jingting paused, then sighed and got out of the car. It's a pity that his wife learned dancing. She has a talent for face changing. She should go into singing and add luster to the traditional drama and cultural industry. Walking into the company, everyone stopped and bowed. "Mr. Hua." Wu Jingting looked straight ahead, just nodded slightly, walked directly to the president's special elevator, and stopped at the 66th floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Liang Wen was waiting outside. He walked into the office with Wu Jingting while reporting his work. "Director Xie Li called me today and asked why you checked out. I told him you had returned to your country. Director Xie Li seemed a little angry and asked you to call him back when it was convenient for you." Wu Jingting nodded. "I understand, is there anything else?" "Oh." Liang Wen hesitated. "There is one thing." Wu Jingting stopped and looked at him. This assistant had been with him for several years, and he had never seen him hesitate like this before. Just tell me if you have something to say. My wife came to work in the company, in the entertainment department. There have been some bad rumors in the past 2 days. Liang Wen wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt that being an assistant was too difficult. What assistant would report to his boss, President, you seem to have been cuckolded? What scandal? Liang Wen emboldened himself, it's Manager Zhu Yao of the entertainment department. He is responsible for coordinating with my wife at work. Because his attitude towards my wife is different from others, the entertainment department has been saying for the past 2 days that my wife and Zhu Yao have something going on. Suppress the news. Warn those people that if they do this again during working hours, they will be fired. Yes. Liang Wen nodded, and just as he was about to leave to make arrangements, he heard Hu Jingting say again, set all information about the wife in the company to confidentiality. There are too many people in the entertainment department with bad intentions. Yes. Liang Wen also understood Hu Jingting's approach. Zhu Yao was quite popular among the young artists in the entertainment department, and it was difficult to guarantee that his wife would not be targeted by those people. After a brief pause, Hu Jingting said, give that Zhu a warning and tell him to stay away from Madam. If he gets close to Madam again, you can fire him. As expected, Mr. Hua is really scary when he gets jealous. He has never fired anyone for anything other than work before. Now if anyone gets too close, they risk being fired. Liang Wen nodded in agreement and was about to go and help Mr. Hua put out the fire in the backyard. However, Hu Jingting stopped him again. What has Jiang Ciyan been doing these past 2 days? Liang Wen felt a chill on his back and swallowed his saliva. After I came back, I heard from my informant that he hooked up with a second-tier female star. That female star was my wife's college roommate. Have you taken it? Hu Jingting looked at him with eyes as calm as water, but Liang Wen still felt a chill from head to toe. Yes, we did, our people took intimate photos. Quietly reveal the news to your wife, but don't make it too obvious. Yes. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Hu Jingting stood quietly. He was still thinking about the kiss before getting off the car. Her lips were as sweet as in my dream. This time, she really seemed different from before. Even the man who had been pestering her has found another woman. Things seem to be moving in the right direction. The corners of Hu Jingting's mouth curled up slightly, and at this moment, the phone in his office rang. Hello. Mr. Hua, Director Xie Li is calling you. Can you please transfer the call to me? Take it. Okay. A few seconds later, Director Shelley's voice came over with a hint of anger. Boss Hua, are you kidding me by leaving without saying goodbye? Hu Jingting chuckled, Director Xie Li, what are you talking about? I have enjoyed playing here for 2 days. You've only been playing for 2 days. Director Shelley was very unhappy. He yelled, aren't you here to discuss business? Are you here just to have fun? Hu Jingting pretended to be surprised. Did Director Xie Li think I was going to discuss business? But my assistant told me that Director Xie Li was not in the mood to discuss business, so I had a good time for 2 days. Moreover, Director Xie Li never showed any intention to discuss business with me during these 2 days. You? Director Xie Li felt guilty about what he said. He had indeed neglected the other party. Now he had to ask in a nice tone, does Hua intend to buy my film? That depends on whether Director Shelley is sincere. Hu Jingting took the place of their host, but his eyes showed a look of confidence. Chapter 39, his wife also wants to sleep with him. In the end, Hu Jingting won the business from Director Xie Li. Moreover, the funds spent were 27% lower than the project department's budget. After everyone knew the news, they couldn't help but admire their president's approach. The person in charge of this project previously negotiated with Director Shelley for about half a month, but failed to agree on a single penny. As a result, Mr. Hua had only been there for 2 days and the price had dropped so much. It turns out that the title of business genius is not for nothing. In just 1 day, the news spread throughout the Hua group, and even Lin Ruxia's trainees were talking about it. Liang Wen, who learned the whole truth, smiled and pushed his glasses, thinking, you scumbags, Mr. Hua only took half an hour to negotiate the deal, okay. The next day, Lin Ruxia came to the dance studio as usual. She came early because she wanted to practice the dance she was preparing for the competition while no one else was there. After dancing several times, sweat was already oozing out of her forehead. Lin Ruxia rested for a while and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash her face. Before she turned on the faucet, she heard the voices of several young artists who were putting on makeup nearby gossiping. How come our CEO Hua is so amazing? So many people in the project department couldn't handle it, but our CEO Hua did it in just 2 days. Boss Hua looks so young, he looks about 24 or 25 years old, right? I don't know. There's no news about him online, only a few photos of him. He's so handsome. His looks are on par with anyone in the entertainment industry. Fuck, he's handsome, rich, and capable. His wife is so lucky, I really want to sleep with him. That's right, I'm also very envious of Mr. Hua's wife. I have a cousin who knows someone in the upper class. It is said that Mr. Hua is already married. This is an open secret in their wealthy circle, but those of us who are not in this circle don't know it. Oh my god, he really has a wife. Then I hope to be Mrs. Hua tonight and try what it feels like to sleep with Mr. Hua. Lin Ruxia splashed cold water on her face and wanted to go over and tell those young artists. Wake up, you guys, his wife doesn't even know what it's like to sleep with him. His wife also wants to sleep with him. If she wasn't afraid of being discovered, she would have wanted to open a Weibo account with the name, Did Lin Ruxia successfully sleep with Wu Jingting today? At noon, Lin Ruxia, who did not have an employee card and did not want to be involved in any more scandals, decided to find a restaurant outside the company to have sex. But the food around here is too expensive. The only places you can afford to eat are the snack streets in the basement of the shopping mall. Oden, spicy chicken, chicken in pot, clay pot rice. Which one is better to visit today? Lin Ruxia walked towards the escalator leading to the second underground floor, and happened to run into Liang Wen, who was taking his food home. Why are you here? I'm going downstairs to eat. Lin Ruxia pointed down, and Liang Wen's face changed several times. He hesitated and said, You are going to the underground snack street to eat? Yes. Lin Ruxia looked at him suspiciously for several times. Is there any problem with this? Well, madam, please wait a moment. I need to call Mr. Hua for instructions. Liang Wen didn't dare to let Mr. Hua's beloved baby go to the snack street like this, so he quickly called Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua, I met my wife in the mall. She plans to have lunch at the snack street in the basement of the mall. Snack street? Wu Jingting frowned. The food in that kind of place was not clean. She might get sick if she ate it. Bring her up to eat with me. Okay. With Mr. Hua's instructions, Liang Wen felt more at ease. Madam, Mr. Hua asked you to eat with him, please come back with me now. Eat together. Lin Ruxia hesitated. Will others not see us? Liang Wen's glasses were about to fall to the ground. This is your husband. It's legal. What does it matter if others see it? Hey. He still said seriously, No, no one dares to enter the president's office except me. As soon as you enter, you will be scolded, and everyone wants to stay away from you. That's good. Without the psychological burden, Lin Ruxia went back with Liang Wen leisurely, and did not forget to inquire about the news on the way. Where have you been these days? Madam, we went to country X. Oh, are you two the only ones? Yes, actually the president's trip this time was not for business purposes. Lin Ruxia, so it was a private matter. He really went to meet the beauty in private. Then why did he lose his mind? Did he go to see someone? The president wasn't in a good mood those 2 days. He probably went there to relax. Liang Wen, madam, what I said is clear enough, right? You should be able to hear that. What I mean is that the president is going abroad for you to relax, right? Lin Ruxia, damn, to relax, being with me is depressing, and being with Bai Yueguang is relaxing? So it was just the two of you the whole time? Not really. We spend most of our time with the people arranged by director Shelley. Lin Ruxia, was it arranged by director Shelley? Then Bai Yueguang is also an actor. He must be very happy to have a beautiful woman by his side abroad, right? Beauty? I've always been with the president. Liang Wen, what's going on? What does your wife mean by that? Are you suspecting that the CEO has someone else outside? At this time, the elevator had stopped at the 66th floor and the door opened. Liang Wen quickly ran away. Lin Ruxia snorted in her heart. The person who has been able to stay with Wu Jingting for so many years is indeed a shrewd person. Nothing can be asked of him, and his mouth is really tight. This was Lin Ruxia's first time to come to Wu Jingting's office. It was very large and looked more like a suite hotel. It is divided into a reception room, a lounge and an office. At this moment, Hu Jingting was waiting in the outermost reception room for Liang Wen to come in with his lunch and his wife. Lin Ruxia looked around and didn't find any women's things. She secretly wondered when she should bring her own little things in and put them here. Just like a puppy that has to pee every time it arrives at a territory, Lin Ruxia now also wants to declare her sovereignty. What are you looking at? Eat. Hu Jingting tapped her arm with chopsticks. The sound was not loud, but it scared Lin Ruxia. She looked away guiltily, grabbed a bottle of water and took a few sips before sitting down opposite Hu Jingting and starting to eat. He has always had a very picky taste, so any restaurant that pleases him must have good food. Lin Ruxia picked up her rice and started eating without any restraint. Seeing Lin Ruxia eating so happily, Hu Jingting, who had no appetite, also felt a little hungry. As soon as he picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks, Lin Ruxia put the fish with the bones picked out by herself into Hu Jingting's bowl like a dog. She blinked her big eyes at him and said, "Hubby, I picked these thorns specially for you, eat them quickly." Chapter 40, My Husband is More Handsome. After the meal, Lin Ruxia turned into a caring little wife, picking up this and that for Hu Jingting and urging him to eat more. So much so that after Hu Jingting put down the bowl, his stomach was already bloated. Lin Ruxia was still asking him, "Hubby, do you want another piece of this? Are you full?" I'm full, I'm full." Hu Jingting quickly pushed the bowl away. If he ate any more, his stomach would die. Lin Ruxia then put down her chopsticks contentedly. "It's so nice to have lunch with my husband." Hu Jingting breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "Are you full?" I'm full, I'm full." "Honey, the food here is much better than in the restaurant. If you like to eat, come to my office every day at noon and wait." As Hu Jingting spoke, he took out an elevator card for the 66th floor from the drawer. "Good." Lin Ruxia took the card and grinned foolishly. This was her first step to successfully infiltrate the Hu family and get close to her husband. Fuck, who is that woman? She was chatting and laughing with Assistant Liang the whole time. And if I'm not mistaken, Assistant Liang even took her to the CEO elevator. Tang Ji, a second-tier artist under Hu's entertainment, was in a state of collapse. She shook her agent's arm and said, "Brother Wang, no, you have to find out. It can't be someone newly signed by the company. She has hooked up with Special Assistant Liang. All the good resources in the company will definitely be given to her in the future." Brother Wang was also puzzled. Assistant Liang has been with our President Hu for so many years, and many artists, big and small, have thrown themselves at him, but no one has succeeded. The girl just now must not be a simple person. Don't alarm her first, I'll go and ask around. Tang Ji was so angry that she crumpled the torn script in her hand into a ball of waste paper. She also thought about approaching Assistant Liang to see if she could get some good resources, but Assistant Liang looked at her as if she were a man. At that time, Tang Ji felt that either she was not charming enough, or Assistant Liang simply didn't like girls. Later, even the actress Lotte, who was famous for her sexiness in the circle, was rejected by Assistant Liang. Everyone thought that Assistant Liang was immune to girls. As a result, a woman who had never been seen before showed up today, and she seemed to have a very close relationship with Special Assistant Liang. Isn't this a slap in everyone's face? What's more, that girl doesn't look anything special, she just has a better figure, but not as hot as Lotte S. I just couldn't see her face, but I think she must be a beautiful woman. The back figure doesn't look familiar, which means I haven't seen him before, so he is most likely a newly signed artist by the company. Wouldn't it be true that all the resources the company has negotiated for in the future would be given to that woman? No, she would never allow this to happen. In the afternoon, Brother Wang came back. Tang Ji immediately went to meet him and asked, "How's it going, Brother Wang, have you found out?" Brother Wang tapped her head lightly with the rolled-up script and said, "I found out that she is not a newly signed artist. She is a dance teacher hired by the company for a few trainees. It's just a cooperative relationship." Dance teacher. Tang Ji frowned. What kind of dance teacher is that young? She looks less than 20 years old, right? Brother Wang scratched his hair and said, "Maybe he just takes good care of himself. Anyway, he is not an artist, so you don't have to worry about him stealing your resources. Maybe she will be signed as an artist in a couple of days. How much money does a dance teacher make? If she becomes an artist, so many resources will rush to her, who wouldn't be tempted?" Tang Ji now feels a strong sense of crisis. Mr. Ma has Li Meng, who has been with him for several years, and he can only pick up the scripts that Li Meng doesn't want. If Liang Wen is also a man who lusts after women, then maybe this is a new place for Liang Wen to go. Brother Wang was a little impatient. Then what do you want to do? Liang Wen won't look down on you even if you give him away for free. If you have the time, you might as well think about how to please Mr. Ma and kick Li Meng out. All the resources from Mr. Ma will be yours. Tang Ji became annoyed. It's not that easy. I want to kick her away. Lin Ruxia didn't know that she was being targeted. She led a few girls to dance as usual, and after dancing for a while, she asked everyone to stop and take a break. She picked up her water cup and gulped down 2 gulps. Xiaoyi came over and asked cautiously, Teacher Lin, have you signed up for the dance competition? Yes. Lin Ruxia nodded and pinched Xiaoyi's face again. Thank you for telling me this news, otherwise I wouldn't know it. Xiaoyi stuck out her tongue and said, it's my duty. We are just cannon fodder anyway. Teacher Lin, you are such a great dancer. It would be a shame if we don't sign up. Don't underestimate yourself. You are quite talented. You have practiced very well these past 2 days. Lin Ruxia was not complimenting her, but she really felt that this girl had a good attitude and was able to endure hardships. Yeah. Xiaoyi nodded, but this was not the purpose of her coming to talk to Lin Ruxia. Seeing that Lin Ruxia looked normal, she boldly asked, Teacher Lin, you really don't have any feelings for Manager Zhu, right? Lin Ruxia smiled teasingly, of course not, so, have you decided to take action? Xiaoyi nodded shyly, I really like Manager Zhu, not because he is good looking, but because Manager Zhu helped me in the past. It's great to be young. If you like someone, you can pursue him her bravely. Lin Ruxia patted her shoulder and said, little friend, be brave. If you can catch her, there will be one more good marriage in the world. If you can't catch her, you won't have any regrets. Yeah, I think so too. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, as long as you don't have any feelings for him, it's fine. I'm afraid that if you two like each other, I won't have any chance at all. Lin Ruxia smiled, what are you thinking about, little girl, I'm married. What? You're married? Xiaoyi's eyes widened. But Teacher Lin, you look very young. He is quite young, only 22, only 2 or 3 years older than the girl in front of him. I got married early and got the marriage certificate as soon as I reached the age. Oh my god, then you must be in love with each other. Are you classmates? Xiaoyi's curiosity was aroused, and Lin Ruxia poked her between the eyebrows. No, my family introduced him to me, but we just happened to like each other. Wow. So, when can we meet the man who took down our divine teacher? In fact, you have seen it a long time ago. Lin Ruxia smiled slightly, there will be a chance. So is he handsome? Since he was chosen by Teacher Lin, he must be very handsome, right? Who is more handsome between him and Manager Zhu? Of course my husband is more handsome. How about compared with Mr. Hua? That's a really good question. Lin Ruxia thought for a moment and replied, equally handsome.